It was a sunny and clear day. To the ringing of bells, Edith Riegelhoff walked through the wedding hall in a white dress. The bride was heading towards the groom and the priest. She was magnificently dressed, her shining hair covered by a soft velvet sash. The guests looked at the beautiful Edith. Their eyes revealed anger, envy, contempt, and lust. The groom and the bride looked perfect. Their suits were impeccable. The duke's wedding was supposed to proceed without a single hitch. While the priest spoke of the wonderful future awaiting the newlyweds, Edith sadly sank into her thoughts. The distressed bride mentally explained to the priest that none of what was said would come true, because that marriage would be unhappy. Today, this charming young woman with ruby hair is marrying a man who despises her. And someday he will shoot her. Like a hurricane, the bride was swept up by memories of how a petite brunette was still known on the landing of the stairs. A tall, sturdy man was yelling at the girl and demanding she give him everything she had, because it was thanks to him that she was still alive. The brunette protested, because an unwanted visitor had already taken money from her many times. The man became enraged by the answer and pushed her hard. During the fall, the brunette realized that behind her there were only stairs. The last one she would see. The girl resigned herself to the absurd end of her life, but upon receiving an intense gleam in her eyes, she ran towards the mirror. Her reflection seemed impossible. A beautiful stranger was looking out from it there. When the maid entered the room and addressed her as Lady Edith, she immediately understood that she had occupied someone else's body. The ruby-haired young woman remained in shock at the discovery that she was inside the body of the protagonist of a novel read the night before. According to the plot of the romance, the protagonist, Elissa Sinclair, was the illegitimate daughter of an earl. She frequently endured mockery and humiliation from her father's legitimate family. One day, she met the Ludwigs couple, who suggested she live with them in the duchy. However, their Elissa Sinclair ended up between two rivals who ruthlessly fought for her innocent heart. A jealous girl from the novel, Edith Riegelhoff, disliked the events at all. This female character was stupid, wicked, blinded by love and envy, and constantly sabotaged and harmed Elissa. The bad and dishonest girl with ruby hair did everything possible to kill the sweet Elissa Sinclair. Edith's father was the Earl himself, and he never worried about money, now that a new soul had entered her body. An opportunity arose to fix everything. The maid Sophia informed her mistress that her father was already in his study. So Lady Edith rushed there without rest. The girl ran towards the Earl with the conviction that she could easily correct the novel's mistakes and win the family's love this time without cost. Lady Edith cheerfully opened the study doors, but upon seeing her father's displeased face, her good spirits disappeared. The Earl looked sternly at his daughter and indicated that she was slow, that she was late again, and that she was lagging. The father was puzzled. Why did the ruby-haired girl come? And ordered the doors to be closed from the other side. Edith was shocked and decided to review her memory to clearly recall the plot of the romance and understand the cause of such cold treatment. It felt to the girl like receiving a bucket of cold water because a moment later, a dramatic scene came to light in her mind. Although Lady Edith begged her father for mercy, he locked her in the room and only let her out on special occasions. One day, her brother visited his sister and told her it was time to pay for the years they had fed her and raised her. The boy suggested she become a walking advertisement for the family, dressed in luxurious clothes and jewels. At home, Lady Edith was once again Count Riegelhoff's most expensive doll, the target of humiliation and beatings, even from the servants. Her face full of bruises and scratches suddenly turned, and she saw the small figure of a brunette in front of her. Hurt, Lady Edith looked up sadly and asked her if she could endure such a life. The brunette froze in horror and surprise, unable to utter a word. Lady Edith's imagined reunion with her new soul was interrupted by Count Riegelhoff's loud shout, calling his daughter by name. The Count scolded the heiress for daydreaming and not paying attention to him. Even though things were serious, the Count strictly warned his daughter not to make any mistakes, as the people of Ludwig must not notice even the slightest defect. Lady Edith's face twisted as she remembered the contract that, if everything went perfectly, would allow them to advance to the next step. Count Regelhoff, inspired by the imminent changes, ordered the servants to prepare for the journey, while Lady Edith remained on the side. The sad young woman reflected on why her family was like this and why Duke Ludwig and Count Regelhoff acted like rivals. The memory reminded Lady Edith that the competition between those families arose many years ago, when their power levels were almost equal. But everything changed when Duke Ludwig's family made a great contribution to the war and received the title of Duke. Count Regelhoff decided to marry off his daughter to take revenge, as he believed the title had been obtained unfairly, and it should have been his. Lady Edith lamented the idea that her own father planned to take advantage of his daughter to ruin the duchy. But a second later she calmed down, as after reincarnation she was twice as strong. She would not let this fatal opportunity slip away and would survive. Upon exiting the carriage, Edith pondered how in novels, where the protagonist reincarnates as a villain, a conflict usually arises at first. Seeing Duke Ludwig's castle, she understood that the most important thing would be not to repeat the original protagonist's mistakes. The Duke's mansion looked beautiful, which is why the Count and his son commented on it with envy in every word. Count Regelhoff concluded that such opulence was pointless, as it was surely empty inside and lonely. Upon reaching the entrance, the staff received them and informed them that the Duke and Duchess were already expecting the guests. In front of strangers, the father's and brother's attitude towards Lady Edith changed instantly, appearing kind and affectionate, although their behavior seemed strange. Lady Edith decided not to focus on it and play along with the paternal kindness. The ruby-haired girl ignored her relatives, as she was focused on planning her strategy against the duchy. Count Regelhoff and his sons were invited to the main hall, where all the guests were already gathered. The Count's daughter was impressed by the beauty of the decoration, where the novel's plot began to unfold. The hosts, Duke Axel Ludwig and Duchess Jessica Ludwig, received them in person, something they had previously only imagined from descriptions. Around the table was Cliff, the novel's male protagonist. He was extremely attractive, especially his golden iris eyes. The charming young blonde girl, undoubtedly Lady Alyssa Sinclair, as she was beautiful and looked like a spring goddess. An arrogant man with a severe gaze, a straight nose, and a sharp chin. He will probably be Lady Edith's future husband. The Count's daughter could not imagine how one could love someone who, at first glance, seemed cruel. But the longer the girl stared at her future husband, the more she understood why the book's Edith was so strongly attached to her husband. The ruby-toned girl realized she had been staring at the young master for too long, and blushed intensely. Edith Regelhoff decided to avert her gaze towards the starched dinner table, full of various dishes. The girl kept chewing and was happy to be in the aristocratic world. But her meal was interrupted. The Count affectionately placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder and told the guests that, as a caring father, he could not allow the heiress to be looked down upon. The Duke and Duchess continued to listen attentively to the Count, who explained that he would feel relieved if Lady Edith were accompanied by 3 maids. Duchess Jessica Ludwig protested, stating that their family also had capable maids fit to serve with dignity. But Count Regelhoff did not back down and asked the Duchess if she hadn't brought any maids with her when she got married. After the question, an awkward silence fell over the banquet hall, but Mrs. Edith decided to ease the tension. The girl explained her father's strange request as concern and care, and assured the Duke and the Duchess not to worry about it. When the Regelhoff family was heading home, the Count shouted furiously at his daughter, because her words only worsened the situation. Mrs. Edith tried to contradict her angry father, asking him if he had seen Duke Ludwig's face. The girl said she noticed how tense the interlocutors became, because the Count's request about the maids sounded too obvious. The Count's daughter reminded her father that this marriage should clear up any doubt or suspicion about the rivalry between the two families. Count Regelhoff asked his daughter how she planned to fulfill the task without the help of the maids. Lady Edith convinced her father that she needed to travel to the duchy alone and gain trust. While her brother watched out the window, thinking about Elise, the Count decided to take a risk and trust his daughter. Perhaps her submission and obedience would really not arouse suspicion. A week had passed since the Count decided to trust his daughter, who was now satisfied with her wedding dress. Throughout that week, Lady Edith walked on a knife's edge. But it was worth it, as after the marriage she wouldn't have to return home. The priest suggested exchanging rings. The bride turned her head and saw two cute children bringing a cushion with the ornaments. The girl shone with joy and excitement. She directed her gaze towards the groom Killian, but he did not share her happiness and was darker than a cloud. Edith understood why her future husband was sad. So she lowered her head with her mission and proposed finishing the ceremony immediately. Finally, the wedding ring took its place on the bride's finger, but she noticed that Killian, when placing the precious accessory, did so with disdain. Lady Edith thought that the fear of a simple touch reminded her of the behavior of a kindergarten child. But the next action left her perplexed. The girl's husband quickly took the wedding ring from the cushion and put it on himself. For an instant, Lady Edith's heart filled with resentment for her severe husband's attitude. She looked sadly at her much-desired ring. She soon regained composure and decided that, even if there was no love in this marriage, nothing at all would affect her plans. A kind smile once again lit up Lady Edith's face. She leaned towards the children to thank them for their help. The ruby-haired woman was calm and determined, but her indifference surprised and disconcerted her husband. Killian's newly married wife thought that the moment had finally come when she could live without fear of becoming a victim of violence. The next day, Lady Edith woke up in a good mood and stretched her body with the joy of starting her free life. The woman was happy to have been reincarnated into a beautiful body, but she worried about not knowing the tastes and preferences in clothing of the book's Edith. While admiring herself in the mirror, she thought that the real Count's daughter would not have liked the wedding dress. Low neckline and high heels. Her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door. The ruby-haired woman turned around and saw Lady Alyssa. The visitor was blushing and coloring when speaking, but gathered courage and decisively said she had something important to tell. Looking at Lady Alyssa's face, the Count's daughter remembered an episode that occurred in the novel after the wedding ceremony. Lady Alyssa personally came to the newlyweds' room to apologize for the severe groom's behavior. But her apologies had the opposite effect and angered the young wife even more. So all her anger fell upon Lady Eliza. The ruby-haired woman smiled, cheerfully remembering the novel's events. The owner of the Count's daughter's body decided to be different from the novel's protagonist. Not to get angry with the blonde girl and listen to her calmly. Eliza began to apologize again and asked her not to be angry with Killian, as he is a good person, even if he seems severe and cruel. The ruby-haired woman was moved to hear Alyssa. She looked at her and couldn't understand how she could be angry with her. Edith couldn't take her eyes off the adorable figure, a mandatory character in any novel, with shining hair and sweet, innocent eyes. The protagonist who arrived in a new body assured Lady Alyssa that she should not worry, as she understood everything and was not offended by Killian. The girl said she could understand her husband's situation, as both were in a predicament due to the marriage arranged by their families. Lady Eliza admired Killian's wife's intelligence and perceptiveness, while the Count's daughter thought everything would go according to plan if she remained kind. The girls exchanged kind compliments, but the cordial conversation was interrupted by the maid's voice, who announced that the towel was already in place. Lady Alyssa decided to leave her young wife's rooms, and the Count's daughter could finally relax, since the post-wedding agitation was over. The owner of the new body decided to take a relaxing bath with flower petals, prepared by the maid. Reincarnated Edith leaned back in the tub and reflected on how good it was to be the wife of a future duke. Even without the internet, the girl dreamed of attending theaters, museums, operas, and balls. But this carefree life had one major drawback. The husband, suddenly, without knowing where from, as if emerging from smoke, Killian appeared and called the girl in the bathtub the shameless bride. The newlywed was deeply surprised to see her husband, as according to the novel's plot, he was not supposed to enter the newlywed's room. Killian did not understand the girl's surprise, but she explained that she had deduced it. Since the groom was not happy with the wedding, he wouldn't have come. The young man praised his wife for her shrewdness and said he didn't even plan to court his bride in any way. During the conversation, Lady Edith looked at her husband and couldn't understand how a person could be both beautiful on the outside and corrupt on the inside. Killian clarified with his wife if she would sleep in this room, and upon hearing an affirmative answer, he simply turned around quickly and left. The ruby-toned girl couldn't understand why Killian Ludwig had come at all, and continued her bath. Killian quickly left the newlywed's room into the hallway, where he heard a soft voice calling him by name. The young man turned and saw the sweet and gentle Lady Alyssa, who asked if she had correctly seen Killian leaving the bridal suite. The young man nodded and said that Lady Edith was lying down and dozing in the bath, not thinking about the wedding night. Just like him, Lady Eliza froze, not understanding, managing only to mention Killian's wife's promise of kindness and understanding. The young man approached the beautiful blonde with a smile and stroked her head, scolding her for her naive faith in people's decency. Killian reminded the girl that his wife was the daughter of Count Rigelford, and no one could be sure of the sincerity of those coming from that family. The blonde girl said the Count's daughter could not break her promise. These words greatly surprised Lady Edith's husband. He asked her to tell him more about the Count's daughter's promise. Then Lady Eliza began to recount their conversation from today. The blonde girl clarified that the Count's daughter had designed her dress set, which made Lady Eliza blush and feel uncomfortable. Killian said he wasn't surprised his wife paid attention to someone else's dress, since her own was immoral and tasteless. Lady Eliza reprimanded the newlywed for the rude and inappropriate words directed at his wife. The young man replied that the blonde girl was cruel to him and didn't understand his feelings. Such sincere words moved Alyssa. Suddenly, someone called Killian. It was Cliff, who said he didn't expect to find these two so late. Lady Eliza directed all her attention to the attractive young man with golden eyes who appeared in the hallway. The blonde girl abruptly interrupted the conversation with Duke Ludwig's son, which saddened him greatly, as he was once again left without understanding. When morning came and the ruby-haired woman woke up, she was surprised by a certain ability. She could now get up on time and in a good mood, probably due to the effect of her new body. Healthy and young. The new skill allowed her to think clearly. She remembered that Killian was a secondary character, secretly in love with Lady Alyssa. The woman stood by the window and reflected that she would not manage to influence her husband. But she did have the possibility of improving relations with her in-laws. The Duke and Duchess had once accepted Alyssa into the family, so they were capable of opening their hearts to their daughter-in-law too, as long as she was kind to them. Lady Edith decided that improving relations had to start with a greeting, since their first meeting had not gone well. The ruby-haired woman recalled the first principle of any novel for a protagonist in the villain's body: to gain the trust of all characters. If the Count's daughter wants to live in the Ludwig family, it is crucial that she establishes a relationship with the Duke and the Duchess. Their opinion is more important than Killian's. The woman seeks a quiet life, full of pleasures. Therefore, she certainly needs to win the affection of the Ludwigs. Lady Edith decided to ring the cord bell, which she had read about in books, to summon the servants and transform into the daughter-in-law. When the bell rang, the maid, whose name was Anna, came running, and Killian's wife ordered her to prepare her mistress for going out. Then Lady Edith looked at her dresses and asked the maid to honestly tell her if they looked excessively flashy and vulgar. Anna confirmed her mistress's suspicions. Then Lady Edith imagined how she would look in that dress in front of her in-laws. The woman felt ashamed of her taste and told Anna to take all the outfits to the tailor, to remove low necklines and exaggerated adornments. When Anna left without delay to carry out the task, her mistress was surprised as in Riegelhof the maids did nothing without a direct order. While reorganizing her wardrobe, Mrs. Edith looked at the bed and thought about leaving a bloodstain, since she had spent her first wedding night. A second later, she dismissed that thought, as her husband definitely wouldn't like it if she had done it on her own. According to the original story of the book, Kellen Ludwig was willing to give himself only to one girl. Mrs. Alyssa, Kellen's newly married wife, was thrilled to learn that her husband was both handsome and a virgin. Mentally, the young woman considered that the author had been unfair by imposing on readers to feel affection for a secondary character. Mrs. Edith recalled the incident in the bathroom. When Kellen arrived, although she didn't understand the purpose of his visit, she was pleased to see his beautiful face. A maid pulled the young woman out of her reverie by announcing that the dress and hairstyle were ready for the mistress. Mrs. Edith scolded herself for those thoughts, as she had decided earlier that Kellen did not interest her at all. The daughter-in-law came to the Duke and Duchess to greet them and ask how they slept. They felt flattered by her visit, as the young woman was tired after an intense day. But she still came the next day to greet them. The Duchess kindly invited Mrs. Edith to sit on a padded sofa. Then the girl understood that the Ludwigs couple already knew that the son had not slept with his wife. Axel Ludwig said he knew about the Count's daughter's excellent upbringing, but wanted to check if she was capable of working for the good of an aristocratic family. Mrs. Edith felt self-conscious from her father-in-law's question, but quickly replied that she knew how to manage the family budget and handle the documents. The Duke looked at her suspiciously. The young woman guessed that the man thought she was trying to steal or damage important documents. Kellen's young wife said that perhaps household management in the duchy had peculiarities. Therefore, she would not refuse to receive advice from her father-in-law. The young woman decided to ease some of the tension in the conversation and promised that she would do everything possible for any task to gain the trust of the Ludwig couple. The Duchess nudged her husband in the ribs to stop talking to his daughter-in-law so strictly, and proposed that the young woman start helping in 2 weeks. Jessica Ludwig asked Lady Edith to notify her immediately if she needed anything. Then the young woman commented that she wanted to get to know the castle better. The Duchess was about to reply that it was her husband's duty to show her the castle. But remembering that Killian avoided his wife, she said she would assign someone to her. Lady Edith thanked her new relatives and hurriedly left the room, because she could no longer bear the corset. The young woman slammed the door shut. She began to try to catch her breath, and in front of her appeared a person she recognized only from the book's description. It was Baron Renan Filch, with glasses and brown hair, the Duke's secretary, in charge of documents, and assigned as Lady Edith's guide through the castle. Seeing the young woman struggling to breathe, Baron Renan Filch asked about her well-being. But she reassured him, saying everything was fine. The Duke's secretary asked Lady Edith if she was ready for the guided tour now, since it would be very difficult for the Baron to spare time on another occasion. The brown-haired man suggested she follow him. As Lady Edith walked hurriedly, she reflected on the similarity between the book's world and reality. First, the Duke's assistant showed the young woman the room where the family jewels permitted for use in celebrations were kept. Then, Baron Renan Filch took Killian's wife to the room where weapons were stored and armor, and explained that these were used by His Highness and the two knights. The next place to inspect was the library, where rare book copies are kept. The Baron reported that any family member could enter at any time. The Duke's assistant mentioned that the same rule applies in the Sistine Hall, and opened the doors to a luxurious room that surprised Killian's wife. The place turned out to be bright and spacious, with sculptures, paintings, and other beautiful works of art. The Baron said that the estate's territory was enormous, and suggested ending today's tour in this room. Mrs. Edith had no objections and continued observing the place. The young woman reflected on how incredibly lucky she was to live in such a beautiful castle, and thanked the Duke's secretary for accompanying her on the tour. Mrs. Edith highlighted the eloquence and silky voice of the blonde boy, as the time spent with him passed unnoticed. Baron Renan felt flattered by the compliment, affirming that he was only doing his duty, and suggested continuing the tour of the rest of the estate the day after tomorrow. On the way back from the Sistine Hall, the Baron and Mrs. Edith passed by the large terrace. So the boy decided to take the opportunity to talk about her. The Duke's assistant informed Killian's young wife that an amazing view of the estate's inner courtyard could be enjoyed from the large terrace. The blonde boy commented that Her Grace used to sit here and have long conversations with her guests. The Duke's assistant observed and saw at the other end of the path the young master chatting with the beautiful Mrs. Eliza. The Baron felt offended by Killian's behavior. He didn't understand how a newly married man could speak kindly to another lady. The ruby-haired young woman also noticed the conversation and tried to remember how Edith acted in the original story. The Count's daughter preferred to ignore the situation and not show her resentment to correct the mistakes of the bad Mrs. Edith. Killian's young wife decided to continue talking about the terrace, saying that in mid-spring the view would be even more wonderful. Renan was surprised by the girl's positivity, as she had seen her husband with another woman. But Mrs. Edith proposed leaving the terrace, as the Baron had a lot of work. After finishing the tour, the Duke called Baron Renan into his study and asked for his opinion on Killian's wife. The Duke's assistant affirmed that Mrs. Edith was a very well-educated girl, and courteous, who had quickly memorized the structure of the estate. Baron Renan Filch also added that he noticed nothing strange in the new member's behavior. But he mentioned the incident on the Grand Terrace. The secretary's words diverted the Duke's attention from the documents, so he asked him to explain the details of the episode on the terrace. The recounting of the whole story enraged Axel Ludwig, who remembered asking the Baron to avoid trouble. The Duke explained that seeing his husband the day after the wedding flirting with another girl was a very conflicting situation. Axel Ludwig remembered how he convinced his stubborn son into this marriage so that Count Regelhof would not support Archduke Lenston. The Duke explained to the heir that he had to endure the marriage for a year. But the son replied that nothing much was to be expected from the groom, only a marriage of convenience. Baron Renan clarified that Mrs. Edith did not make a scene after what she saw on the terrace, but left calmly as if she hadn't seen anything. That clarification greatly surprised Duke Ludwig and made him question the unusual personality of his daughter-in-law. Count Regelhof's daughter. When Mrs. Edith finished dinner, the maid Anna began to clear the dirty dishes, and the mistress barely managed to stop herself from helping. Killian's wife wanted to thank the maid for her work, so she suggested she go rest and have lunch. The suggestion surprised the maid, but she obeyed the mistress and left, while Mrs. Edith sat contentedly. Proud of herself, the tenant of the villain's body understood that she could relax now, as relations were settled. And the protagonist of the story was Mrs. Alyssa. Alyssa Sinclair deserves to be at the center of the story, as her life had not been so beautiful before joining the Ludwig family. The descendants of the Sinclairs constantly mocked the illegitimate son of the Earl. But one day, Alyssa prevented Duchess Ludwig from falling off her horse. Thus, the blonde girl met her new family, who were moved by the cruel attitude shown to a kind girl. And innocent, the Duke and Duchess acquired custody rights over the adorable girl for a large sum of money. And later, according to the plot, the Sinclair family will regret this fact. The family rejected Alyssa, who in the future will join the ducal lineage. And at the end of the book, all positive characters get a happy ending. Lady Edith drank tea and reflected on how her character's fate would not be positive. But the young woman's real life could not be called successful either. The brunette's life was full of problems, and during a year of working at the company, the boss repeatedly abused his position. The girl ended her relationship via text message and later saw him enter a motel hugging another woman. After that, the brunette returned home thinking she would dedicate her life to reading web romances. But it turned out to be her last day of life. The young woman wondered what would happen after her death. Would they catch the killer? Would her parents cry? Lady Edith looked out the window and thought that probably no one would remember the girl after her death. so in a new body she would remember herself. From the window, a large tree could be seen, under which Lady Eliza sat reading a book. And the Count's daughter thought it would be nice to become friends with her. At that very moment, Lady Edith's husband appeared and asked the blonde girl about the book. She replied that she was reading the history of the imperial family. The blonde girl explained that she had not received an education and that she gained knowledge by reading, so that the Duke could quickly determine the young woman's future. Kellen smiled at Lady Eliza and offered to help her with her studies, typical phrases of any secondary character. Lady Edith watched the scene and thought that Cliff would advise Alyssa to abandon her studies and enjoy life with him. The ruby-haired young woman tried to stop spying and was already moving away from the window when she heard Lady Alyssa ask about her. Lady Edith was interested in what her husband would answer, but Kellen only said there was no need to worry, as she was only a prisoner of the situation. The man explained that the wife needed to stay in this castle for only a short time, and then disappear, but the wife's answer deeply saddened Edith. Meanwhile, at Sinclair Castle, the youngest daughter of Count Sinclair was furious about the marriage between Duke Ludwig's heir and Count Riegelhoff's daughter. Demian Sinclair, the eldest son of the Count, asked his sister, Layla Sinclair, the reason for her anger, and she replied that it was because of the wedding news. Layla explained that she didn't understand why precisely Count Riegelhoff's daughter, that wicked girl, had gotten married so well. Demian joked that perhaps the Ludwig family liked collecting useless women as a hobby. But his sister saw no humor in his joke. The young man said he saw no point in suffering over it. Then Layla understood that her brother knew something. That's why he was so calm. Count Sinclair's youngest daughter demanded that he tell her what he knew about this marriage. But her brother was not quick to give details. Demian Sinclair proposed going back a few years and analyzing the real causes of this union. He recalled that Count Riegelhoff controls iron ore mines, meaning raw material for manufacturing weapons. Layla didn't understand what her brother meant or what it had to do with weapons. So Demian clarified that authority currently depends on weapons. The brother told his sister that power is divided between Archbishop Langston, who wants to be emperor, and the factions supporting the current emperor. The Ludwig Duchy, a member of the imperial faction, had to attract Count Riegelhoff so he wouldn't switch to Langston's side. Layla started yelling at him for wasting her time and telling her a reason for the wedding that everyone already knew. Demian replied that the most interesting part started from that moment, because Duke Ludwig believes he has tamed Count Riegelhoff. But that is not the case. The young man told his sister the story of when he visited Count Riegelhoff's settlement and accidentally saw his father reprimanding his daughter. The Count was yelling at Edith, who was pitifully begging for mercy. Then the father said that the daughter must obtain information from the younger Count of Averstone. The Count threatened his daughter with withholding dinner for the entire week. And Demian understood that the image of the haughty villain Edith Riegelhoff was false. Layla was shocked by her brother's words and said it was hard to believe that Count Riegelhoff would use his own daughter to obtain information. Demian Sinclair suggested to his sister to observe the development of events to reveal the secret of the Riegelhoff family at the opportune moment. The sun was shining brightly when the Baron showed Mrs. Edith the second exit to the main terrace. It was the 7th and final day of the castle tour. Kilian Ludwig's wife marveled at the beauty and splendor of the place, as she had dedicated a week to its complete inspection. The only thing that worried Mrs. Edith was the end of the tour and the disappearance of the last task to keep her busy. Baron Renan told the young woman that she would not have to worry about idleness, since the Duchess had an errand for her. Mrs. Edith was overjoyed to hear it, as she had been struggling with idleness all this time. Monotony and loneliness. The young woman cheerfully went out to the inner courtyard and asked the Baron if she was correct in thinking that the Duchess's study was the third door on the left on the ground floor. When the Baron confirmed it, Mrs. Edith thanked the reddish-haired boy and said she was a capable student, which is why she remembered everything perfectly. The Baron murmured in response that it couldn't be otherwise, as he had spent 7 days clearly explaining the structure of the place. When Mrs. Edith entered the study enthusiastically, her mother-in-law greeted her with joy. And Mrs. Alyssa, Killian's wife, rushed to Alyssa because she was happy to have the opportunity to work together, and asked her to teach the new employee everything. Mrs. Alyssa's eyes lit up, and her cheeks flushed with shyness as the task of being a mentor was entrusted to her. The murmuring was interrupted when the Duchess mentioned being happy about the girls' friendship. Mrs. Edith apologized for not greeting her mother immediately. Jessica Ludwig smiled kindly and then entrusted Mrs. Alyssa with helping the daughter-in-law sort out the documents. While the girls were dealing with the papers, the Duchess got up from the table and began pacing in circles around the room, waiting for someone. The ruby-haired girl asked Alyssa what was happening, and the blonde replied that the Duchess was waiting for the Asters. Finally, the Duchess received the Asters from the Ryle workshops and proposed that the girls leave the task and move to the living room. Mrs. Edith remembered that this scene appeared in a novel, but she did not remember the details, so she would have to act according to the situation. Jessica Ludwig skimmed the dress catalog and understood that as she aged, she chose monotonous styles more often. The Duchess had the idea to ask the girls to suggest options from the catalog. Edith took the request as an exam and began to worry. The ruby-haired girl thought it was a trap, as the outcome was evident beforehand. Victory would go to Mrs. Alyssa. Edith tried to calm down and control herself, but she understood that she didn't stand a chance, since Alyssa was the novel's protagonist. Moreover, the blonde girl would be helped by the fact that she had lived for years with the Duchess. Enough time to learn her clothing preferences. While Mrs. Edith reasoned, the blonde made her choice. It was beautiful. The blue color would highlight her fair skin and amber eyes. The Duchess liked the dress, and the seamstress praised Mrs. Alyssa's taste, as the model belonged to a new collection and was made of silk, preferred by the imperial family. The woman turned to her daughter-in-law, asking her to show her choice, but the girl said it was impossible to surpass Mrs. Eliza's choice. Jessica Ludwig insisted that her son's wife point out the chosen dress, but upon seeing the model, she was shocked. The Duchess said that the dress looked exaggerated and bravely combined unusual colors. Lady Edith clarified that she would need that dress if the Duchess wanted to try something new in clothing. Jessica Ludwig commented that she knew the saying that the older a person gets, the more luxurious their clothes should be. But this dress has a design that is too flashy for her. Lady Edith understood that her mother-in-law didn't like the dress, but she didn't even expect to win in that state. The ruby-haired girl wants to accumulate points little by little to, someday, defeat the protagonist. Edith said that the mother is beautiful and elegant and would look good in that dress. The mother-in-law replied that she felt flattered and would trust her daughter-in-law's taste. The Duchess commented that she would order those 2 dresses and also wanted to choose outfits for Lady Alyssa together with her daughter-in-law. The blonde girl protested, explaining that she had enough dresses of her own, but no one listened to her. The Duchess and Lady Edith examined the catalog with interest, discussing that a dress with floral decoration would be ideal for a tea socialite. The daughter-in-law pointed to the pink dress and assured her mother that it would suit Alyssa very well, since she has pale skin and flushed cheeks. The seamstress joined the conversation and advised considering a white dress in imperial style, completing the look with an aquamarine brooch. Lady Alyssa said she didn't need anything, but no one paid attention. The Duchess ordered the seamstress to note down the order for 5 selected dresses. The Duchess proposed that Lady Edith look at new dresses, but she replied that she was already very tired of choosing clothes. The ruby-haired blonde asked Mrs. Rubel if she handled dress alterations. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Lady Edith ordered the maid to bring the dresses she wanted altered. A moment later, Lady Rewell saw a workbench with several outfits appear before her, and Lady Edith explained what she intended to do with them. She wanted to remove the detachable pieces, beads, and other ornaments, in addition to covering all excessively deep necklines. As she walked through the castle corridors, Lady Edith stretched contentedly, since she had a rather productive day. Today, she had sent the dresses for alteration and improved relations with Duchess Ludviga. If she called her mother, those relations would improve even more. When the ruby-toned young woman approached her room door, she found Killian waiting for her there. The man looked harshly at his wife and told her that Lady Alyssa had organized a tea on the terrace and had invited a friend. Internally, the girl noticed that in the original story, there was no episode where Lady Edith, the villain, was invited to tea. Killian silently asked her to follow him. Surely Lady Alyssa had tasked him with guiding his wife to the terrace. She walked behind her husband and thought that even from the back he was beautiful. Her narrow waist and broad shoulders were magnificent. When Killian suddenly turned around, the young woman only thought about whether he had noticed she was staring at him. The Duke's son warned her to control her tongue and not say nonsense, since Lady Eliza was part of the family. And more important than Lady Edith. It hurt Edith Riegelhoff to hear those words directed at her, as they deeply pierced her feelings. Killian was surprised and asked his wife if she could even be offended. Was she human and not a snake? With feelings, Lady Edith noticed that the Duke's son was an example of courtesy today. He was probably showing her how to behave at tea. The girl got the impression that he only wanted to ruin her mood and present her to her relatives as a terrible woman. Lady Edith told Killian that he wouldn't manage to anger the girl. Only hurt her and ruin the neutrality between you. The ruby-haired young woman was offended and left alone for the grand terrace, leaving her husband perplexed. Lady Edith found the terrace without a guide, and Lady Eliza was happy about the visitor's arrival, suggesting that the daughter-in-law understood the castle well. Cliff confirmed that Killian's wife had indeed adapted completely to life in the castle. Although he was worried that she was working too hard, Cliff suggested that the newlyweds take a trip to relax. Edith understood his trick. He only wanted to leave to court Alyssa. Killian replied that he was busy with matters. However, his brother could travel, since winter was over and the lands were ideal for visiting. Cliff was not disconcerted by the proposal. He praised his opponent's idea and suggested the beautiful blonde travel with him. Lady Alyssa was surprised by the proposal and didn't know what to say. The man with golden eyes reminded her of her dream to travel. Killian asked not to bother the blonde, and Cliff pointed out that if he traveled alone, Alyssa would end up in an uncomfortable situation anyway. Edith considered that it would be so, since now those three looked like two brothers and a sister. And if Cliff were absent, there would surely be malicious rumors. Cliff's supposed society would believe that hidden love affairs existed between the two remaining. Edith admired the cunning of the man with golden eyes and considered that his status as protagonist shaped his way of thinking. Cliff asked the daughter-in-law for her opinion on his solo trip and the situation that arose between her husband, and Lady Alyssa. Everyone at the table blushed upon hearing the question aloud. Lady Edith considered that asking such a delicate question during tea was a lack of manners. Apparently, the Duke's family had no manners. The ruby-haired woman looked at her frightened husband and thought that she did not expect love from her husband. But she wouldn't give in. Edith replied to Cliff smugly that this situation left her indifferent, a response that did not please Killian's arrogant brother. The Count's daughter pretended not to understand the essence of the question and explained to Cliff that inspecting the lands was the direct obligation of the Duke's heir. Killian's wife said she had no authority to order the Duke's son whether he should travel or not. But Cliff tried to clarify that this was not the issue. The woman paid no attention to the boy's objections and continued talking about how taking a companion could be a difficult test. Killian's young wife commented that Lady Alyssa wasn't even Cliff's wife to endure a long car ride and feel overwhelmed. The blonde girl liked Lady Edith's answer, but a second later changed her satisfied expression to a worried one and began to talk to Cliff. Lady Edith was surprised by the rapid change in mood, but preferred to think she was mistaken and had imagined it. Lady Eliza, with sadness in her voice, asked Cliff if he was leaving immediately to inspect. But the golden-eyed boy assured her that those were just the daughter-in-law's words. The count's daughter looked at the arrogant amber-eyed boy and knew that she had her main enemy in front of her. When night fell, Killian decided to walk on the grand terrace. But a memory of his young wife interrupted the peaceful stroll. Before his eyes appeared the episode of the tea party, when Edith sweetly smiled in response to her brother's sarcastic words about kindness and generosity of the daughter-in-law. Suddenly, Alyssa appeared on the terrace, already ready for bed, and asked the boy worriedly what had happened. Killian cheerfully replied that everything was fine, that he just wanted to breathe fresh air before sleeping, and commented that he had heard about new dresses for Alyssa. Alyssa explained that they were thanks to her mother. The Duchess always ordered too many clothes for her and made her feel uncomfortable. The young man told the girl that she shouldn't feel uncomfortable, as the mother expresses her love this way. She has always envied families with daughters. Killian said that the beautiful blonde deserves to be grateful for the dresses because she takes care of the Duchess and spends time with her. The Duchess has a husband and 2 sons who receive a strict chivalric education. So it is not strange that the mother has often felt lonely. Mrs. Alyssa nodded understandingly and said that in that case, the mother would have liked it even more if she could have gotten outfits for her daughter-in-law. Killian was very surprised to learn that his wife refused to buy new dresses and wanted to remake the old ones she had made before getting married. The young man reflected on the fact that he no longer recognized his wife as the haughty one, Edith Riegelhoff, who never wore the same dress twice. The husband was mistaken in thinking that his wife hated the dress workshops. But Mrs. Edith chose outfits for both her mother-in-law and Mrs. Alyssa. Killian concluded that his wife is a hypocrite, as her wedding dress was vulgar. And now she only wears modest clothes. The young man remembered that Mrs. Edith, formerly known as the hateful and unpleasant woman, barely bothered him anymore. Her words sounded logical and intelligent. The young husband remembered that even in provocative situations, his wife always behaved in a cultured manner and courteous. Killian got a headache from these thoughts, and Mrs. Alyssa said he was deeply mistaken. His wife had done nothing wrong in the workshop. The blonde girl couldn't believe that the young man still didn't like his own wife. Killian replied that he considered Edith Riegelhoff a lying snake, who was only staying quiet temporarily. But one day, she would raise her head and show her fangs. In the morning, the maid Anna reported that the mistress's blushes and perfumes were almost used up, and proposed calling a perfumer and cosmetics dealer. Mrs. Edith was perplexed, but soon realized that sooner or later this had to happen. Restocking cosmetics is a big expense, but at least she worried about the future. And she stored the precious gems she took out while altering dresses. The girl remembered that in her previous life she also saved money, but never spent it, much less on cosmetics. In the normal world, she used to hide in the bathroom to apply lipstick with an old lipstick. But now she understood that she had acted wrongly. In her past life, she tried to hide with makeup that she was not loved, but now she had been reborn in the body of an aristocrat who should indulge herself. Lady Edith asked the maid to call a perfumer, and internally thought it was time to learn how to spend money and buy luxurious things. A while later, decorated bottles with liquids of different colors appeared on the ruby-haired girl's table. And scents. In front of Lady Edith and the maid was the perfumer, inhaling the scent from a strip of paper moistened with the perfumes of Mrs. Ashley Rose. The perfumer assured the young woman sitting opposite him that he could easily replicate the perfume in the same volume as the previous bottle, and mentioned an approximate price. Upon hearing the price, the girl became nervous. She calculated that the cost of the bottle was double what she spent on food per month in reality. Noticing the mistress's scared face, maid Anna dared to ask the perfumer about perfumes of other rose varieties. The popular ones were perfumes based on titania roses, but they were long-lasting and very intense, not suitable for a young lady. Lady Edith imagined the perfumer as an insistent cosmetics store salesman who wouldn't stop talking about perfumes. The perfumer said he would advise her on Tess Rose or Nathaniel Rose perfumes. The scents would be luxurious and deeper than Ashley's. When Edith learned the cost of a bottle of the same size with the recommended perfumes, she almost fell off her chair. The price was double the previous one. Lady Edith, restraining her emotions, said she did not want to change her usual scent so drastically. The maid felt sorry for the mistress, as Anna understood that Lady Edith deserved more. So she intervened in the conversation with the perfumer again. Anna suggested mixing the usual Ashley Rose perfume with the new Nathaniel Rose one, since a deep scent note wouldn't harm a married lady. The perfumer called it an excellent compromise, as the cost of the obtained perfumes would be equal to the arithmetic mean of the two prices. Lady Edith was happy, but still haggled for a discount. But the perfumer refused, as he also wanted to make a profit. The young woman explained that she didn't want people talking about her large expenses after getting married. In return, Edith promised to become a regular customer. The perfume merchant was moved by this economy and austerity. He said the Duke had done very well with his daughter-in-law and yielded, offering a discount. After the perfumer left, Lady Edith sighed sadly and thought that too much money was spent in this world. They only bought perfumes, blush, and her brush. But her own greed cried bitterly in the girl's soul. Edith remembered that in her previous life she couldn't buy anything, because when she thought about spending, her hands started to tremble. The aristocrat reflected that she seemed pathetic now too, as she had money, but simply couldn't afford to spend it. For someone who values their meager salary and constantly suffers thefts from their brother, any expense feels like a sin. Lady Edith stretched happily at the thought that with time, she would learn to spend large sums easily. The girl thought that there were enjoyable things in the world without needing money. And the idea of visiting the Sistine Chapel came to her mind. Walking through the Sistine Chapel, the girl had the feeling of having rented an art museum. Lady Edith examined works of various shapes and sizes, and understood that no expensive fragrance could compete with such beauty. The girl marveled at the grandeur of the sculptures and the detailed stroke of the paintings. That looked like photographs. Monet's work especially attracted her attention, with the amazing reflections of light. The girl sat on the floor of the Sistine Hall and thought that by transferring her soul to Lady Edith, she could closely observe different masterpieces. Edith was interrupted by a masculine voice. She turned her head and saw her husband, who praised her original way of appreciating art. The girl said she didn't expect to run into anyone, and Curran murmured that he felt like seeing the estate's works of art. The husband took the opportunity to tease his wife. He commented that his father wasn't interested in art. And for his daughter, it was probably surprising that such a room existed. The girl didn't fall for the trap of starting an argument and replied that she was surprised, asking them to look at the painting with a warrior and a horse. Lady Edith reflected on the emotions in the work. The artist showed the brutality of war and in the man, the desire to end it. Edith explained that the brave warrior in the painting is not happy with the praises, since war is no reason for joy, even if you have an advantage. Curran looked at his wife with an inquisitive gaze, and then said that the painting was dedicated to his grandfather's fight in the war against the Yannick kingdom. Lady Edith apologized for not knowing the history of the painting, and Curran asked why she had come, since she wasn't interested in art before. Edith got up and replied that tastes change over time. Curran then asked his wife if she had a favorite author. The wife replied that she had recently become interested in art, but the curious husband couldn't believe she didn't know any author. Edith suspected that her husband was trying to tease her again. She replied that she truly didn't know, as they weren't interested in art in her county. During the conversation, the young people approached the painting depicting a little sheep and a small boy wrapped in a cloth. When Edith looked closer, she noticed that the boy resembled Killian, who explained that as a child he had been a model for an artist friend of his father. The young woman didn't even raise an eyebrow when she heard it and continued observing the painting, while Killian asked her why she was looking at him for so long. Lady Edith diverted her gaze from the canvas and calmly concluded that a small boy appeared there. Upon hearing this, Killian became enraged. the man passionately tried to convince his wife that only his head appeared in the painting, and the body belonged to another, but she only nodded indifferently. The boy wouldn't shut up. He explained that a noble son couldn't undress in front of the artist, but she coldly replied that she already understood. Killian got upset, felt offended by his wife, and left the Sistine Hall, shouting at Edith that it was impossible to discuss art with her. The young woman shrugged and thought that her husband had worried in vain, as it had only been a joke. Moreover, he surely had more problems now. Lady Edith strolled through the flowery greenhouse, enjoying nature and the strange weather, and reflected on her luck to have been reincarnated into this body. Aristocratic life was peaceful. The sun shone almost every day, a cool summer breeze blew, and the air was pure and clean. The time traveler had already gotten used to the world, where she had to do the minimum amount of work, and which gave tons of free time to enjoy life in the duchy. She could visit the Sistine Hall every day, which was inside the palace, and eat luxurious dishes at every meal. The redhead reasoned that she hadn't established relationships with all the book characters, but yes, with some who looked at her with warmth and respect, like the maid Anna. Baron Renan Filch entered the greenhouse with several scrolls and was surprised to see Lady Edith. But she explained that every morning she visited some part of the estate for a walk. The ruby-haired young woman thanked the brown-haired man for telling her about many interesting places in the palace during the guided tour. Lady Edith boasted of having been to the Sistine Hall several times. Then she bombarded the Baron with questions about whether he liked the weather and when he had eaten. Renan Filch said he had a lot of work, but would meet Lady Edith later. The young woman waved goodbye to the departing Baron. Afterwards, Renan stopped for a moment and looked uneasily at Killian's wife, thinking that nothing would happen yet. Lady Edith moved among the trees towards a place with a clear view of the training ground. Her daily goal. She watched her husband and mentally noted that he was in particularly good shape today. His sweaty muscles shone under the sun. She was still surprised today. Although she saw his training every day, she couldn't stop admiring his broad shoulders and defined chest. Lady Edith thought Killian was impulsive and annoying, but she couldn't deny that he was incredibly attractive. More than Cliff. The protagonist's body looked square and unnatural, while she preferred her husband's. It looked real and stylized. Edith decided to stop delighting in the view and move away, if she didn't want to be late. Suddenly, Killian looked up and smiled openly. At that moment, Lady Edith thought she had been discovered. A man with a bare torso called Alyssa waved to her, and Edith sighed in disappointment, since she didn't know her husband smiled like that. That day, Lady Edith was working with documents and realized that she never imagined being able to lose her head over a man. She found a justification and remembered that in her previous life, she never met anyone so handsome. Due to obsessive thoughts about her husband, Edith couldn't concentrate, something crucial as she had documents about weapons and armor. The information about the family's armament status intrigued her. She thought that now they were entrusting her with serious responsibilities. Suddenly, Lady Alyssa appeared and asked the ruby-haired woman what she was doing. The answer surprised the blonde girl. The daughter-in-law reported organizing data from the documents into tables, but the blonde girl didn't understand what Edith was talking about. Then, the ruby-haired young woman realized that in this world, they didn't know the concept of tables, and began to explain it, although she was surprised by her lack of knowledge. Lady Erin told the blonde that tables were good because information was perceived better. But Alyssa didn't like the explanation. She said people wouldn't understand tables. The Duchess observed the girls conversing and marveled at how Alyssa was wonderfully helping Edith. Alyssa shone from the mother's praise, while Edith thought the situation was unfair, since it was she who explained the concept to Alyssa, not the other way around. The girl reflected that this world of novels was no different from the real one. In her past life, there were also situations at work where colleagues betrayed her. Immersed in her emotions, Edith gathered the courage to call her mother and ask her opinion on tables. Naturally, the Duchess didn't know them. The daughter-in-law began to explain to her mother-in-law the structure of tables, where the most essential information was briefly noted. And easy to understand. While explaining, Edith threw a look at Alyssa, who was standing alone on the sidelines, and thought she had acted badly and betrayed the blonde girl. The ruby-haired girl considered that, on the one hand, Lady Eliza had forced her. But on the other hand, she promised herself to renounce the villain's role. The mother thanked her daughter-in-law and kept admiring the new method for organizing important information. The mother-in-law declared that from today, this new and practical method would be applied to her work. With various documents, the Duchess asked Edith to make tables for all the documents she was working on, so that anyone could see and learn them. The daughter-in-law was pleasantly surprised by the request, as it meant a lot of work. But she was still glad that her idea was valued. Meanwhile, Lady Eliza only watched the scene with sadness and resentment. Later, Killian entered the study to visit his mother. The Duchess decided to show the new grid-style data registration method proposed by her wife. And Eliza chose to observe. Killian reviewed the papers with tables and couldn't believe such an effective method had been devised by Edith Riegelhoff. The Duchess's son praised the innovative structuring method, said it was clear and useful for most. But he managed to find a flaw in the system. The young man explained that in compressed format, confidential information about the duchy's affairs was easier to get out of the castle without anyone noticing. The Duchess understood what was hidden behind the complaint and asked her son to be kinder to his wife, since she also hadn't freely chosen the marriage of convenience. The conversation between mother and son was interrupted by a knock on the door, and Baron Renan Filch appeared in the doorway. The red-haired young man apologized for the interruption, as he didn't know the master was also there, and said he could return later. The Duchess invited him to stay and showed him the data registration method devised by Edith, while Killian watched with displeasure. When the mistress changed the topic to the Duke's assistant, Killian approached Alyssa and asked her opinion on his wife's work. Alyssa replied that the mistress was right, that she admired the daughter-in-law as she was intelligent and capable and quickly learned what she didn't know. The young woman said that Killian's wife was well-educated, which improved the quality of her work, something that couldn't be said about herself. Sometimes, the blonde girl felt like she only worked with the Duchess because she had lived next to her for many years, since she didn't even have an education. The young man thought that if even the blonde girl envied Mrs. Edith, then his wife's intellectual abilities were truly high. He remembered her reflections on the Sistine Chapel. He became suspicious upon realizing that his wife's intelligence did not come from her upbringing. Edith Riegelhoff, vulgar and foolish, bore no resemblance to her real version, so Killian understood that the young woman had simply been very well prepared. One early morning, just as it was beginning to dawn, Killian knocked on Lady Edith's door. Something the girl didn't expect at all. Edith was wearing a robe and nightgown. She regretted not having already put on her day clothes and began to guess the reason for her husband's unexpected visit. Killian's wife supposed she had been caught spying during a walk, or that Lady Eliza had been upset because of the tables. The ruby-haired young woman let the guest in and asked ironically if he had come so early because he missed her. Deep down, the young wife hoped to hear an affirmative answer, but the husband replied that he understood her impatience, and he was about to get straight to the point. Edith thought that every time she saw her husband, no jokes occurred to her, because apologizing to him would be useless. Lady Edith knew her husband would scold her, so she tried to delay the moment and changed the subject to the beautiful morning outside. Killian's wife pointed out that the wind was still cold, but surely when the sun came out completely, it would warm up. And the man listened patiently. But when Edith reached for the window handle to open it and let in fresh air, her husband's nerves gave way. The young man approached Edith from behind, leaned close to her, and slammed the window shut, telling her that her ways of protesting were quite simple. Killian whispered in his wife's ear that he had found her out. Edith hadn't ordered dresses at the godmother's favorite atelier because she didn't like them. The boy said it couldn't be that Edith Riegelhoff known for changing dresses like gloves, left the atelier empty-handed. The girl replied mentally to her husband that she hadn't ordered anything because she wanted to demystify the image of a wasteful girl. And flashy. She didn't understand how Killian found a reason to hate that, but realized it was just the tip of his resentment. The husband asked her to be direct and stop hiding things, and then Edith's resentment ignited like a match. Pushing him, the girl shouted that the boy didn't know her at all and that his suspicions were unfounded. Since if she hadn't liked the studio, she would have found another one and ordered her dresses there. Edith spoke excitedly, saying it was obvious that Kieran was just looking for excuses to hate his wife and convince himself that it was her fault. The girl shrieked that everything was clear even at the wedding, as not a day went by without her husband accusing her of something, so that he himself could find peace. She added that he was behaving like a coward, but it was time to realize and accept that he wasn't the only victim in the situation. The boy stared stunned at his furious interlocutor, then frowned and said he didn't believe her emotional outburst. Kieran recalled that the marriage was formed by blackmail and threats directed at the duchy. But Edith protested, as she hadn't done it personally. He said that Edith came from Count Riegelhoff's family, so she wasn't that different from her relatives. The girl was speechless and realized that, both inside and outside the castle, she would always be seen as one of the dishonest family with a bad reputation. Edith sadly told him she didn't know anything about her. Curran then paused, turned off his anger, and decided to leave. In the end, the husband told his wife that he had heard the mother praise her work, so he advised her not to be cunning or do anything suspicious. After the conversation, Edith squatted down. She hugged her knees. She cried with pain like a child and thought that this wasn't the first time this had happened to her. Wiping away her tears, she reflected that she no longer wanted to stay there for the luxury. The girl was only interested in devising a plan to run away. Curran returned to his room and felt unwell, with a headache, perhaps due to the rose scent permeating his wife's room. The boy tried to mentally analyze the recent conversation, but his head hurt a lot. And he didn't know what to think now. He had always seen her as a typical heiress of her father, the cunning and despicable Count Riegelhoff. But in the morning, Edith didn't mention his name even once. Killian had the image of Edith speaking sadly and calmly before his eyes. The boy couldn't imagine what she meant. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice called him. It was Alyssa, who worriedly asked the boy how he felt as he looked pale. Alyssa placed her hand on Killian's forehead. He perceived a soft scent of violets and thought that the light-haired young woman was like a wildflower, alive and simple. The blonde girl said the young man didn't have a fever and finally understood the cause of his malaise. He had been saturated with the unpleasant rose perfume. Killian concluded mentally that Edith was simply pretending to be a good girl. But she was a spy and traitor sent by Count Riegelhoff. The young man hugged Alyssa and said that he had met a lying girl today. And unhappy. That's why he felt bad. The beautiful blonde advised the Duke's son not to refer to Mrs. Edith so rudely. That same day, the maid Anna entered the mistress's room to ask if she had any tasks. And the sad Mrs. Edith was by the window, reliving memories. In her past life, when the young woman was sad, she would buy a large glass of Americano and go for a walk aimlessly around the city. Mrs. Edith asked if Anna could go for a walk with her. The maid replied affirmatively and suggested notifying the Duchess. The young woman, accompanied by the maid, left the place for the first time and was thrilled, since she was unfamiliar with the area surrounding the castle. Mrs. Edith was slightly taken aback by Anna's question about the purpose and direction of the walk, but she managed to reply that she hadn't yet gone alone to the main street. The mistress said that in this matter she hoped for the maid's help, and Anna was happy to be able to help her mistress. The maid advised Mrs. Edith to decide what activity she wanted to do, so they could choose the direction of the walk and the destination. Anna reflected for a moment and began listing possible options for places to visit during this walk to the mistress. The maid mentioned that on Lebelmary Street there are small jewelry stores. a professional atelier, and a dessert cafe. Anna mentioned Darcy Street, where theaters, museums, art galleries are located. Reliable banks and the most famous pastry shop. The maid told the story of the Peridot pastry shop. A queue forms in front of its walls before opening, and everyone wants to buy their desserts there. Lady Edith praised Anna's erudition and asked her to show the location of a good jeweler, since it was useful to know safe places. Anna named 3 jewelers she would recommend, and Lady Edith was surprised by her level of information. The girl guessed that her maid had been created to help the writer, as she was an encyclopedic character who explained the subtleties of the world. Standing in front of the place's doors, Anna reminded her mistress that they hadn't decided where to go yet. So Edith mentioned La Belle Marie Street. Lady Edith and the maid left the jeweler with a lot of money obtained by selling the precious stones they had removed from the renovated dresses. Anna said that although the stones were small, their price was high, and she suggested going to Darcy Street to visit a bank. Upon leaving the bank, Lady Edith raised her hands cheerfully and shouted that she had finally finished all her business. The girl was slightly hesitant about how local banks worked, but opening an account turned out to be easier than she imagined. Lady Edith told Anna that now, with the money outside the castle, she felt calm, since they didn't know if they would be kicked out of the duchy. The girl apologized, as almost the entire walk had been for important errands. And she suggested the maid choose a restaurant with delicious food. Lady Edith cut a tender breaded fish with a spicy sauce and commented that now, with her financial backing, she could fulfill her dream. The girl thought about her future escape and asked Anna about ways for commoners without their own carriages to travel. The maid replied that such people rent a cart or pay for seats in the cargo wagon if they don't have money for the passenger wagon. Anna told the mistress that the cargo wagon resembles a covered cart, that it is very cramped there and shakes a lot due to the high density of seats. The maid said that to get to the nearby city, you have to take the train at the south gates. But housing rental prices are not always affordable. Anna told the mistress about the lice-infested stables where people sometimes sleep, and dried her mouth with a napkin after tasting a delicious dish. Lady Edith thought that Anna served the Ludwig family, so she would happily bring them the news about her escape plans and decided to stop talking. The young woman thanked her maid for accompanying her and helping her with chores. Her mood improved considerably. To answer the rest of her questions, Lady Edith had to spend several days in the library reading books on different topics. She wondered if she would be able to handle a new job after reading several books on that subject. Her reflections were interrupted by the appearance in the doorway, who announced that the Duchess was looking for her, since a jeweler had arrived. Edith was surprised to hear those words, as according to the novel's plot, it meant the beginning of an episode where Lady Edith was humiliated. In the novel, the scene where Edith loses to Alyssa begins with a visit from the jeweler from the opalite store, who comes to the county every season. Almost all members of the Duchess's family were in the hall, dedicating their attention solely to the beautiful blonde. Lady Alyssa felt uncomfortable with the fact that Lady Edith remained on the sidelines. The blonde girl asked those present to stop and look at the ruby necklace, and suggested that the ornament would suit Edith well. But Edith did not appreciate the initiative and said that she completely disliked the ruby necklace, as it looked bland and simple. The ruby-haired girl expressed her assumption that Alyssa wanted to hurt Edith by saying that the discreet ornament suited her particularly well. Alyssa said she had no bad intentions, but Edith advised her not to worry, since she always knew when someone used an ironic tone with her. The arrogant young woman casually remarked that the other jewels Alyssa considered had caught her attention. Then Cliff, the main male character, bought all the jewels she showed to his sister, and Edith was left only with that discreet necklace. Edith sat on the living room sofa and thought that the jeweler's visit should be more positive today than the identical episode from the book. As in the book, all family members, except the Duke, exchanged lively conversations about the jewelry. But Killian's wife did not participate in the conversation. Edith felt lonely and noticed that the day was passing more strangely than usual. The Duchess ignored her despite liking her daughter-in-law's advice. The wife looked at her husband and remembered that she didn't want to come here at all, because after that incident, she felt discomfort in his company. Killian proposed to Lady Eliza to buy another precious ornament. She protested. Then he called Edith and pointed to the ruby necklace. The ruby-haired girl looked at the necklace and was impressed by its beauty. Elissa suggested Edith try it on. The woman reached out for the jewel, but another hand pushed her. Edith looked up at Killian, who intended to take it off the mannequin. The husband took the necklace and told his wife to turn around. Killian's expression reflected a strong desire not to show gallantry towards his wife. Edith didn't understand why the young man was suddenly so attentive and gallant, but she realized the cause was the close presence of her mother-in-law. Everyone looked at Edith with admiration, so she decided to support her husband, pretend to be a loving wife, and ask Killian's opinion on the necklace. At first, the young man was surprised by his wife's kindness, said the ornament looked good, and asked the jeweler to give him the receipt. Lady Edith smiled without pretense, as it was her first gift from her husband. Jokingly, she thought she would sell the jewel for a lot of money. Such a gift made Killian an exemplary husband. So Cliff, moved by envy, promised to buy his sister the rest of the accessories. The Duchess retorted to her son that in that case, the daughter-in-law would receive nothing, but the young woman replied that one necklace was enough. Lady Edith realized with horror that she would never sell the necklace her husband gave her. Not even in the worst moments. At night, the young woman sat by the fireplace. She reviewed her correspondence and threw invitations into the fire, wondering if the previous Edith attended parties. Among the various messages, Edith discovered an envelope with the crest of Count Regelhoff. Without hesitation, she took the letter and decided to read it carefully. Edith read the letter without skipping a single word. But the text deeply surprised her. Count Regelhoff wrote that a lot of time had passed, and it was time to fulfill his part, since Edith had already gotten used to life in the Duchess's family. In the message, the father mentioned that it had reached his ears that his daughter was working on the duchy's documents together with her mother-in-law. The Count expressed his interest in information about the Ludwig family's armor and weapons, and demanded that Edith steal or deliver them summarized. Edith thought that if the Count knew about her work with the documents, it meant that in the castle. Among the staff, there were spies from Regelhoff. The letter angered her, and she decided to reply saying she had been living in the duchy for a long time, and that she understood how wonderful it was. Edith wrote that if anyone dared to disturb the stability of the duchy, they should prepare to lose their entire family. The young woman tried to explain to the Count in the letter that noble titles depended solely on the will and authority of the emperor, and that there was no reason to hate the Ludwig family. Edith clarified that the emperor and the princess were alive, that their power was solid, and that Archduke Langston should not try to claim the throne. In the end, Edith advised her father to abandon the idea of treason, to start cooperating with Duke Ludwig, and recognize his protection. Killian's wife finished the letter and sighed in relief, as she had finally told her father everything she wanted. It seemed to Edith that the phrase, "out of the frying pan and into the fire," would fit the current situation well. The young woman understood that Count Regelhoff would probably not give up his ambitions, but concluded that this was not her daughter's concern, a married lady. Edith felt satisfied with her work, but she didn't know that soon Duke Ludwig would accuse her of humiliating his father and tarnishing the honor of the house. A few days later, Edith found herself in the Duke's study, where he sternly asked her if she had handed over documents from the Ludwig family to third parties. The young woman shook her head. Then Duke Ludwig demanded that she swear on her father's honor to confirm the truth of her words. Lady Edith swore without fear or doubt by the honor of Count Regelhoff. Moreover, she did it for her own honor and her life. Around the Duke's table were his sons and his assistant, Baron Renan Filch, who told his daughter-in-law that she had just humiliated his father and stained the family honor. Edith asked, bewildered, what it was about. Then the Duke asked Baron Renan to show him certain documents. The young woman deduced that the Baron had given her the same documents she had been working with. The Duke confirmed Edith's suspicion and clarified that the papers were worthless. The man explained that he himself had instructed Renan to prepare them and give them to Edith. A short time later, Count Regelhoff sold items mentioned in those documents. The Count's action confirmed that false information had been leaked and that Edith was guilty. Baron Renan watched the young woman with concern and fear. The daughter-in-law, with a serious expression, declared that she did not understand what the accusation consisted of since she had done her job and had not given anything to anyone. Cliff smiled while watching his brother's wife, while his father looked at him sternly, and said he felt disappointed by the young woman's desperate defense. Edith did not stop fighting for justice and asked the severe Duke if the documents had only been shown to her. The Duke's secretary, the study servants, and finally the Duchess saw the documents, and Lady Alessa helped review them. Then the Duke addressed his daughter-in-law as Edith Regelhoff and asked how she dared to accuse members of the Ludwig family. Words that deeply offended the young woman. She reflected, noting that it was the same in the original. After the wedding, they addressed the main villain by her maiden name. Not Ludwig. Edith's nerves failed, and she shouted asking what surname Lady Eliza had. But the Duke severely advised her to watch her tongue. The ruby-haired young woman furiously repeated her question about the Duchess's involvement and Lady Eliza in the information leak. From the beginning of working with the documents, Edith understood that if any suspicious incident occurred, the blame would fall on her. Upon finishing her defense, Edith mentioned the fake documents and stated that the Ludwig family had never entrusted her with anything. The girl deduced it was a calculated plan. She was appointed to that job on purpose, but they wouldn't give her truly important documents. The Duke wanted to provoke Count Regelhoff and decided to use his daughter-in-law, creating a situation that implicated him in treason. The Duke and Edith's husband were surprised by the young woman's cunning, but she was only trying to clarify everything and find out who was responsible for the leak. She didn't understand how the information had reached Count Regelhoff if she had written to him that she would not be his accomplice. Edith thought it was a pity that Renan had betrayed her, but not as much as selling data to competitors. And Lady Eliza couldn't have shared them with strangers either. She concluded that there were spies in Count Regelhoff's castle stealing the information. And the Count's daughter didn't understand the purpose of the fictitious marriage. In the original story, the bad Edith did take care of delivering the documents of the Ludwig family. And the flow of information to Count Regelhoff was incessant. According to the book's plot, the Ludwig family gave false information to the Count so easily. And they deceived him without consequences. In the novel, Edith's character had a trial period, but she violated it, was discovered, and received severe punishment, becoming a social outcast forever. The Count's daughter understood that the book's story repeated anyway. No matter how much she tried to correct the villain's mistakes and change the course of the determining events. Edith deeply regretted not being able to change the course of the novel, and now she would fall to the bottom until she finally died at the hands of her husband. Tears streamed from her eyes, but she tried to control herself in front of Duke Ludwig and the young lords and reminded them of her oath of honor and life. In a calm tone, the daughter-in-law asked for her neck to be cut if the Duke was sure of her guilt. Killians didn't like that request at all. Even Cliff leaned towards his father and begged him to conduct further investigation first. But the Duke didn't even raise an eyebrow. The golden-eyed boy suggested stopping the suspect first. The Duke imposed a trial period on her. Upon hearing about a trial period, the young woman lost all hope and thought that this situation exactly coincided with an episode from the novel. The Duke was going to instruct the Baron to escort his daughter-in-law under guard, but Killians took the initiative. He grabbed his wife's hand and dragged her out of the study. Edith tried to resist and stop her husband, but he just roared furiously for her to follow him. Everyone present watched the scene, amazed by the intense hostility the man showed towards his wife over the supposed treason. Killians dragged his wife down the corridor and angrily asked her if she had lost her mind, since she herself offered the Duke to execute her. The Duke's son explained to his wife that his father had the nickname Ironhead in the war. He unhesitatingly sent armies and prisoners to death. Killian's wife was surprised that her husband was so concerned about her request to be beheaded. But Killian's replied that he only wanted justice. The husband said that justice must prevail. If Edith is a criminal, she deserves punishment. And if she is innocent, she will not suffer. Edith pointed out that the Duke's family did not trust her sister-in-law. Therefore, she also has no reason to trust the honesty of her relatives. The young woman smiled ironically. She said that anyway, everyone in this family considered her guilty and indifferently headed to her chambers. Edith leaned on the table and explained that her life depended on the Duke. He provided her with false documents and informed her that her father had used them. The girl looked at her bewildered husband and told him that if the Ludwig family continued the investigation, her end would come. The Count's daughter sighed and sadly pronounced that all that remained for her was to stay locked up within 4 walls and humbly await the verdict. Killian swore on his honor and promised to conduct a fair investigation without prejudice or preconceptions. The husband explained that he would ensure that only unfavorable circumstances were not considered in favor of the wife. The young lord guaranteed that during the investigation, he would keep Edith informed and in contact, providing her with key events of the case. The girl flattered her husband's words, thanked him, then smiled gracefully, and asked a direct question that worried the young man. Edith reminded Killian of his words about the desire to remain impartial, and asked what he would do if Alyssa were among the suspects. The next day, a line of guards from His Highness's regiment waited in the square in front of the Imperial Palace, ready to receive the carriage. Baron Filch and Clift got out of the carriage, who gallantly helped Lady Alyssa down. Suddenly, someone called the young blonde girl. The quick footsteps of a young woman with a short haircut and a tight dress echoed on the cobblestones. It was Princess Katrin Iberia. She shrieked enthusiastically, saying she missed and was happy to see the beautiful blonde. Since in her company, she became cheerful and kind. Her Highness, Princess Katrin, was the reigning emperor's younger sister and his only blood relative. One day, Princess Katrin flatly refused to wear dresses. Even at solemn events, she appears in shorts. Her Highness the Princess was the only aristocrat in the empire with short hair. Her behavior was also bad. She was the most selfish and spoiled princess in the empire's history. The servants nicknamed her Highness, the walking horror of the palace. When the 3 guests got out of the carriage and greeted Her Highness, she protested, asking to be called only by her name. Her Highness leaned close to the beautiful blonde's face and asked if her feelings had not diminished during the separation. Cliff asked the princess to stop bothering Alyssa. Catherine then thought about how easily her ex-boyfriend now communicated with her. Catherine said that the guests shouldn't worry, as she was joking. But the Duke's son commented that the princess's jokes were hard to distinguish from sarcasm. When the princess and the guests entered the castle, the young woman asked where Killian was, and why he hadn't come either. Lady Eliza clarified that her brother got married, so he couldn't leave his wife. Cliff observed that the marriage could hardly be called a union. The young lord smiled maliciously and said that this marriage would be better called a political alliance with the Regelhof County. The princess clarified to the guests whether they had come exclusively to discuss the unpleasant people with the surnames Regelhof and Leston. Cliff confirmed His Highness's suspicions and said that everything could turn out well, since Edith Regelhof turned out to be dumber than he calculated. Katrin frowned indignantly, while Cliff smiled, as he knew the princess couldn't stand political conversations. Katrin snatched Lady Alyssa from the young lord's company and said she had planned to have fun with the blonde. At that moment, the imperial secretary came out into the hallway and announced that the emperor was free and ready to receive guests. The princess commented that it was timely. Now Cliff would have someone to discuss political news with. She said goodbye and sent greetings to the Duke and Duchess. The young man watched Catherine walk away, who was taking Alyssa, and promised to show her the horse in the stable. and remembered yesterday's incident. Cliff found his brother in the hallway and asked if everything went well. But Killian grunted for him to go away, as his head was about to explode. Cliff asked if Killian wanted to go with him to the Imperial Palace if he didn't feel like it. To which the brother became very enraged. Howling, Killian lunged at his brother and asked why he was going now, as it was too early to present the investigation report to the Emperor. The golden-eyed young man replied that his father had sent him. He tried to object that the investigation was not finished, but he didn't remember. The girl was lying on the hospital bed and crying silently. Suddenly, a soft, childish voice asked if it hurt a lot. She sat up and saw Edu, her roommate, near the bed, and the tearful girl supposed she had woken her up with her cries. Edu replied that everything was fine, as she also cried often and asked the girl if she was crying because of the threat of her own death. The girl confirmed her roommate's assumption and said it would have been better if she had committed suicide, since she caused so many problems. She told how her parents were experiencing great difficulties due to her illness, and that her older brother constantly fought with them. The boy could be a bone marrow donor. He is afraid of the operation and refuses to help his sister. Wishing her a quick death, the girl deduced that she wanted to die immediately and free her loved ones from troubles. While Edu sat more relaxed, leaning on her hands, Edu replied with a smile that in life, not everything is as one wishes, and commented that she envied her neighbor for having a relative with the same bone marrow. Edda decided to share her dream and said that what she wanted most in life was to turn 20. Her roommate had thought in detail about her dream. At 20, she gathers her long hair into a ponytail and applies makeup. Edda imagined a beautiful 20-year-old young woman going out into the street to walk among the people and observe how their life goes on. The roommate confessed that now no difficulty scares her. She can overcome everything as long as she has the opportunity to do so. The small girl looked at her interlocutor with amazement. Now this life episode comes to her when things get tough. Edith woke up frightened with tears in her eyes and reflected on the value of life. Since in the hospital, Edda had said she was afraid to die. The ruby-haired young woman remembered that as soon as Edda received the bone marrow, she disappeared from the hospital without even saying goodbye. This incident taught Edith forever that as long as she is alive, she can endure everything and overcome any difficulty. During the day, the young woman thought that changing perspective had given new colors to her life. Even conditional confinement was not a problem. Edith happily reflected that the test must be a punishment, but for an introverted person. Confinement in a room is a gift of fate. The Countess planned to spend this time alone, dedicating it to herself and her hobbies. But the plan was interrupted by the arrival of her husband. Killian wanted to have lunch together, but sat silently at the table. Edith supposed he simply didn't want to start a conversation in front of the maids. Killian's wife realized she was mistaken, as when the servants left the room. Leaving the couple alone, the young man remained silent. The young woman was the first to speak. She asked the boy about the reason for his unexpected visit. Killian murmured that he didn't have time for conversations and continued calmly chewing a piece of dry bread dipped in soup. Edith became enraged by this answer. She advised the gentleman to hurry up and tried to understand what made her attractive to her. The young woman hated her husband's coldness and pride, but he himself didn't care at all about her complicated nature. Lady Edith suspected that Killian considered himself a handsome young man with an athletic body and a nice face. That's why he thought he could do whatever he wanted. The young woman returned to her past mind when she read a forum about marriages based on appearance. She felt ashamed to think like that. Edith remembered that there they talked about the duration of the marriage, since arguments ceased when the wife looked at her husband's face. Killian's wife decided to put aside all her thoughts and start happily having lunch. Since the dishes looked delicious, the young woman delightfully enjoyed the contents of the dishes, while the young lord looked at her with reproach. The husband reported that the investigation is in the stage of looking for loopholes for information leaks, and noted that Alyssa had also become an interested party. The wife feigned interest and kept putting food in her mouth. The young man was surprised that she didn't choke. He addressed Edith again and asked her not to worry, since Lady Eliza was not the only one they were investigating. The young woman looked at him without understanding and smiled, replying that she never thought about worrying, since she knew she was innocent. Edith commented that the broth had been incredibly tasty, but unfortunately it was finished, although there was still bread left. Killian then brought her a cup of soup. The young lord indicated that it was an extra portion specially prepared and wished the young woman a good appetite. After lunch, the young woman returned to her room and lay down on the bed, thinking about the void in her soul that had now emerged. In her previous life, she had many hobbies, reading web novels or doing origami. That's why Edith could have a good time in her free time. The ruby-haired girl sadly realized that in the world of the novel, none of that existed. And she asked the maid, Anna, what ladies do on days like that. Anna named embroidery and painting as hobbies for the ladies there, and added that active aristocrats practice horse riding. For a moment, Mrs. Edith imagined embroidering and thought that she couldn't skillfully handle the needle. She remembered that in her past life, in the art club, she drew a puppy, but the teacher saw an elephant. Edith concluded that resuming drawing was a bad idea and thought about horse riding, but realized that she was very afraid of horses. Killian's wife smiled shyly and asked Anna to think of other options for leisure. The maid remembered that currently it is fashionable to embroider dresses and dress wooden dolls with them. This pastime is popular among the children of aristocrats. Their parents spare no expense because it helps develop sewing skills. Edith thought that this resembled children's entertainment in real life. Dressing Barbie dolls, something she couldn't afford in her childhood. The girl learned through Anna that wooden dolls are made by their parents, or they buy them in artisan shops that carve them. Edith became interested in the prices and took out her purse to give Anna enough money to buy dolls. Fabrics and a sewing machine. The ruby-haired girl handed the bills to Anna and ordered her to keep the change from the purchases as a reward. The maid was surprised by this good deed and said she didn't need a reward, since serving the mistress was her job. Edith understood that the maid Anna and Baron Renan were the only characters who treated her well, even if it wasn't convenient for them. The mistress insisted that Anna accept the money, explaining that the sum was not enough to be considered a bribe or offend the proud maiden. Lady Edith convinced the servant to consider the gift as a token of gratitude and not dare to refuse. Otherwise, the mistress would be offended. At night, Edith practiced her new hobby. It wasn't so bad at first, but in the end, it was impossible to make dresses for the lady. In the morning, while waiting for the maid, she imagined relaxing by sewing. But in reality, everything turned out more complicated. As usual, Anna prepared herself fully, shopped for hours, visited the tailor, and ordered several pattern designs. The dolls were bought as a pair set. The maid assured her that if more wishes arose, she could turn to her. The ruby-haired girl noticed that the maid was kinder to her, but her face remained sad. Sewing dresses turned out to be difficult. But Lady Edith was relieved by the idea that it was just a hobby, and not everything had to go well. Edith reflected that hobbies exist for people to invest time and money in fun and rest. She realized that in her previous life, she didn't usually think about resting without calculating the time and the money spent. Looking at the dolls, Edith noticed that she was finally living her own life in the perfect world she moved to. She analyzed her work and concluded that on the outside it looked good, but inside it was a mess. To celebrate the end of the day, Edith kissed the dolls and then planned the next session. She put them on the table, contemplated them, and thought about trying embroidery while she felt like it. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Killian burst in shouting that he had found a document written in Edith's handwriting during his investigation. On one occasion, at Sinclair's castle, sister and brother were enjoying tea and chatting about the latest events. Layla commented with disdain on the news that Edith Riegelhoff managed to obtain an exit ban after the wedding. Demian asked if his sister had heard about the theft of ducal documents by the newlywed. The boy supposed that Edith surely acted fast, since her father planned to attack the duchy within a year. Demian told his sister that from the beginning he suspected the plans of the count's daughter, since even under the risk of a penalty, she stole information. Layla tensed, thinking that the count had obtained secret documents. But Demian reassured her by stating that the Duke would not have given valuable documents to his daughter-in-law. His brother suggested that Edith had been given fake documents with erroneous information. Trapping Count Regelhoff, Demian expressed his concern for Killian, who looks after his young wife in an unusual way for him. Layla smiled and suggested to her brother to inform the Duke that his arrested daughter-in-law was simply a bargaining chip. Demian was surprised by his sister's cunning, but replied that it was not prudent to use this information to harm the Duke or interfere in this game. The boy stated that what worried him most was Lady Alyssa, since after Killian's wedding, her marriage to Cliff became more likely. Upon hearing this, Layla ran a fever. She started shouting that a young woman without family would not dare to seize the heart of the Duke's son. Her brother replied that it was too late, since Cliff was in love, and if things got worse, he would annul the marriage contract with Layla. This deeply disconcerted the girl, which led her to suggest taking advantage of Edith Regelhoff, since Lady Eliza would be destroyed. Demian asked for precision, and Layla replied that his wife would be angry if she found out about her husband's love for a beautiful blonde. Layla laughed maliciously and said that it was enough to push Edith Regelhoff so that she herself would eliminate Lady Alyssa. Meanwhile, at Duke Ludovico's castle, an enraged Killian burst into Lady Edith's room. Frightening his wife, he informed her that they had found a document written in Lady Edith's handwriting. And now she was summoned to the Duke for interrogation. Not the slightest sign of concern appeared on Edith's face. She only commented that she suspected the Duke's family was only trying to incriminate her. Killian became enraged upon hearing his wife, saying that the Duke was not acting honestly in the case, and wanted to accuse the innocent. The young woman remained calm, partly because she remembered that the Duke had forgiven his daughter-in-law in the story, even if she really committed a theft. The husband did not share her calm and sadly thought that his wife had lost her mind. Edith didn't understand why Killian was upset. The conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Baron Renan entered and announced that Duke Ludovico was already waiting for her. From the serious expression of his secretary, Lady Edith deduced that he also considered her guilty. Lady Edith headed for the exit and advised her husband to relax his face, as she suspected he was secretly pleased to find the evidence. In Duke Ludwig's office, the interrogation began with Lady Edith being presented with a list from the arms dealer obtained by Count Regelhoff. The Duke stated that the list was written by Edith, but upon looking at the paper, she concluded that the handwriting was fake. The Duke, in front of his two sons, clarified that the situation was the Count's mistake, and he saw no reason to accuse his daughters-in-law. Edith demanded that it was not about punishment, but about her honor, and proposed comparing the evidence with documents she herself had completed. Edith pointed out that she had never presented tables so crudely. The document was fake, made by someone who didn't know how to format tables. The Duke suggested that Edith intentionally filled out the document incorrectly. She replied that if she planned to be discovered, she would have used a different handwriting. Edith carefully looked at the document and said that the fake handwriting is slightly different from the original. The sister-in-law suggested comparing the tables with the notes from the personal diary. Then the Duke ordered Baron Renan to bring the diary. Edith looked at the document and questioned who and why could have deceived her. But she understood that the objective cause was leading her to the original story. The Duke and his sons carefully examined the documents and the girl's personal diary, and noticed that the writing of some letters varies. Duke Ludwig reviewed the papers and recognized that the documents had indeed been meticulously forged. Edith, in a firm tone, advised her father-in-law to look for the mole who leaked information to Count Regelhoff. A knock came at the study door, and Lady Eliza entered. Cliff was surprised by the appearance of the blonde girl. The Duke told those present that there was no need to be surprised. He had called her. Then he informed her that she had arrived at the right moment. The girl's interrogation began by reminding her that she had been working with the mother for 4 years. But only now were tables being used. Alyssa enthusiastically nodded and said that the Duchess was happy that Edith had taught her to organize information with tables. Lady Alyssa confirmed everything said. The Duke then asked who else knew about this method. Alyssa pointed to Killian and Cliff, as they might have some notion of tables. The Duke deduced that, at best, only the family members. And Lady Edith could use the new information organization technique. Alyssa added that she didn't understand the proposed method. Edith was surprised. She clearly remembered that the blonde girl had understood everything. Then Lady Alyssa asked the Duke why they were asking her these questions, but he advised her not to meddle in other people's business. And to leave. After Alyssa left, the Duke looked suspiciously at the daughter-in-law and said the case was clear. And that all clues pointed to Edith again. Edith was stunned by this turn of events, as she had presented sufficient evidence of her innocence. But the Duke still didn't believe her. The young woman was confused about what to do now, as she believed that Edith, good and fair, would have provided at least some evidence. Mrs. Edith kept thinking that Alyssa was simply believed without question, as she presented no written evidence. At that moment, Mrs. Edith noticed that her personal diary had disappeared. But in her field of vision appeared Killian, who was reading the diary attentively. Mrs. Edith quickly approached her husband. She snatched the diary from him and told him that such a thing was not his style to disregard courtesy. Suddenly, the Duke changed his attitude and said there was no reason to accuse the daughter-in-law. He decided to forget this incident and cancel the trial period. The ruby-haired girl quickly left the study, followed by Killian, who was trying to say that he couldn't trust. Edith commented that she was not surprised at all, as it had always been this way, because she was from the Regelhoff family. The husband replied that she shouldn't be offended, as her bad reputation had spread too much among the people. Mrs. Edith resentfully exclaimed that she was tired of proving to her husband that she had changed a lot, and had nothing to do with the Count's plots. Killian proposed that his wife remember her previous actions, and before the girls' eyes appeared images of her misdeeds. Edith remembered how she spoiled parties and dinners of relatives connected to the Duke's family. She seduced men from those houses. On several occasions, she even interfered in the lives of the children of those families, and ruined their already agreed-upon marital unions. Edith lowered her head upon realizing that she had been a terrible person before, and Killian proposed accompanying his wife to her chambers. The girl refused. Killian stood in the hallway, in front of his wife's room, when a blonde beauty appeared. Alyssa sweetly asked the young lord what had happened. He replied that the Duke suspects the daughter-in-law stole documents. Mrs. Edith stayed near the door and listened attentively to the conversation in the hallway, shocked that Edith was being suspected. The blonde girl did not believe the accusation. The boy replied that there was ambiguous evidence. It hurt Edith to hear her husband's words. The ruby-haired girl decided to move away from the door and stop listening, as she already knew the husband's suspicious attitude. Mrs. Alyssa was worried that what she said during the interrogation might have harmed Edith, and said she wanted to clarify her words better to the Duke. Killian stopped the blonde and informed her that the case was already closed. The father preferred to forget it and forgive Edith. The young lord walked quickly down the corridor. In his mind appeared entries from his wife's personal diary about how she admired the husband's beauty. Reading the diary, he concluded that Edith had pure thoughts. The boy showed his anger in every step, as they were unjustly accused. Killian Dark approached Cliff, who was enthusiastically glancing through Edith's diary, and rudely called him, and insisted he come to the training ground. The next day, the ruby-haired girl timidly knocked on the door of Duchess Jessica's chambers. When the mother allowed her in, she gave her a warm smile and expressed her compassion for what Edith had to suffer. The Duchess said that mental sorrows are much harder than physical ones. Edith thought that her mother-in-law also believed in her involvement in the theft. The mother-in-law approached the daughter-in-law, took her hands, and with sweetness in her voice assured her that she fully believed her. Edith was surprised by the Duchess's kindness, who continued talking, saying she had noticed her efforts to adapt to life in the castle and to the new job. The mother said she completely understood the young woman's situation because she herself experienced difficulties when getting married. The woman firmly said that she doesn't know who carried out that vile act and accused the young woman. But the Duchess believes in her innocence. Lady Edith was moved by her mother-in-law's words and burst into tears. She tried to say something, but suddenly her vision darkened. A servant ran to the training ground and shouted to Cliff and Killian that Lady Edith had fainted in the Duchess's study. The young lords interrupted the training. Cliff approached the servant and said that the daughter-in-law had spoken with the mother, so a doctor would arrive soon. At that very moment, Killian ran past them with a hastily put-on shirt. His reaction surprised his brother. The doctor asked if the patient had been stressed lately and said she had given her medication. The healer explained that after waking up, Edith would feel fine. She would be able to perform daily tasks, but should not exhaust herself. Killian watched his wife's tearful face and understood that she had been very upset during the interrogation. But she hadn't shown it. The young lord didn't understand how the proud Edith Riegelhoff, whom he knew, could have fainted from tears. The man asked his mother about the conversation with his daughter-in-law. She said that Edith swore she hadn't forged any documents. Killian commented that yesterday Lady Edith claimed the same thing, and the mother added that she had told her she believed in her innocence. The Duke's son was shocked. The woman explained that Edith cried precisely because of the words about believing in her innocence in the theft. The mother recounted that the daughter-in-law was trying to be grateful, but lost consciousness. The mother-in-law supposed that no one had believed her before. The young man recalled his suspicion and distrust towards his wife, although she had tried to prove her innocence on multiple occasions. Because of the memories, the boy had a headache. The Duchess became uneasy and proposed calling a doctor. Killian protested and affirmed that he only needed to rest, but when trying to leave, he ran into Mrs. Eliza. The beautiful blonde explained that she had come upon hearing the news of Mrs. Edith's accident. The girl interrupted the narration upon seeing Killian's pale face and extended her hand towards him. He perceived a familiar and pleasant aroma. Suddenly, the young lord grabbed Alyssa's hand and walked away, claiming he urgently needed to go rest. Lying senseless, Edith regained consciousness in the dark-haired woman's mind. She didn't understand what was happening. Everything was black around her. For a moment she thought she had died, but remembered that before fainting, she had only been crying. In front of her appeared a large green sign stating that Edith could not reveal secrets until completing the third step. The dark-haired woman didn't understand what step they were talking about, but suddenly a strong wind enveloped her and lifted her up. She woke up in the mistress's body. The maid Anna was next to her. Excited by her reaction, she informed her that it was already the third day of sleep. Mrs. Edith thought she had slept so long while trying to tell her mother something. The lady tried to explain to the maid what she wanted to tell the Duchess, but she choked on her sore throat and asked for water. Edith wanted to ask the maid questions about Killian, but opted to immerse herself in her thoughts. She remembered that, when she moved into the new body, she thought she had become the main villain of the story. She decided to behave courteously and gently to avoid premature death and make friends with the protagonist. Edith hoped to win the sympathy of the male character, Killian. But her hopes were dashed. The reddish-haired woman gave up waiting for her husband's love and returned to a quiet life, and peaceful, enjoying the wealth. Edith sadly observed that, despite her attempts to change the course of events, the episodes of the original story repeated. Edith understood that some unknown force organized the development of events in a specific way. Edith realized that from the beginning, she was mistaken in assuming that she could change the course of the story. Since she is not the main character of this novel, the role of Lady Edith as a supporting character is insignificant. Her fate is tragic. Her own husband will cut her throat. Edith woke up in the middle of the night, realizing that the time assigned to her was clearly delimited. She remembered that a special episode begins today and stealthily went to Killian's room to kiss him while he slept. When she approached her husband's bed, she wondered why he had such a bad opinion of her. He probably considered her a villain. Edith knew that the young lord secretly held a grudge against his wife. He considered her involved in the arranged marriage. The woman had noticed on multiple occasions that the young man couldn't hide his contempt, even when he tried to be courteous to his wife. Edith observed the silhouette of Killian sleeping peacefully, beautiful even in dreams. And she understood that she had fallen in love with the literary character of the novel. The reddish-haired woman leaned over her sleeping husband and thought that after what she was about to do, his contempt would be deserved. Lady Edith understood that she was doing something crazy, but now it would be easier for her to accept her destiny. The woman expected her husband to wake up with eyes full of shock and hatred. But the young man opened his eyes and took his wife's hand. He looked into her eyes and smiled, saying that Edith was so excited that she couldn't continue the game anymore. The young lord laid her down on the bed, called her a cheater, and told her to try to seduce him. When Killian started unbuttoning his shirt, Edith stopped him, asking if he really wanted to do it with her. The young lord then stopped, thinking that Edith could never replace Alyssa for him. He does not feel those feelings for his wife. A short time later, Killian leaned towards Edith and softly said that she shouldn't ask such a thing. After having confidently entered the room, the young man's lips and his wife met in a kiss, and then he proposed that the girl touch the body she secretly dreamed of. Edith remembered that her husband had read her personal diary and knew about her secret espionage in the training ground. The girl tried to explain that Killian had misunderstood, but he drew her closer, and his fingers touched her bare torso. He asked if Edith was satisfied with what was happening and moved closer to her neck to kiss her. Mrs. Edith blushed terribly, thinking that perhaps she was crazy and only imagined that her young husband was caressing her hip. Waking up the next day in Killian's room, the girl realized that their night together was not a delusion, but reality. The husband noticed that his wife had woken up, approached, and picked her up in his arms to carry her to the bathroom full of flower petals. Edith resisted, assuring him that she could walk, but the boy wanted to give a gift to his wife and remind her of the morning after their wedding night. The young man looked tenderly at his wife in the bathtub, while Edith, confused, didn't understand why Killian had changed so abruptly. The girl sat down in the warm water and remembered the previous night. She clearly remembered her husband's angry and displeased face. Therefore, she should feel guilty. The innocence of the young lord and his first kiss should have belonged to Lady Elise, not to be snatched away by a whimsical fleeting charm. Even in the original romance, Edith failed to seduce Killian. That's why the girl now tried to decipher what had driven her. She suspected that the husband did it out of pity, or because Alyssa had clearly diverted her attention to Cliff. Her reflections were interrupted by the boy's apologies, who apologized for moving too much after recovery and suggested resting for a few days. Edith listened to the soft voice and couldn't believe this was happening, since from the first day of marriage, her husband had been cruel and cold. The next day, thoughts about Killian did not disappear. It seemed Edith's head was going to explode. That's why she decided to reflect calmly. After spending the night with the young lord, Edith had a strange dream in which she found herself in darkness again, and in front of her appeared a plaque. It informed that the special condition of the first level was fulfilled. The girl deduced that, in that case, the author's rights had diminished. The girl was intrigued what this special pleasure was, and an explanation immediately appeared on the board. The special challenge consisted of following the action of the romance character. The girl concluded that the system knew about the transfer of her soul to Edith. The dark-haired woman deduced that the system assumed that the girl, like any protagonist, would try to correct her character's mistakes. Edith concluded that to trick the system, it was necessary to act contrary to its expectations. The ruby-haired girl wondered who controlled the novel's events, set limits and restrictions for the characters. The system wrote on the plaque that the author's rights had diminished, but did not specify the extent or which rights were referred to, since the romance was already over. Lady Edith thought that there was very little information to explain what happened. She couldn't understand who the author was and what influence they had. The young woman has one thing clear. The events of the story can change, and last night confirmed it. Mrs. Edith decided that it was not yet time to give up and considered following Kylian's decisions in the next episode. The next day, Mrs. Edith went to the Duchess's study. The mother was very happy and asked her daughter-in-law how she felt. Edith replied that everything was fine and apologized for causing concern with the fainting spell. The Duchess indicated that the Duke was the one who was most worried. Duke Ludwig felt that during the interrogation, he had been too harsh with his daughter-in-law and asked questions in a severe tone. The mother begged her not to be offended, as he had spent a long time on the battlefields. That's why he was rude. The Duchess suggested sitting down to talk and considered that her daughter-in-law no longer wished to work with documents. Edith internally replied that this would be possible if she were truly involved in the theft. The young woman happily recalled that she was considered innocent and asked to resume her previous responsibilities. Edith expressed her suspicion that whoever betrayed her could do it again, and begged to be assigned a job under someone's supervision. The mother remembered that Baron Renan Filch was looking for assistance. The Duke's secretary was a man the Ludwigs family trusted. Edith did not like this proposal. Before her eyes arose the memory of when she discovered that the Baron had provided false documents. Can the Baron be justified, since he simply followed an order from the Duke? Moreover, Renan, just like Anna, treated her without prejudice. Mrs. Edith smiled and agreed to be Renan's assistant, mentally hoping that he hadn't lost trust in her. Edith left the Duchess's study with a frightened expression, remembering the look the Baron had during the interrogation. The girl entered the Duke's personal assistant's office and, blushing, informed him that from now on she would work under his supervision. Lady Edith asked the Baron where to start, and he handed her a box full of receipts accumulated over 3 years, and asked her to sort them. The girl asked why the receipts were dirty, and Renan replied that the previous assistant had been injured and had scattered them on the floor. The Baron said that for that treatment of the Duke's documents, the assistant received punishment. And then Renan directed his words towards Edith. He warned her that he would not be lenient or kind to the girl just because of her title and would make her regret deciding to work with him. The ruby-haired girl started working and discovered that the Duke's secretary's office was incredibly quiet. The quiet of the room was only interrupted by the scratching of the ink pen and the rustling of paper. Edith didn't notice that the last rays of sun were already shining. The ruby-haired girl was absorbed in her work when Baron Renan arrived and informed her that the workday was over. Edith sadly asked for more time to work, but the supervisor said she had worked enough today. The girl left a mark where she finished sorting, and the Duke's secretary praised her for the work done. Edith said that the Baron had also proven to be an excellent supervisor today, and remembered her boss from her previous life. He considered the dark-haired woman less productive than her colleagues for being unsociable. That's why Edith was so grateful to the Baron. The girl only asked Renan for 2 things, to be competent and honest, and then said goodbye to her new boss. When Lady Edith left, Baron Renan Filch remained standing motionless in his office, thinking about something. A while later, the Duke's secretary appeared in Cliff's room. The young lord apologized for interrupting his business and calling the Baron. It turns out the boy organized an informal dinner in his room to which he invited Kylian and Lady Eliza. The young lord mentioned that he had heard Edith started working under the Baron's tutelage and decided to ask if she was a good assistant. Kylian was surprised by his wife's determination to help the Duke and Duchess with their affairs, despite what she had to endure. Cliff commented that he had heard the young woman volunteered for the job and wanted to know if the Baron had noticed anything strange in his assistant's performance. He expected an answer from the father's secretary, but the Baron stated that he had not observed Lady Edith's work sufficiently to notice anything unusual. The Baron continued saying that the secretary's office did not meet the standards of an aristocratic lady. The Duke's secretary assured that, despite that, the lady showed no discontent with the conditions and worked with dedication. Renan stated that he had observed Edith and concluded that she possessed great intelligence and concentration skills, besides being diligent and meticulous. Killian was surprised by the confident reply of the Duke's secretary, who did not stop praising the new employee. Cliff told the Baron not to stop observing Edith Riegelhoff, as the Lord would soon summon Renan again. When the Baron left the young Lord's room, Alyssa commented that she had never heard so many compliments from Renan. Cliff supposed that the Baron had fallen in love with the lady, which caused discontent in Killian. But the brother clarified that his reasoning was logical. The young Lord remembered that Renan is single, and that if he gets close to Lady Edith, Count Riegelhoff will become the subject of ridicule among the nobility. Cliff pointed out that there would not be much harm to the Ludwig family, but losing a good secretary would be a pity. The brother noticed Killian, who was clearly dejected, and asked him if he really worried so much about his wife. After dinner, Killian was walking down the corridor when a servant approached and told him that the carriage was ready, but the Lord asked to wait. As he walked down the corridor, the young Lord reflected on how Edith's beauty is different from Alyssa's charm. They are very different girls. Killian knocked on his wife's room door, but no one answered, and the door was slightly ajar. So he entered and was enveloped by the scent of roses. On the table, he noticed 2 kissing dolls and wanted to approach, but Edith ran in and blocked his view. The girl said that entering a room without permission is bad manners, and dolls are an awkward hobby to show to strangers. Killian said he wanted to talk to his wife. He sat on the bed and later regretted it. He commented that Edith's business was going well. The girl clarified that it was the mother's merit, who guided her to work under Renan Filch's supervision. Lady Edith commented that the man should know Renan, but then realized how absurd she sounded. Since Renan is the Duke's personal secretary, the young Lord ignored the nonsense comment and calmly replied that the Filch family are vassals of the Duke's family. The boy explained that Viscount Filch helped the Ludwig family in all their affairs, and that's why the Duke entrusted him with the county. Killian recounted that later the capital's affairs were entrusted to the Viscount's son, Renan, with whom the Duke's sons were friends since childhood. The Duke's son smiled and told his wife the story of how, as children, he and his brother trained with swords while Renan read a book. Killian remembered that Cliff won the duel and emerged victorious from the training ground, while he headed towards Renan. The boy explained that, as a child, he approached the tree where the boy was reading and proposed a sword duel to him. The young Lord concluded that he could consider Renan a good friend, and Edith was very surprised by the story. She realized that while reading the novel, she hadn't paid attention to Renan, a secondary character. And it turns out he is related to the Ludovicos. Reflections on Renan led the young woman to think that in this world, characters can differ from their prototypes in the original story. Another idea came to Lady Edith's mind, this time about her husband, as he hadn't had contact with his wife since that night. And now he had arrived. Kellen read the silent question on Edith's face about the reason for the visit, and clarified that he would soon leave to inspect the lands of Ryzen. There is an estate there that will belong to Kellen, as the Duke's second son, to whom the title would not pass. The lands are several days' journey by carriage. That's why the young lord came to inform his wife about his long absence. Kellen surprised Edith by asking if she wanted to join the trip. At first, the young woman didn't know how to answer. The young lord left the room with saddened feelings, as his wife took it as a joke, and didn't give importance to the question. The young lord scolded himself for acting foolishly, although his question had been sincere. But then a servant called him. The servant reported that His Highness was waiting for the son in the courtyard. Kellen abandoned his reflections and headed to the courtyard. The next day, Lady Edith was working in the Duke's secretary's office and facing a pile of documents. When she finished the work, she stretched contentedly, but noticed her boss's fixed gaze on her. The young woman asked Renan what was wrong, but he blushed, abruptly averted his gaze, and replied that everything was fine. Then he stuttered that the Duchess was expecting her daughter-in-law. Therefore, if she had finished the work, she could go see the lady. Lady Edith joyfully headed to the meeting with the Duchess, while Baron Renan remained alone in the office, and decided to approach the assistant's desk. He reviewed the papers the young woman was working on, and was surprised how quickly she had organized so much information. In the Duchess's office were Edith and Alyssa, and the matron announced that the Fini Irumini market would take place next month. The Duchess happily informed the young women that on such an occasion a meeting for sewing would take place, and invited them to participate. Upon hearing the matron's proposal, Edith remembered that the novel mentioned that these markets were held to raise donations. The book mentioned that high-ranking ladies adored these charitable events. Sewing is a favorite pastime for aristocrats. At the market, one can offer one's creations and demonstrate skills and taste. Edith thought it was logical that the Duchess organized a meeting before the market, since the Ludovico family holds a high status. Mrs. Eliza sadly said that she couldn't show her work at the general meeting, since her sewing skills were not good. The matron reassured the young blonde, saying she shouldn't worry. And Mrs. Edith smiled mockingly, since only she should worry. The ruby-haired girl realized that she had no sewing skills and, to not stand out at the meeting, she needed to learn. Imagining the dreadful scene of her attempts to learn, Mrs. Edith decided to politely decline the invitation immediately. As she tried to refuse, Mrs. Eliza reacted and said she wouldn't be scared to attend the meeting if Mrs. Edith would also be there. The Duchess enthusiastically accepted the beautiful blonde's suggestion, asked the bride not to worry, and to attend the meeting. Edith didn't know what to answer, since in any case the protagonist, Eliza, would do the job better. But she gave in to the pleas and promised to attend. On the night of the meeting, the Duchess and Mrs. Edith, upon seeing Alyssa's work, the bride noticed that the young blonde had been wrong to doubt herself. All the ladies present surrounded Lady Eliza, and they liked her gauze handkerchiefs with floral motifs. Edith observed this and tried to remember if the young blonde in the original romance dedicated herself to sewing pretty handkerchiefs. Suddenly, Lady Eliza addressed her daughter-in-law and asked what she planned to sew. The ruby-haired young woman faltered. Lady Edith replied that she would probably sew a handkerchief, but inwardly thought she would look silly among the seamstresses, since she knew nothing. After the meeting ended, Lady Edith looked through the catalog, looking for a simple item she could try to sew. Lady Alyssa stayed to help the ruby-haired young woman in her new endeavor. But Edith understood that Alyssa only felt sorry for her daughter-in-law. The mother approached the girls, looked at the handkerchief chosen in the catalog, and said that her niece had sewn it the same way last year. Lady Edith reassured her by assuring her that it would look beautiful, since they would use yellow threads and pink ones. A noble lady approached the Duchess and asked how old her niece was. The mother replied that she was 16. Lady Edith thought they were making fun of her, since they were talking about a child who had sewn a handkerchief with the same design. The ruby-haired young woman then said she would use gray and blue threads, because those colors reminded her of Killian's eyes. Upon hearing this, the mother approached her daughter-in-law and praised her choice, thinking that Edith was daydreaming as is proper for a woman in love. Meanwhile, Killian was inspecting the Risen estate. The Duke commented that the lands were far from the capital, but had high development potential. The young lord noticed that the estate looked much better than he imagined, all thanks to the work of the guardian and the servants. The boy looked at the interior of the castle and thought it lacked elegance and brilliance. The husband imagined how his wife, raised in Count Regelhoff's castle, would miss the strict atmosphere of Risen Palace. Killian decided to first look for a good furniture maker. But the interior was not the only problem that worried the young man. The young lord asked about the temperature in the palace during winter, and the Duke replied that it would not be much lower than in the capital's castle. The father told his son that a large amount of snow would be the only problem in his future domains. But the boy was not scared. Killian stood with a satisfied expression. Then the Duke concluded that he liked the lands, and the son accepted, explaining the reason for his enthusiasm. The young man stated he had noticed many inhabitants on the palace property and deduced that several economic areas could be developed. He suggested to his father that by building a road through the mountains, merchants traveling throughout the empire could be attracted. The Duke listened to his son and, looking him in the eye, asked if he was truly satisfied with just that. Killian looked at his father and imagined how he would express everything he had accumulated inside. He would shout at the Duke, asking what he wanted to hear to demand more extensive lands. Or a higher title. He would add that he had always followed his father's wishes, even reminding him how he accepted an arranged marriage. The young lord pushed those thoughts out of his mind and calmly replied to the Duke that everything pleased him, although the father did not like the son's expression. Killian added that the man shouldn't worry, since as soon as he obtained a title, he would immediately start managing the palace. Axel Ludwig tried to give advice on the trade route, but the Duke's son, when leaving, showed complete disinterest. A few days later, a charity fair was organized in the center of the palace, whose magnitude was surprising. Lady Edith and Lady Alyssa were pleasantly surprised to see the wide variety of products available. Suddenly, Lady Alyssa exclaimed cheerfully and pointed to a counter where handkerchiefs embroidered by girls were displayed. The ruby-haired young woman looked at her handkerchief and realized that Anna had lied by claiming the embroidery was of high quality. Alyssa was happy that her handkerchief had been bought, as it had a bow. And Edith smiled upon suspecting that Cliff's mischief was involved. She decided to help the boy buy the products made by his beloved. Besides, she didn't want to see her handkerchief among the masterpieces. Passing by other counters, they heard some distinguished ladies gossiping loudly. One of them was surprised by the manners in the capital, as it was allowed for an illegitimate daughter to walk around the market alongside distinguished ladies. Another aristocrat replied that, even if she was an illegitimate daughter of a count, the Ludwig family accepted her as their own and appreciated her greatly. Lady Edith let out an irritated sigh and thought that this world was as gossipy as her previous life. Also in the dark-haired woman's work, there were people who criticized her loudly in front of others so she would hear. The distinguished lady continued by stating that the Ludwig family was known for its kindness towards beggars. Alyssa trembled and squeezed Edith's hand when an aristocrat suggested that she had been adopted as a pet. The blonde told Edith she didn't know how to act in such situations, and she replied that they wanted an argument. Lady Edith told the lady who was shouting the most that, indeed, the town where the lady came from was distant. That's why her face was unfamiliar. But the distinguished lady replied that if Lady Edith Riegelhoff didn't know Lady Brench, then her horizon was very limited. The ruby-haired girl replied that the lady should know that after getting married, she changed her surname. Lady Edith concluded that the fact that a noble lady started gossiping about people passing by revealed her scarce knowledge of protocol. The noble lady shouted furiously that she had heard rumors about the Duke's unpleasant sister-in-law. But she didn't know it was that serious. Edith proposed informing Cliff that the lady had mentioned members of the Ludwig family, and see how much of the Countess Brinch family remained. The group of gossips feared the threat and hurried away, shouting in passing how sad Mr. Killian was to have such a wife. Edith asked Alyssa if she knew that brazen gossip. The blonde replied that she was a friend of Countess Sinclair. Alyssa apologized to Edith, as it was her fault that the ruby-haired girl was insulted. The sister-in-law assured her that everything was fine. Edith smiled at her interlocutor and replied that it was natural for ladies to chat, and she had nothing to hide or be ashamed of. A moment later, distinguished ladies surrounded Lady Eliza, praising her beauty or her embroidery. Edith sat on the sidelines and thought that she was now approximately in the fourth part of the original novel. Lady Eliza said she wasn't that beautiful, but an aristocrat commented that the Duchess considered her sister-in-law. The ruby-haired girl listened to the compliments of the noble ladies and thought they had decided to ignore the real sister-in-law. Sad Edith didn't notice how Killian approached Lady Eliza and told her he had just arrived. Finally, Edith stopped thinking and paid attention to her husband, although she didn't know whether to greet him or not. After hesitating a little, the wife decided to approach and greet him so that the noble ladies would not comment that she had ignored him. Edith blushed because she didn't know how to greet the boy and asked how he had arrived. Although she really meant that she missed him, Killian was happy to see his wife. He replied that the trip had been perfect and asked her the same question. She said she missed him. The Lord asked if Edith had missed him by not being at home, but the young woman replied ironically that her husband thought too much of himself. A moment later, Killian and Edith sat together and chatted kindly. The girl told him that she tried to embroider something coherent, although she had no skill. The ruby-haired young woman immediately got up and apologized to her husband, as she needed to retreat to touch up her makeup. When Lady Edith came out of the bathroom, she heard approaching footsteps and someone grabbed her arm. From the shadows appeared a young man in a violet suit and blonde hair, but the girl did not recognize him. The young man asked resentfully if Edith wouldn't recognize her brother's voice. Then the girl recognized the blonde as Shane Riegelhoff. Lady Edith was not expecting to see her brother, but she remembered that all members of high society had been invited to the market. Her brother wanted to know what had happened to her during that time and what relationship she now had with the Ludwig family. The boy told his sister that he thought Edith had gone crazy when she wrote that strange letter about stopping attacks on the Duke. The boy calmed down when his sister sent him fake documents, realizing that the letter was due to surveillance, and that Edith was working with forged documents. The young woman freed her hand from the strong grip and stated that the letter was sincere and that she had never sent any documents. Meanwhile, outside, around the table, Killian got tired of waiting for Lady Edith, since she had promised to return quickly from the bathroom. The Lord watched the gossiping ladies and thought that Edith was delaying in the bathroom because she was hiding from the boring rumors. The husband couldn't imagine that his wife cared about others' opinions. Probably the conversations were about an arranged marriage, spousal indifference, and other cruel gossip. Because of the uneasy thoughts about his wife, Killian spilled the juice and decided to wash his hands in the bathroom, taking the opportunity to check on Lady Edith. Killian passed by young lords who were trying to get his attention with compliments. The boy apologized and mentioned he was in a hurry. Peeking into the bathroom, the young man discovered Edith talking with Shane Riegelhoff, although he couldn't hear what they were saying. The boy tried to listen to the dialogue, but only caught fragments, understanding that brother and sister hadn't been able to understand each other and had argued. When Shane left the bathroom, Killian appeared next to Edith and asked why she took so long. The girl was surprised, but improvised an answer and said she simply couldn't stop admiring the castle's interior. Killian didn't expect to hear a sincere answer, so he calmly returned the way to the center of the market. Edith asked if Killian had looked for her on purpose, and the young man replied that he doubted his wife would be happy to hear an affirmative answer. Edith smiled and said her heart raced, thinking that someone cared where she had gone. When the spouses arrived at the market center, they saw the organizer announce that all products had been sold, and that the money would be sent to the children's homes. Lady Edith exclaimed happily, since that meant her embroideries had also been bought, and Killian put his hand in his pocket and found the handkerchief he had bought. The boy remembered that the night before, his mother had told him that on the daughter-in-law's handkerchief, she had embroidered a bird the same color as Killian's eyes. The Duchess secretly told him that Edith confessed that she embroidered the handkerchief thinking of her husband, and Killian was surprised by this revelation. The husband looked at his happy wife and reflected that she only wanted to impress her mother. That's why she chose the design with the gray bird for her handkerchief. The boy convinced himself that he bought the embroidery exclusively to avoid rumors about an item remaining in the Ludwig family's store. One day, at the Ludwig castle, a shout was heard directed at Lady Edith. And when the girl went out onto the steps, she saw a strange scene. The girl understood that that conversation with Shane hadn't been the end, but she didn't expect to see her brother near her house. The boy apologized for the fuss. He pointed to the maid sitting on his lap, addressing the lady, and explained that he almost went crazy without Lady Edith. Shane commented that he heard rumors that someone in the duchy was following her. That's why she couldn't attend her friend's tea party. The girl thought she had deliberately ignored the invitations by mail. And the mother didn't understand what proposal it was about. Although the brother looked at Lady Edith with pity, she understood that he was pretending and hiding bad intentions. That look made her imagine how her brother would tell her that hiding in the Ludwig castle had been in vain. Since anyway, his family would put a collar on her. Suddenly, Killian's voice sounded and said to let Edith's maid stay in the castle, since she had looked after the lady since she was a child. The girl listened as the young lord explained that Count Wriggleford's family would worry less if the maid continued working for Lady Edith. The ruby-haired woman shouted that it would never happen, but suddenly felt a prick in her chest and found it hard to breathe. Coughing, Lady Edith bent over from weakness, and the new maid Sophia held her. She whispered a greeting to the lady. She told her in a whisper that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and took her to her chambers. There, the maid Sophia commented that Shane was right to say that the ruby-haired woman was well settled and lived peacefully. The girl looked at the maid and understood that her arrival was expected, since according to the plot, the episodes of investigation and poisoning begin with her. Sophia asked if Lady Edith really hadn't sent any documents, and the lady confirmed it. The maid concluded that fake documents had been sent from the Ludwig's castle in Lady Edith's name, and that they had forged her handwriting. Sophia suggested not talking about sad things, but reminding that thief that she had felt the freedom of her place and obligations. The maid stopped hitting Edith, who collapsed on the floor and howled in pain. Understanding that Sophia was hitting her in places invisible to others, Sophia looked at the girl crawling on her knees and said she didn't expect so much betrayal from her towards the family. Edith replied that she hadn't given anything to anyone, that she had written the warning letter honestly, since there is no guarantee that Archbishop Landstone's supporters will win. The girl stated that it was clear to everyone that Count Riegelhoff was getting rid of his henchmen first, who had helped him reach the top. The maid became very angry and said that that thief was no longer afraid to dare insult her masters. Sophia furiously said that if that thief turned out to be useless to the Riegelhoff family, the maid would kill her and blame the Ludwig lineage. The next day, Lady Edith worked with the documents and remembered the previous day with the despotic maid. The maid not only hit her but also left her hungry, saying that food had to be earned. Sophia said that even a stupid animal would understand what was expected of her in this situation. And Edith replied that it was funny to hear it from the Count's little dog. The harsh response made the maid freeze with a fork in her mouth. And a second later, Sophia ran with her fists towards Lady Edith and promised to cut off her tongue. The maid lunged at the ruby-haired girl and said that the house ulcer had not been so annoying. In Renan's office, the girl reflected on what she had read about the abuse suffered by Lady Edith since childhood. And that gave her strength to endure the current horrible treatment. Edith was next to the nightstand when the Baron suggested that she had loved the cookies, and she blushed upon realizing that she hadn't even noticed she ate them all. The ruby-haired girl was so embarrassed by Renan's question, as only one cookie remained on the plate. Edith tried to justify herself, saying the pastry was delicious and offered the Baron the remaining cookie. Renan refused and said he didn't like sweets. Edith looked at him and understood that it was true. The Baron seemed to love bitter and bland food. The ruby-haired girl also noticed that Renan looked even more attractive than usual. Mrs. Edith decided to eat the last cookie, and Renan proposed ordering the servants to bring another tray. But she refused. Later, Mrs. Edith regretted her words, since at the end of the day, the Duke's secretary informed her that he would be traveling for a week. Mrs. Edith wondered if she could endure the maid's mockery alone, and remembered that during the trial period, she had developed a bad habit. During house arrest, the ruby-haired girl always ate alone in her room, so cooks and servants had gotten used to it. Mrs. Edith sadly concluded that no one would think of having dinner with her. Not even Kellyanne accompanied her to eat. Edith understood that all her problems began the day Kellyanne hired the maid Sophia from Count Riegelhoff's castle. Edith thought her husband should have listened to her and not Shane, but immediately started when she realized that due to hunger, she was thinking nonsense. Edith got out of bed and rushed to get ready to go for a walk in the open air before the maid arrived. And start her tortures. Sophia was pushing the cart down the hallway, thinking that Edith had changed. Before, she was afraid of even a slap and was easily manipulated. The maid recalled Edith's recent reaction to the blow, that she hadn't even flinched, and looked at her bravely. Sophia smiled ominously upon realizing that she now had a new goal: to erase that unwavering expression from the damned woman's face. The maid kept pushing the cart, when suddenly she heard a sweet female voice directed at Mrs. Edith, proposing to have tea together. Sophia knew the voice belonged to Mrs. Alyssa and remembered how, before she left for the Duke's castle, Shane Riegelhoff had asked her a favor. The young man told her that Alyssa Sinclair lived in the castle, whom he had been admiring for a long time, and asked the maid to gather unusual information about her. The boy requested that the data be sent to him in a personal letter, and although Sophia was surprised, she agreed to fulfill any assignment Shane gave her. Sophia sadly squeezed the handle of the cart she was pushing and thought that she didn't expect to become the lady's wife. But she wished to be close and help him. She watched Alyssa Sinclair and didn't understand how the Count's illegitimate daughter had managed to seduce her lord with her pretty face. A few hours later, Mrs. Edith was in her room and supposed she would soon go crazy from hunger. Not knowing how to resolve her situation, the ruby-haired girl knew that if she ate anything outside her room, Sophia would force her to vomit. Mrs. Edith remembered how today, during the walk, Mrs. Eliza and Mr. Killian had offered her tea. She probably looked very pathetic. Killian's wife imagined how silly she looked staring fixedly at other people's food, and cried bitterly. Her suffering was interrupted when the maid unexpectedly entered the room with an edible plate, which deeply surprised the lady. Sophia handed her the plate with cake and said that Mrs. Alyssa had sent it, determined to give it to Edith so that the Ludwig family would not be suspicious. Mrs. Edith did not expect such a kind gesture from Sophia, who advised her to eat quickly before the maid changed her mind. The young woman chewed contentedly when suddenly she coughed up blood and realized the food was poisoned. While Mrs. Edith was coughing, she remembered something. Edith thought the situation resembled an episode of a novel about poisoning that she herself had planned. But in reality, she hadn't added poison to the food. The maid only feigned exaggerated concern for the lady, and then smiled ominously. A few moments later, Sophia was interrogating Alyssa. Alyssa affirmed that she hadn't added poison to anything. She just wanted to offer Edith a cake. But Sophia continued playing the part of the careful maid. The young woman suffering from poisoning remembered that this moment was described in the novel, where Edith tried to accuse Alyssa of being the culprit. The girl learned from the book that Lady Edith had personally added poison to the cake sent by Lady Eliza, which caused stomach pain. The poisoning scandal led Killian and Cliff to enter Edith's room. In front of them and Lady Eliza, Sophia acted the part of the affectionate maid. The ruby-haired young woman regained consciousness and tried to say something, but the maid babbled worriedly around her. The maid advised her not to strain herself and to be quiet. Edith understood that Sophia was only trying to shut her mouth. Lady Edith ordered Sophia not to make a scene or worry, as her stomach hurt a lot, and apologized to Alyssa for the servant's insults. But the governess remembered that the lady had recently vomited blood. Edith then supposed she had an acute allergy to peaches. Upon hearing this excuse, Cliff said it was ridiculous and immediately ordered the room searched. Lady Edith tried to oppose because she did not want them to find anything suspicious in her chambers, and put her under house arrest again. Sophia turned into a lapdog and called the young lord, as she found a can with a skull label in the closet. The ruby-haired girl stated it wasn't hers, and Cliff asked if Edith allowed someone else to enter the room. Edith thought that if the poison had been found so quickly, then either Sophia was very stupid or had nothing to do with the poisoning. And the can was planted. Alyssa gently reprimanded Cliff and asked him to stop bothering Edith with questions. Since she felt unwell, the governess listened attentively to their dialogue. The young lord sketched a smile and promised to meet after the investigation concluded, since he was interested in hearing her excuses. When everyone left, Sophia stayed alone with Edith and said out loud that the young lord evidently had lost his mind. When starting to search the room, Edith told the maid that although the list was being made, she was actually incapable of solving anything on her own. The governess advised the woman to remain silent. Otherwise, she would kill her. Edith mentally replied that this way she would be free from the terrible stomach pain. Meanwhile, Cliff asked the doctor about the consequences of this poison. She replied that the effect was not severe. Stomach pain and hemorrhage. When Cliff left the doctor's room, Curran commented that Lady Edith, victim of poisoning, felt very bad. The boy asked if there was any anxiolytic to relieve it, but he replied that Curran's wife would not benefit. The young lord couldn't believe what he heard. The doctor clarified that Lady Edith had been eating little. The doctor explained that any poison could now be fatal for her. The young lord couldn't believe what he heard. The doctor clarified that fasting was common among aristocrats as they tried to lose weight. Curran understood that this explanation did not apply to Edith. The boy remembered that his wife used to eat various dishes and never refused anything. Moreover, her figure was excellent. Suddenly, the young lord understood why Lady Edith, knowing her condition, had added poison to her food. Curran understood that his wife was a horrible and sad woman, as she had poisoned herself just to attract attention. The young lord remembered that before getting married, Edith Riedhoff had a reputation for attracting public attention. The young man understood that Edith didn't want to hand over Alyssa, only that now she was in his shadow, and felt forgotten by everyone. After talking to the doctor, Killian arrived at his wife's room, sat next to the bed, thinking Edith was asleep, and quietly asked her why she had added poison to the food. Lady Edith replied quietly to her husband, and sadly said that he again didn't believe in her innocence. Killian was happy that his wife had regained consciousness, but asked her to leave, and turned to the other side. Edith lay there and thought that it seemed she had put aside her illusions about her husband. But for some reason, after seeing him, she felt hurt. At night, all members of the Ludwig family gathered in the Duke's study. Lady Eliza stated that something had happened to Lady Edith. Cliff told Lady Eliza that she herself had seen how a can of poison was found in Lady Edith's closet, with which she poisoned herself. The young blonde suggested that if Edith wanted to hand her over, why did she say she was sick as soon as she woke up? Lady Alyssa said hurtfully that she didn't understand why everyone thought Lady Edith was trying to harm her, because she believed they could be friends. The young woman said that she and the daughter-in-law got along easily because they were almost the same age. And then she remembered how much she had looked forward to Edith's arrival at the castle. If Edith heard the blonde's conversation now, she would surely consider her just an angelic character. A few days later, Lady Edith woke up with the idea of giving Lady Alyssa a gift to thank her for saving her from hunger. After consulting with the mother, the daughter-in-law gave the young blonde a gift in the form of fine silk threads. A week later, Edith recovered completely, and one day she stretched cheerfully, anticipating the start of work, while an angry maid sat at the table. Her angry husband ran to her chambers. He called her Edith Ludwig and asked how she could have done it again. The young lord asked his wife if she would deny everything again. But Edith asked to explain what had happened first. Killian said that Lady Eliza had been embroidering with threads gifted by Edith, and fainted. The doctor assures that she was poisoned. The crimson-haired girl said that was impossible, since the threads were packaged when purchased. They were immediately given to Alyssa. Edith remembered that in the original story, there was an episode with the poisoning of a blonde beauty, when Sophia smeared Alyssa's needle with poison. The crimson-haired girl specifically made this gift so that the maid could not send Lady Eliza away. Lady Edith regretted recognizing that her attempts to change the plot were useless. But a shout from the young lord interrupted her thoughts. Killian insisted to his wife on how it could have happened, but she asked him to calm down and reason clearly. Edith explained to Killian that the incident with the cake attracted a lot of attention. Did she poison Eliza with her gift at that moment? The argument made the young man doubt, but he stated that he couldn't fully trust Edith, since there were many suspicious cases related to her. At that moment, the crimson-haired girl had a brilliant idea. She proposed appointing a maid to watch her. Lady Edith said that this way she would avoid suspicion. A conversation that Sophia overheard. She didn't like Edith's proposal and was indignant, but the lady said she was innocent. Therefore, there was no reason to worry. Lady Edith asked her governess not to take it as surveillance, but as an increase in maids. Killian was depressed and disappointed, but his wife hugged his arm so sweetly that the young lord decided to accept her request. Moments later, Killian was already ordering the butler to appoint Anna as Lady Edith's maid. The red-haired girl was happy that her wishes were quickly fulfilled. If she had more time, she would easily get rid of Sophia. Edith thought about how tired she was of enduring the abuses of the despotic governess and ignoring the orders of Count Regelhoff. The young lord finished talking with the administrator and went to his wife asking her to explain Mrs. Alyssa's poisoning. The wife asked her husband if they had checked the thread merchant. Killian replied that they interrogated him first and understood that he would not risk his reputation. Mrs. Edith asked her husband if anyone had access to the gift after Mrs. Alyssa received it. He replied that only Alyssa's maids, Killian and Cliff, had free access to her room. And the red-haired young woman became thoughtful. She supposed that someone was trying to harm Alyssa and accuse Edith, since if they succeeded, they would achieve two goals at once. The young lord was surprised to hear it, but asked the young woman to proceed and express her assumption out loud. Edith said it could be Count Sinclair, since it is rumored that his adopted children tried several times to harm his father's illegitimate daughter. Killian commented that he hadn't heard those rumors, and the red-haired young woman stated that a spy from Count Sinclair could be among the castle's maids. Edith mentioned she had heard other rumors, according to which people from Count Regelhoff could be involved, adding that the Ludwig family was no better. The wife reminded her husband that originally the Duke's family had implicated her, deducing that this way they were trying to implicate Count Regelhoff. Killian exclaimed that he still couldn't forgive his father for that betrayal, and Edith was surprised to hear such words from her husband. Mrs. Edith spent a lot of time proving her innocence to her husband, and now she finally understood that they had more enemies than she thought. The young lord concluded that the explanation was credible, but doubted that his brother and his father would accept it. Edith was surprised that Killian really believed her now. Too bad he didn't do it during the situation with the cake. The girl said she has no desire to be recognized by the Ludwig family. She wants to be recognized only by Lady Alyssa. She admires the blonde, because even though she lived in the Duke's family, she kept protecting Edith regardless of the circumstances. Lady Edith explained that her gift was sent as thanks. But Lady Alyssa will be very saddened if she finds out that the threads turned out to be an attempt at poisoning. The man told his wife that he thought Edith hated Alyssa, but the ruby-haired young woman was surprised by his words. The young lord clarified that Edith was annoyed that so much attention was given to Alyssa. But that only made the young woman laugh. She moved closer to Killian and told him that she was Edith Ludwig and that she had no reason to envy other women for their popularity. The young woman's cheeks blushed as she realized it was the day she dared to say such affectionate words to her husband. Suddenly, the young lord put his hand through her ruby-toned hair. Edith thought something was wrong with her hairstyle. A second later, Killian's soft lips covered hers. During the kiss, Edith had time to ask her husband several questions, but they all remained in her mind. When the long kiss ended, Killian looked at his wife anxiously and quickly apologized to her. Lady Edith replied that everything was fine, but then she blushed and tried to understand what had happened to Killian. Why did he dare to do such a thing? A few days later, the maid Anna arrived at the young woman's room and announced that the trial period was over. Edith asked why, and Anna explained that the poison used for the poisoning was a common variety. The maid informed Edith that during the investigation they concluded that, for the moment, there was not enough information to draw conclusions. Edith presented the sick Eliza and thought she would forgive her. But Cliff would not forget that incident just like that. The news of the end of the trial period reached the imperial palace and infuriated Princess Catalina of Iberia. Cliff personally gave the sensational information to the princess. He said he was also surprised, since the father yielded to Killian's pressure. Catalina commented that she couldn't contact Alyssa to know if she was well. The princess wanted to visit her, but her brother forbade her from leaving the palace temporarily. Cliff listened to Princess Catalina, who was very angry about the situation, and decided it was time to act. The princess regretted that even the Duchess, with whom she had a trusting relationship, had not informed her about the incident. Cliff recalled the conversation about the poisoning in the Duke's office when Killian said he didn't blame Edith, since nobody saw anyone in Alyssa's room. The young man stated that there were too many unknowns in the matter. For example, why was exactly that object poisoned? And Cliff replied that it was obvious. Cliff concluded that the poison was added to something Alyssa would surely touch. And Killian shouted that his brother was rushing too much with conclusions. Killian said that Edith could not have bypassed the palace security, as she was very well trained. And the Duke agreed, admitting he was right. The father got up from the table, said the conversation was over, since after the incident with the cake, Edith's belongings and the maids were thoroughly checked. Cliff told the princess that the Duke would soon pay a visit to the imperial palace. And the young man still didn't know that his father would not go alone. One morning, the mother asked her if she had been able to rest during the trial period. Edith replied that she felt fine and mentally clarified that it was thanks to Anna, who prepared many delicious dishes for her. The Duchess informed that Renan asked about the young woman's condition and suggested she return to work in his office. The Duchess told her daughter-in-law that before returning to work, she had to visit the imperial palace. The princess wants to see her. A while later, the young woman was traveling alone with the Duke in the litter and couldn't believe her luck. She remembered that, in the original story, Edith didn't even travel in a litter with her father-in-law, much less enter the imperial palace. While going to the imperial palace, Mrs. Edith was worried, as she didn't know why Princess Katarina had summoned her. The Duchess had explained to her daughter-in-law that Her Majesty and Her Highness had always treated the Ludwig family well. But now they were interested in Edith. Her mother was optimistic, but Edith suspected that the reason for the trip was bad, as the Emperor's sister was famous for scorning protocol and rules of etiquette. It was rumored that the princess was an eccentric person who acted on instinct. She refused to wear dresses and kept her hair short. It was known that the sharp and lively princess only became sweet in the presence of Mrs. Elise. Katarina did not follow the structure and acted freely. When Edith read the novel, Her Highness was a character she liked, but now she was afraid to meet Katarina in person. The young woman looked out the litter window and hoped that the princess's impartial character would make her support her. Katarina first saw Mrs. Elise in the arms of Cliff, her first love. But despite jealousy, she managed to fall in love with the beautiful blonde. The daughter-in-law reasoned that if the princess could feel affection for Elise and started valuing her more than Cliff, then Edith would also do well. At the imperial palace, the ruby-haired young woman realized that her hopes for a cordial meeting with the princess had not been met. The atmosphere was tense, as Edith couldn't say anything until Princess Katarina accepted her greeting. Finally, Princess Katarina broke the silence and asked the young woman if she was Count Riegelhoff's daughter. But she replied that her name was Edith Ludwig. Her Highness said that was irrelevant and commented that there would be no tea at the meeting, since it was known that Edith was fond of poisoning people. The young woman understood that Cliff had already informed the princess about the incidents at the castle and assured that she had never used poison. Edith added that she could not explain her past actions or her bad reputation. That's why she didn't understand why Her Highness believed rumors. The princess advised Mrs. Edith not to behave arrogantly, since her marriage to Kellen was arranged. And Duke Ludwig could not reject the idea of uniting his lineage with that of Count Regelhof. Edith replied that she understood, although Princess Katerina did not believe the sincerity of her words. Her Highness, with a cynical smile, stated that Edith's answers sounded unconvincing, and began to shout that she saw her clearly. The princess suggested that Edith considered her absurd and aspired to the throne, to which she protested, and added that she respected Her Highness. Edith remembered that in the second part of the novel there is a scene where, after the suppression of Archbishop Landstone's rebellion, Elissa walks with a disguised Katerina. In that scene, Katerina hid her identity, so for the first time she wore a wig, and went with Elissa to a clothing store to try on a dress. After that excursion, the princess stopped behaving as before, assumed the obligations of the imperial family, and presided over Soviet society. When reading the novel, Edith concluded that she liked the free and capricious princess more, who didn't listen to others' opinions. Mrs. Edith told the emperor's sister that she hoped Katarina wouldn't listen to prejudiced aristocrats and value her fairly. Upon returning to the duke's castle, she began to torment herself, wondering if she had embarrassed herself in front of Her Highness. Edith decided it was time to develop the habit of not paying attention to who was speaking beauty, and of not losing the ability to think clearly. The young woman made the decision to stop daydreaming and headed to the duke's secretary's office. When someone took her hand, the ruby-haired girl turned and saw her maid Sophia, who grabbed Edith by the neck and spoke to her about a final chance. Sophia told her that the scoundrel must steal the tax documents from the duke's main property. Otherwise, the maid would kill her. The governess commented that, upon learning that Edith had been sent embroidery materials, she thought the bad woman had finally regained her sanity. Sophia asserted that she became enraged upon discovering that the gift was a trap to get rid of her, and that the mushroom intoxication had nothing to do with it. About to suffocate, Edith realized that Sophia was not related to the poisoning, and the maid explained that she could kill the scoundrel. Moreover, the Lord had allowed it. The governess let go of Edith and told her she had a chance to fix it. After regaining her breath, the young woman asked what would happen if the Ludwigs found out. Sophia replied that in that case, she would kill the scoundrel and arrange everything so that suspicion would fall on the Ludwigs. The girl suggested that she could reveal the cruel maid, but she laughed and said that if the scoundrel could have done it, she would have already done it. The maid told Edith that as soon as she handed her over, Killian would discover his wife's true essence. He would abandon her and return to Mrs. Elise. Sophia asserted that if she betrayed her, the Lord would ruin Edith's life so much that it wouldn't even be advisable to talk about it. The governess took Edith's chin and told her that if she managed to steal the documents, Sophia promised to be kinder to her. Edith told her that she could predict the maid's future and clarified that the Regelhof family would be destroyed anyway, no matter how much his followers tried. The ruby-haired girl stated that even Shane Regelhof, whom Sophia loved so much, could not avoid his terrible fate. A while later, Mrs. Edith finally entered Renan's office and explained that she was late due to a trip to the imperial palace. For a moment, Edith wondered if the duke's secretary had heard the rumors about the poisoned embroidery items. Renan replied that everything was fine and suggested starting work, as many documents had accumulated during his absence. Edith looked at the desk, where piles of papers were stacked, and the duke's secretary, seeing her confused expression, advised her not to rush and to work at a comfortable pace. The young woman set to work with enthusiasm and once again felt the pleasant scent of paper. She enjoyed the rustling of the pen and the fresh air. She worked in the duke's office and thought it was the safest and most comfortable place in her past life. And present, Mrs. Edith handed the process documents to the duke's secretary, who told her that the young woman was performing well and concentrating quickly. The young woman liked the boss's compliment and shyly replied that her work was not complicated at all. Renan commented that if everyone worked and thought like Mrs. Edith, he wouldn't have to fire so many people, and added that her help was very useful to him. The Duke's secretary reviewed the documents and said they were always well organized and carefully prepared. A stain appeared on one of the documents filled out by Edith, and immediately her eyes filled with tears. She tried to wipe them away and calm down, but the tears continued to fall down her cheeks. And she blushed and felt uncomfortable about her reaction. The Duke's secretary got up from his chair, took Edith's hand, and told her that she shouldn't suppress her emotions like that, as if someone were chasing her. Renan took a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped away Edith's tears, telling her not to hold back her emotions, or she might lose control. The reddish-haired young man told the tearful girl that the documents were not urgent, and that she didn't have to rush. The door to the Duke's secretary's office was ajar, and Kellen was passing by, and overheard their conversation by chance. One day, Mrs. Edith got the idea that characters who play an insignificant role in a story, like Renan, do not depend so much on the plot. Edith greeted the servants and wished them a good day, as she had decided to befriend the secondary characters. Instantly, Edith realized that friendship with the servants would be of no use to her. But remembering Sophia's words, that Killian would kick her out of the palace. Thinking of her husband, the resentment in her heart led her to wonder if Killian had visited Lady Eliza today. One night, Killian entered his wife's room, sat on the bed, and asked her why she didn't come to his room after work. The young woman found no answer and barely understood what was happening, but noticed the blush on Edith's cheeks. The young man asked Lady Edith if she hadn't liked the night they spent together the previous evening, and she just froze in surprise. Then the husband brushed his wife's hand and asked why she hadn't come after the trial period ended. As soon as she regained her composure after the challenging question, Edith could only ask Killian why she should come. Her husband replied that normally she did so, seducing with her body to prove her innocence. Edith thought that her presence in her husband's room could be seen as the act of a dishonest woman, hiding the lie with her body. Killian said that the last time it had worked really well and that Edith's plan had succeeded. First, the wife asked if the husband was completely sober, and then stated that she had always been innocent, and that day she hadn't tried to seduce anyone. The young woman supposed the boy had misunderstood, but the husband replied that there were no confusions, since the wife had entered his bedroom and kissed him. Killian concluded that Edith hadn't liked the last time, that she hadn't been satisfied. That's why she went looking for another prey. At that moment, the young woman definitively confirmed that her husband was drunk. She got angry and told him she didn't understand which prey he was referring to. The young man clarified that everyone knows the girl is popular among boys, and new stories keep emerging, affirming her sexuality. Edith mentally replied to her husband that, according to the plot, her character seduced men on Count Riegelhoff's order. But she never went further than flirting, and the rumors exaggerated everything. The boy sat close to the young woman and told her that Edith was an expert at seducing men, since all self-control was lost next to her. Killian reflected on his wife's power of attraction and understood that it was surprising. All this time she had been kind and gentle to others, besides understanding art. The boy remembered how Edith enjoyed food like a child, and for any rudeness she responded calmly, without losing her composure. The husband understood that his wife was always looking for the most rational solution. Despite the gravity of her situation, the young man remembered how his arguments managed to convince the Duke, since nobody even considered such a thing. Before Killian's eyes appeared the image of how, by having promised to investigate fairly, he stood in front of his wife's chambers. The boy understood that they had always suspected Edith, but she never complained or showed her pain to her husband. The young man understood that Edith, instead of turning to Killian for help, preferred to share her problems with Renan. At that moment, the boy understood that his wife hadn't liked the shared night. She just used him and discarded him. The young man believed that Renan was only acting like a gentleman, while Edith, the cunning fox. decided to take advantage and seduce him. Killian looked at Edith Ludwig and understood that now she no longer had such horrible thoughts. Suddenly, the young man noticed a mark on his wife's neck and asked offendedly what that was. Without waiting for an answer, Killian turned her over, pulled down her nightgown and saw multiple bruises. The young lord deduced that such bruises could not have resulted from a casual blow. They appeared approximately a day or two ago. Killian asked his wife why she hadn't told him anything earlier and who had done it. But Lady Edith remained silent. The young lord thought that if it had been someone from the house, the ruby-haired girl would have told him everything a long time ago. The next day, the girl was in her chambers and crying bitterly. Anna asked the lady if it was because she slept poorly. Lady Edith sighed sadly and replied that, unfortunately, she had slept very well. And deeply. That's why she was crying. She remembered that yesterday the husband had left her chambers immediately after discovering the bruises. He apologized for his reaction. He said that everything was fine, since that was part of his wife's duties, and suggested to her husband that they stay and spend the afternoon together. Killian replied that he was not an animal to attack someone injured. After his departure, Edith slept soundly. Upon waking up in the morning, the girl found a sticky ointment on her back. But only Sophia and Killian knew about the bruises. Edith understood that Killian had entered the room and applied the ointment. She became sad upon realizing from her deep sleep. Suddenly, Killian burst into Edith's chambers with his assistant. He said he had urgent business and ordered someone to be brought. They brought Sophia, who shouted that the arrest was invalid as she was Count Riegelhoff's maid. Sent to look after the lady. The young lord stated that a maid incapable of fulfilling her duty was useless to Edith. Sophia maintained that since childhood, ladies had been close people to her. They had trained her from a young age to be ladies' personal maid. Killian said that a maid who does her job well would not only have reported the bruises on the lady's body, but would also have treated them. The young lord looked at the maid and said he understood that only she could have caused those injuries. Lady Edith was surprised by her husband's acuity, as he understood everything with just one look at the bruises. Killian asked the maid if she really thought the bruises on his wife's body would not be noticed by her husband. By being hidden under clothes. The young man turned to his wife and promised to expel the governess from the castle, especially since the Riegelhoff family was asking for her unharmed return. The young lord was surprised by how the Riegelhoff family viewed things, and Edith observed that it was barely morning. And her husband had already caught the maid and contacted the count. The wife was pleased to recognize that her husband was finally taking her side, that he defended her and worried about her. Killian indicated that Sophia should leave the castle in the cart that Count Riegelhoff would send, and entrusted Anna to supervise him. Lady Edith was astonished that the Riegelhoff family did not fear rumors and valued their palace dog so much as to send a cart for her. The husband told the ruby-haired girl that he wished to visit Lady Alyssa, and left the room while his wife began to change. Anna helped remove the corset from the dress and saw many bruises on the lady's back. The maid was shocked and asked why Lady Edith hadn't spoken. Then, the maid announced that she would now bring the remedy for the back, and the lady was deeply moved by so much concern and loyalty. One day, a hooded stranger stood next to a green sign with the words that the condition of the second stage must be met. Otherwise, there would be a fine. The hooded man said he understood everything. But the notification was strange, as the first stage was completely overcome. The unknown reflected and added that with every attempt, the system's demands became stranger. It occurred to the hooded man that the villain character in the novel acted like a young woman born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her main mistake was trying to improve her relationships with the main characters. But in the scene with the documents, he realized that it had all been in vain. When the villain Edith was accused of committing crimes, she panicked instead of coolly proving her innocence. The hooded unknown said that his influence only falls on the protagonists, while secondary characters have more freedom in the plot. He added that he could not assure that the young woman playing Edith established good relationships only with those who were convenient for her. The anonymous person commented that the progress was successful until the first stage condition unexpectedly arose. He pointed out that the impact of the original plot diminishes if the conditions are met, and clarified that after overcoming the first stage, little changed. The hooded man indicated that the attitude of the secondary characters towards Edith had changed, and he hit the table in frustration. He shouted with regret that Killian was a main character, but then calmed down and regained his composure. The unknown exclaimed enthusiastically that this factor would serve for a perfect scene that would make the protagonist stronger. The unknown pointed out that it was fun to see how everything deviated from his plan. Then he smiled with satisfaction and pressed several buttons on the panel. While typing, the anonymous person commented that it was curious to see how the 13th Edith would face the next condition. A while later, in Mrs. Eliza's chambers, Cliff asked his brother if he had lost his mind by letting the maid go, since she could be related to the poisoning. Killian stated that during the investigation, it would be difficult to accuse someone just because she had been sent by Count Regelhof. The young master said he deliberately looked for a pretext to kick out the maid, who would have caused many problems for the Ludwig family. He added that he didn't like the governess from the beginning, which surprised Cliff and Mrs. Alyssa, since they had heard that Killian accepted the maid into the castle. The young lord clarified that his decision was approved by the Duke. Even Mrs. Eliza agreed. But Cliff didn't like it and asked for the reason. The young blonde replied that she wanted to talk more about the poisoning and find the culprits. Mrs. Eliza explained that it doesn't matter who poisoned her, whether someone from the Sinclair family or from the Regelhof family, the important thing is that someone hates her. Alyssa said it would be worse when the poisoner is discovered. Killian concluded that it's good that the young blonde spoke with the Duke. The young lord thought that his father, after the incident with the governess, might become interested in Edith and discover that she is not valuable to Count Regelhof. If this is revealed, the marriage arranged for family interests will end. The boy supposed that's why his wife didn't mention the abuse. At that moment, the young man had an idea and remembered the moment when Edith herself asked to be assigned a maid, supposedly to avoid suspicion. Killian guessed that she not only suffered from this, but also won, as she managed to use her husband for her own benefit. Killian's self-criticism was interrupted by his brother's question, who asked him why he was thinking, since he got distracted from the conversation with Mrs. Alyssa. The boy apologized to the young blonde and explained that he had many problems, most of them Edith's fault. Alyssa blinked to hold back tears and nodded understandingly, saying that Killian urgently needed to pay special attention to his wife and take care of her. Alyssa said that while recovering, she always thought of Edith and how difficult it was for her, since she also took the poison. The young blonde commented that the Duke's sons visit her frequently. Edith is probably alone and dejected. Alyssa suggested to Killian that he try to comfort Edith, help her overcome the difficulties. For example, walking together and talking. The young blonde asked the young lord to be as kind and conversational with his wife as he was with her. The golden-eyed boy didn't like Lady Alyssa's kindness towards Lady Edith at all, nor her proposal to his brother. The shadows of the night had already fallen, but the ruby-haired girl did not find peace. Her thoughts about her husband and recent events tormented her. Edith supposed that her husband already suspected everything. It was difficult not to connect all the facts and notice nothing. First, Edith had been a victim of beatings from her own governess. And second, they sent her a carriage from Regelhof so she could return. Killian perfectly understood everything, but realized that holding his wife as a prisoner was useless. Strangely, he didn't kick her out of town. Instead, he expelled the maid. And Edith suspected that if no one mentioned the topic anymore, perhaps Killian sympathized with her. The girl admitted mentally that she was not afraid of being expelled from town. As in the original story, her role was much more important than that of a maid. However, she worried that Sophia still had an important role in several episodes, and she didn't know how this would affect Edith. Leaning on the table, Edith considered that she could not continue waiting for her husband's sympathy, since she didn't know how much he valued her. The ruby-haired girl understood that she must continue proving that she was harmless so that everything would remain calm in the Ludwig family. Lady Edith decided at all costs to change her husband's opinion, since he believed that she had seduced him due to an unfavorable situation. The next day, Killian proposed to his wife that they have a small snack together. But the answer was unexpected. Lady Edith rejected the offer. The young man explained his rejection, thinking he had caught her off guard. So the next day he returned with a special proposal. Killian stated that he knew the girl dined alone in her room, so he invited her to join the family dinner. Lady Edith refused again, alleging that she didn't want to be the cause of conflict or spoil the atmosphere with her presence. The young man thought his wife was right. The father was indeed cautious with her because of what she had suffered. The next day, in the afternoon, the young man approached his wife again and told her that it was a nice day, and that he wanted to go for a walk. Mrs. Edith stopped reading and replied that she appreciated the invitation, but the sun was still too strong, so she preferred to stay in the room. The young man closed the room door, and his mind immediately filled with negative thoughts that Edith felt uncomfortable with him. Killian began to think that he was doing something wrong and reflected that perhaps Edith was still that cunning woman, and cruel that he believed her to be. Mentally, he added that she was clearly different from the bad gossip circulating about her in society, and that she had simply found herself in a difficult situation. Killian remembered his decision to make a decision about his wife's behavior when they spent time together. But everything turned out more complicated than expected. The young man understood that he was putting unnecessary pressure on himself. Probably their work schedules did not coincide, and he should try another time. Suddenly, his wife's room door opened, and Mrs. Edith came out into the hallway where he was standing. And reflecting Killian, the ruby-haired young woman asked her husband what he was doing there, since he had promised to go for a walk. The young man was speechless. He found no answer and suggested eating the strawberry cake they had brought from a famous pastry shop. Mrs. Edith understood that her husband was talking about that famous cake that Anna had told her about on one occasion. Although the ruby-haired young woman imagined in detail how delicious the dessert would be, she managed to resist and refuse the offer. She told him that in recent days she had already gained quite a bit of weight, so she wished him a good meal, and hurried away. Edith walked hurriedly down the hallway and thought that she should not give up because of food, and stop playing the role of a reasonable and placid wife who wishes to stay on the sidelines. 3 days later, she went to Lady Eliza's chambers, who seemed sad to her, and asked her if it was because of Killian. The ruby-haired young woman was surprised by the question, but managed to answer that everything was fine, and that nothing had happened. The beautiful blonde clarified that she had heard whispers among the maids, who were talking about Killian, who had requested a divorce once again. Lady Edith said that, apparently, the servants love to gossip, and marriages are the most amusing topic for them. The ruby-haired young woman added that she expressed herself badly before and asks her now to understand her correctly. She explained to the beautiful blonde that at this moment she is more grateful than sad towards her husband, since she sees how he worries about her. Alyssa asked Edith, if Killian is so good, why is he pushing her away? The question left the young lord's wife confused. After reflecting for a while, Edith tried to carefully explain that Killian is an unhappy man, since he made sacrifices for the good of the duchy. The ruby-haired young woman said that marriages of convenience are not bad, but everything is bad if their families confront each other. Edith smiled and said she doesn't want her husband to attend to her out of obligation, and thought she couldn't say that Killian was testing her. The blonde protested loudly, and Edith proved it by insisting that her husband always comes with different proposals. Edith recounted that recently her husband came with a proposal to improve her health through exercise, and asked her if she knew how to ride a horse. Upon hearing a negative answer, the young lord offered to teach her, but Edith refused again, and barely managed to get rid of the insistent husband. The ruby-haired young woman told Alyssa that the young man had been going to Renan's office for 2 days in a row and watching her while she worked. The beautiful blonde was shocked by Edith's stories about the young lord's behavior and asked her to be kinder to him. One day, Kellen came to his wife and firmly stated that he knew she was free today and could devote time to him. Edith thought that, in reality, the only things she did during the day were helping Renan in the office and eating. Kellen proposed going to the opera, but the wife refused again and suggested the boy spend time with Alyssa, since she already felt better. The husband was surprised by his wife's words, but Edith assured him that everyone knew how close he was to Alyssa, and that didn't bother her. This angered the husband, who asked his wife what opinion she had of him. Initially, Edith replied that the opinion of the boy was evident: he was her husband. However, at that moment, the girl thought that, if the young lord was testing her, she should answer differently. Mrs. Edith clarified that Kellen was her husband, but only on paper. The young lord became very upset by the answer. The ruby-haired girl lowered her gaze and said she understood that she and her husband were married for convenience. Mrs. Edith stated that she knew this marriage was a chain for Kellen that kept him away from the woman he loved. Mentally, Edith concluded that perhaps for Kellen her wife was a jealous woman and cruel, who like a snake or a demon clung to the marriage. Kellen got angry at the words that the husband was only on paper and asked if his wife didn't want to spend time with him. Then he suggested that she had found another one. The young lord proposed that the other man was Renan Filch. Mrs. Edith was surprised by her husband's words. Kellen headed for the exit, thinking he was the only one in the room who imposed himself and was jealous. The boy understood that his wife didn't like him at all. The ruby-haired girl looked at her husband's face and understood that the test was over. Edith extended her hand to him. Kellen touched his wife's hand and asked if, being a husband on paper, he could lie down next to her and hug her in bed. Upon hearing the request, the ruby-haired woman got angry and tried to let go of his hand. But the young lord didn't let her. He apologized for his conduct and kissed her. Edith didn't resist, but understood that if they continued like this, misunderstandings would arise again. Killian kissed his wife on the neck, and she mentally scolded herself for allowing it, since later her husband would say again that he had seduced her. The dark-haired woman found herself in darkness again, where the light came from a green plaque with the inscription that the conditions of the second stage had been met. The board updated. A message appeared indicating that exclusive rights had been obtained and the author's rights had been reduced. The woman rejoiced and shouted that she had understood how the system works. Every time she sleeps with her husband, the conditions are easier. The board updated once more, and a rejection message appeared for all 10 of Killian's propositions. The woman concluded that she was mistaken and thought that someone was mocking and playing with her husband's feelings. The dark-haired woman smiled satisfied, remembered how she mustered up the courage, and finally fulfilled the condition. The only thing the ruby-haired woman cared about was whether the young lord would be very sad about this. The hooded man became enraged by the situation. He didn't understand how she had solved it so quickly. He didn't understand how someone could deny something to their beloved 10 times and remembered Alyssa's pair. And Cliff, a person in love can fulfill any desire of their partner and keep giving, without asking for anything in return. She is even willing to accept unjustified demands just to hug someone valuable to her. The unknown man said he had never seen the character of Mrs. Edith fulfill the condition of the second stage. Incognito concluded that he was mistaken. Edith felt nothing for Killian and realized that her influence on the main characters was waning. The hooded man horribly imagined what would happen if Edith fulfilled the condition of the third stage. The copyrights would be completely annulled. The plot would advance thanks to the efforts of the characters. The events would continue, and the beloved beautiful blonde would grow old and finally die. The system demanded the unknown to set the condition for the third stage, and he tried several times. But every attempt was a failure. The system called the conditions set for the third stage inadmissible. Incognito almost lost hope. At that moment, the idea came to him to propose to the system a condition to kill Edith. But without using his own hands. After spending a night together, the young lord asked his wife if everything was fine with her. Edith replied affirmatively and added that she didn't expect so much. Killian replied that muscles are formed through training. The young lord whispered in his wife's ear that her body was even more amazing than his. And then he kissed her on the forehead. Lady Edith couldn't believe that the events of the romance had changed a little. And her husband was truly tender with her. The wife smiled at her husband and joked that she would crush him if he kept hugging her so tightly. The young lord turned to Lady Edith and asked if her words about the marriage had been sincere only on paper. The young woman didn't understand why he asked her that question, as if he really cared. And she replied yes. The question led Lady Edith to reflect on her husband. It was definitely not out of pity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone that far. In the original, Killian couldn't receive Lady Alyssa's love. That's why perhaps the desire for closeness and loneliness drove him. The ruby-haired young woman looked closely at her husband and thought she guessed the reason for his behavior. Killian spent his whole life in his brother's shadow. Cliff always beat Killian in fencing practice. Cliff is the Duke's direct heir. That's why he received so much attention since childhood. Even his beloved wife only looks at her brother. It's no coincidence that he is the protagonist of the story with everything he has. It seems that one day the young lord understood that Edith also suffers from loneliness. That's why he can understand her feelings. Mrs. Edith touched her husband's cheek and asked what she could do so that he would finally trust her. That same night, Killian invited his wife to the theater. She was astonished by its beauty, elegance, and grandeur. The spouses went up to the balcony to occupy their seats, and Mrs. Edith was given a beautiful view of the grand hall. The young woman hesitated whether everything could be heard in such a large hall. The husband asked if it was her first time at the Capitol's theater. Edith reflected on her character's past and felt compassion, as her father denied her access to music and books, all because of Count Riegelhoff's fear that his daughter would know too much and start rebelling against his orders. The young woman decided to change the subject and asked about the play. Killian replied that the tragedy is called Odette. Once Odette, the daughter of a rich viscount, went to the forest to pick berries, and there she found a wounded Laszlo. She felt pity for him. Odette decided to help the wounded man, who stayed with her until he completely recovered his memory. Laszlo turned out to be a prince from a neighboring country, escaped due to a struggle for the throne. According to the plot, these two fall in love. Odelia's father intervened. He wished to give his daughter in marriage to the rich man Hubert from the neighboring county. Laszlo tried to convince the girl to run away together for their love, but the man Hubert knew perfectly well that Odelia loved another. The rich man seduced her with his fortune. Then, the Viscount's daughter rejected love for the well-being of her family. Odelia sang on stage that Laszlo would remain forever in the young woman's heart. And she said goodbye to him, while Mrs. Edith cried. Throughout the entire play, Killian never took his eyes off his wife. He observed her emotions, and when they left the hall, asked her if everything was all right. The blonde-haired girl replied affirmatively and acknowledged that the play was very interesting. She told her husband that if she had known she would like it so much, she wouldn't have refused the invitation to the theater earlier. Killian asked how his wife would act instead of Odelia. She replied that she would undoubtedly choose the rich gentleman. Killian asked for an explanation. Then, his wife said she wouldn't commit suicide and would reject a rich man. Laszlo is not a positive character at all, since he knew Odelia's situation. But he continued, hiding his identity. Edith concluded that the boy acted horribly. He was simply testing the girl in a tricky way and testing her love. Killian asked if one could give in to the appeal of money when in love. His wife replied that it wasn't just a matter of money. Mrs. Edith explained that the fate of her family depended on Odelia's decision. She added that the play recalls Killian's luck. The girl said that Hubert appears as a negative character, but he is the only one who truly loved Odelia. And was honest. Lady Edith observed that the end of the play was not very credible, since Laszlo had married the princess. Upon learning this, the play's protagonist committed suicide, and Edith called it an absurd act. The ruby-haired girl concluded that in reality, Hubert and Odelia would have been together. Curran didn't understand how the wife had reached such a conclusion, and she explained that there is something called time. The girl smiled and added that people are stronger than they think. Their impregnable hearts melt, and the wounds close. At first, the young lord got the idea that the wife was again trying to win him over with sweet words. The boy looked at her kind and innocent eyes and understood he was mistaken. Because Edith herself is a strong person. Curran took the ruby-haired girl's hand and proposed they walk if she wasn't tired. Lady Edith accepted delighted, and the spouses headed off to stroll through the city lit by the setting sun. The idea crossed the girl's mind that the husband had already spent time like this with someone, since he walked with a firm pace, as if he knew the way. For a moment Edith felt uncomfortable, even sad, but then she saw a little girl asking them to buy flowers. The ruby-haired girl asked her husband to stop. She approached the young flower seller and asked the price of a bouquet. Suddenly, her husband appeared next to his wife. He handed the girl several bills and said that should be enough. That noble act greatly surprised Lady Edith and the girl, and the young lord handed the bouquet to his wife. He affirmed that throughout the entire empire, she was the only noblewoman maiden trying to buy flowers by herself. Even though her husband was next to her. Edith happily thanked the young man for the flowers and said it was the first time she had received such a bouquet. Killian blushed, thinking the girl received a withered bouquet, and commented that he should have bought a fresh one in the morning. Lady Edith protested and clarified that it was the first time she had received flowers in that manner. The girl remembered that in her previous life, her parents didn't spend money on something as impractical as flowers. Her only lover didn't even manage to maintain their relationship, far from infidelity. Much less give her flowers. It must be that the book's Edith received many bouquets, but probably not hers arrived, since Shane Riedhoff ordered them to be removed. Lady Edith looked at the bouquet and thought that receiving flowers as a gift was exciting. They exuded a pleasant aroma. The young man was surprised to see how the girl looked at the flowers with a fascinated gaze. But suddenly she reacted. Lady Edith proposed to her husband that they continue the walk and visit another place. Upon accepting, she immediately took his hand. The spouses, like children, ran through the street visiting different shops, joked, and laughed. The young man was happy to see the sparkle in his wife's eyes and proposed buying her a sweet ice cream on a stick. Near the main roadway, there was a clown performing tricks. The girl felt like going closer to him. The clown tried to include Edith in the performance, but she didn't realize it would turn out terrifying. Her face distorted in fear. The young man laughed, extended his hand, and asked the clown to return his wife. Lady Edith was pleasantly surprised to hear her husband publicly refer to her as such. At that moment, she decided to look around. Edith realized that everything she saw, cozy streets, buildings, shops, and attractions, were created for the main characters. The young woman thought that now those assets, created by the author for the main characters, were destined for her and her husband to enjoy. The ruby-haired girl wondered if it was because she had met the condition of the second level. During the walk, Edith looked at Killian and suspected that he had changed after meeting the conditions of the second level. She recalled how recently he had wanted to spend the night with his wife, and then proposed going to the opera together. The young lord added that he wanted to spend time with his wife to get to know her better. The girl thought that if she was right, upon meeting the third condition, she could expect freedom from the original script. Edith looked at the free people in the plot passing by and wondered if she and Killian could choose. She looked at her husband and dreamed of being able to choose when to feel sad or happy, with whom to become enemies, and whom to love. Killian walked down the hallway and got lost in his thoughts, recalling the trip to the opera and the subsequent walk. He feared his wife would be bored, but decided to invite her to the theater because she loves art. The young lord supposed that his wife had attended the theater with other men on multiple occasions. But he was deeply surprised to see her genuine emotions during the play, and astonished by her reaction to the bouquet of flowers. Killian never imagined that Edith Riegelhoff had never received flowers before. After the walk, Lady Edith thanked her husband and said that that night had opened new horizons for her. The young lord was surprised, thinking he was happy that many things were a first time for Edith. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice called him. It belonged to Lady Eliza, who suggested he was too tired as it was late. Kellen realized that he had spent the last few days with Edith, but hadn't paid attention to Eliza, and insistently asked what had happened. The young blonde timidly mentioned Lady Edith's name and said that one of the maids saw her spreading poison on threads. And a needle. Lady Alyssa's words caused astonishment in Kellen, but he announced a second shocking piece of news. The young woman indicated that they found out from a maid, whom Cliff found after her unexpected disappearance from the place. The man was furious and asked the blonde why his brother found out, and why the maid fell earlier. But Lady Alyssa didn't know any answers and said that Cliff affirmed that he himself would resolve everything. The blonde confessed that she couldn't keep quiet about this event and decided to tell Kellen. After reflecting, the beautiful blonde asked the young lord if all that was a lie, since Edith was incapable of that. Kellen assured that his wife was not involved, but he thought that Lady Edith, the notorious villain, was capable of it. Suddenly, a strange noise reached the young man. He asked Alyssa if she had heard a scream. However, in the hallway, there was no one else but the two talking, and Kellen calmly continued his explanation. He reasoned that Count Riegelhoff could not have ordered his daughter to kill Lady Alyssa, since in the Duke's family she had the least influence. The young lord considered that jealousy could be the motive, but the ruby-haired girl had none. Killian thought that, instead of wanting his wife's sympathy, his wife felt discomfort due to the attention he showed. The boy told Elise that the maid had probably been bribed, which meant the enemy had access to the people of the duchy. He said he intended to interrogate the rest of the castle staff. But the young woman protested, as she didn't want to cause a scandal. Killian smiled, handed his jacket to Lady Elise, and commented that it was cold in the castle at night, so it was necessary to dress warmer. Then he asked if the girl would let him know if Cliff decided to investigate matters related to Edith on his own again. The young lord added that he shouldn't tell his brother about this request. Otherwise, he would hide everything, even from the beautiful blonde. Alyssa accepted, and the boy said it was already late. He was tired, so he would go to his chambers. The blonde called Killian, but when he turned around and asked what was happening, she could only wish him good night. 3 days after the opera, the young lord sat at the table in his wife's chambers and enjoyed breakfast in her company. Lady Edith was uneasy that her husband had been eating with her for the last few consecutive days. She thought he was plotting something. The young woman smiled kindly and reminded her husband that he had said he had a lot of work now. Then Killian smiled, called his wife affectionately, and told her that he had finished his tasks a while ago. Lady Edith blushed and thought that such an adorable face should be forbidden by law. Later she recovered and told him she was asking seriously, as she had noticed the boy was acting strangely. The young lord looked at his wife with confusion and commented that it is normal for a married couple to eat together. Now Killian understood the feelings his wife had experienced throughout the marriage when facing her husband's rude treatment. The young lord said that for a long time he acted incorrectly, but he wants to fix everything. Killian asked Edith if she could get to know her better, and added that she was still the main suspect in past events. The young lord specified that every day he became more convinced that Mrs. Edith was innocent. The girl couldn't believe that the man in front of her was the one who didn't let her touch him at the wedding and put on the wedding ring himself. Edith sincerely thanked her husband for those kind words and mentally deduced that he had changed so much after the second phase. The boy was surprised and said that he owed thanks to the ruby-haired girl who should apologize. Killian communicated that he wanted to spend more time with his wife, and the girl replied that they already spent quite a bit of time together. Kilcan touched his wife's hand and pointed out that it was necessary to spend time with someone to get to know them better. The boy took her hand and said he would love to know what she loves, hates, and her habits. Edith didn't understand what was happening, but then she realized that the theme of the story was a harem of male characters obsessed with the protagonist. Killian brought his wife's hand closer and said he didn't want to miss anything about her. But noticing her tense face, he asked if she felt comfortable. The girl mentally replied to her husband that it was not necessary to be so meticulous in a normal conversation with his wife. After that talk, the observation phase began, in which husband and wife spent a lot of time together. At first, the ruby-haired girl thought she would feel very uncomfortable, knowing that Killian was watching her and evaluating. But everything turned out much more comfortable and natural than she expected. The spouses maintained constant communication and got along well with each other. It seemed to Mrs. Edith that a wall had fallen between her and the young lord, and now they were a real married couple. One day, Killian and Mrs. Edith were sitting on the large terrace drinking tea with Cliff and Mrs. Alyssa. The husband told his wife that she should have taken at least a jacket, as the wife could catch a cold. The wife replied that summer hadn't ended yet and added that, if she caught a cold in the end, no one would notice. The husband asked indignantly how she could say such a thing, when in any case he would notice if Edith felt unwell. The argument was interrupted by a cry from Mrs. Alyssa, who called them a real couple, which embarrassed Mrs. Edith. Killian just smiled conspiratorially and asked Mrs. Alyssa if what she said was true. Mrs. Edith was surprised by her husband's reaction, whose words seemed not to affect him at all. Mrs. Alyssa tried to change the subject and said that today everyone would drink strawberry tea from a well-known capital shop. The ruby-haired girl affirmed she could already smell the pleasant strawberry aroma. Killian mentioned that the previous day his wife also enjoyed the taste of strawberry cake and asked her if she liked strawberries. The girl explained that strawberries have a slight sour note and a delicious aroma. And the husband asked why then she wore rose perfume. Edith replied that she liked strawberries as food, not as perfume, and suddenly understood that Killian might be provoking jealousy in Alyssa. The idea came to Mrs. Edith to support her husband, and she asked him if he didn't like floral perfumes. Killian was confused, and while considering the answer, Cliff interrupted the newlyweds' conversation. He said he understood they were in the middle of their honeymoon, but Lady Eliza couldn't get a word out of Killian. It felt awkward for the brother, and he apologized to the young blonde for not paying attention to her lately. Edith considered Cliff's behavior strange, as in the story he kept the brother, the second male protagonist, under control. Alyssa said she didn't mean anything serious, just to warn that the shoes from the boutique where she had been before were ready. Cliff remembered that the brother had said he wanted to go there with Alyssa, as near the boutique there is a place he loved. Suddenly, the young man replied that he would go if his wife did not object, and everyone turned their gaze to Lady Edith. Cliff called her by name, but she said she was distracted. She didn't hear the question, so she asked him to repeat it. Lady Eliza asked Edith about her health status, but the young woman replied that everything was fine, although she thought she probably looked bad. Then, the beautiful blonde said that there was nothing important in the trip to the boutique, so it was fine that Cliff accompanied her. Killian hurriedly said that he had time for Lady Eliza, and moreover, that there were many boutiques there that Edith would like. Upon hearing her name, the ruby-haired young woman realized and understood that, due to her thoughts, she had missed half the conversation. Cliff intervened and said that that very day the father, he and Killian's wife should attend the Imperial Palace. The boy concluded that he would not be able to take a trio walk through the shops, so for Killian and Alyssa, it would be their turn to go as a couple. Edith thought that Cliff's behavior was different from his usual behavior, as he always prevented his brother and his beloved partner from staying alone. During a walk after tea, the ruby-haired young woman realized that something was missing. She knew that the shoes were ordered by Killian and Alyssa together, before Cliff obtained the status of male protagonist. The young woman reflected that, for a jealous Cliff, it was natural to want to get rid of Killian's gift for Alyssa. She looked at her husband and concluded that he was behaving unusually, just like the strange call to the Imperial Palace. At that moment, Killian became indignant and asked what he was doing there, pointing to Demian Sinclair, who was talking to the Duke. When Killian and Edith approached, the young lord greeted them with a smile and said he hadn't seen them in a long time. He asked that from now on his wife be called by the Ludwig surname and joined the business conversation with his father. And Demian. The next day, while having breakfast, Killian communicated that Count Sinclair was demanding rights over the southern metallurgical mines. Lady Edith remembered that previously the rights belonged to Count Regelhoff. This is precisely why their marriage took place. Edith understood that if the Duke's rights disappeared, the value of the Count's daughter's presence in the ducal family would evaporate. Killian expressed concern about whether Demian had already thought everything through on his own before coming to discuss the matter with his father. The young lord told his wife that he would stay working longer than usual. And when trying to leave, he returned to the dining room. He approached her, stroked her hair, and commented that she hadn't answered his question during tea. He whispered softly, almost like a purr, that he loved his wife's rose-scented perfume. The next day, Killian's wife, accompanied by a maid, went out to Dalcia Street to have coffee and relax. However, Lady Edith encountered an unpleasant surprise when the maid Anna asked her why she didn't love her husband. Edith almost blushed with shame. She said she hadn't expected that question and asked Anna why she was interested. The maid replied that she understood that the young lord and Lady Alyssa had a goal when they went to the bazaar. The street where the shoe store is located is famous for dates. That's why Anna intervened and informed her lady. Lady Edith felt flattered to see that the maid was sincerely concerned about her and her marriage, which meant that Anna supported her lady. Anna had always been a loyal and responsible maid of the duchy, but now she worries about Edith. Lady Edith thanked the maid for her concern and assured that everything was fine with Curran. She smiled and sincerely confessed that she wished days like that would continue. Edith remembered how she sold a dress she never wore in the morning, as she believed it could harm the duchy's reputation. The saleswoman said she didn't understand what the lady was talking about, as there was nothing wrong with wearing a revealing dress. For a moment, the ruby-haired young woman considered that the saleswoman was right, and that she would look excellent in that dress. The saleswoman explained that she couldn't offer a good price, as the dress wouldn't fit many women. Also, Lady Edith sold all her jewelry, and the diamond earring and necklace set she had before getting married. Even so, the money was not enough to escape the duchy. At any moment, the situation worsened. Edith pecked at the strawberry cake with a fork and understood that she could not fully trust Curran, no matter how kind and affectionate he was towards her. The girl remembered how, lying in the hospital bed, she heard her brother's screams, who refused to help her and wished for the quick death of his dying sister. She heard her father on the phone, complaining that the girl had gotten sick at a bad time, since they didn't have money anyway. The mother convinced the son with the excuse that she would buy something valuable. So the girl understood that she had to rely only on herself and her own strength. The girl was crying and understood that if they helped her, she would be in debt, and if she got sick, everyone would say she was seeking attention. Anna was sitting at the table, thinking about her fate. For more than 10 years, she had been serving the Ludwig family. During that time, the maid learned the most important quality needed to work in a noble family. To be an exemplary maid, one must learn to work without ears, so as not to listen to the master's conversations. One must also know how to perform duties without eyes, so as not to see what happens to the masters. To work silently, like a little mouse, without casting a shadow, so that the masters do not notice your presence. Anna remembered that maids must have neither a head to think nor a heart to feel, but rather be like the master's limbs. One day, Duke Ludwig called the maid and told her that from then on, she would be the governess for Mrs. Edith Regelhoff. The Duke ordered her to follow her and report if she noticed anything strange, or if the lady showed irritation towards the maid. Anna heard rumors and knew that the lady she was to serve was involved in unpleasant situations. It also turned out that Lady Edith was in a marriage of convenience. But Anna was not a maid who felt compassion for the masters. That's why, when the other maids gossiped about the bad Lady Edith, whom poor Lady Alyssa suffered from, Anna didn't interfere. The maid perfectly remembers the day the sweet blonde girl first appeared within the walls of the duchy. Anna remembered that she felt nothing for the girl, who appeared in rags with a radiant smile. The maid started working from the age of 12 and knew the taste of bad luck. Perhaps that's why she felt no compassion towards Alyssa. To her, she was just another maid. She served Lady Alyssa like any other lady. But the new owner failed to impress Anna. The maid discovered that Lady Edith was different. From the first day of meeting her, she announced that she would eat with Anna. The lady did not draw lines between herself and the servants. She asked for her opinion and paid attention to her answers. Lady Edith treated Anna as an equal. She considered her a friend and offered to share a meal or dine together. Anna had never felt emotions towards the masters, but now, sitting in the cafe, she wished to see her lady happy. Lady Edith smiled sweetly and assured her that was enough, and the lady and her maid continued chatting like friends. They were returning to the castle chatting animatedly, when suddenly Killian called his wife. The young master asked his wife what was happening, as it was rumored that she had sold all her dresses and jewelry. The ruby-haired girl denied that it was true. She clarified that she hadn't sold everything, she had just gotten rid of the unnecessary. She explained to him that people, upon learning that a noble suddenly sold her belongings, would spread rumors. The young master shouted that, in the end, his wife's actions would negatively affect the duchy's reputation. The girl concluded that the actions of the noble, and now also of the future duchess, would not go unnoticed in high society. Lady Edith apologized and said she had no personal means other than what she brought after the wedding as a dowry. Upon hearing this, the young lord became even angrier and asked what his wife was doing to not have enough with the monthly money she received. The ruby-haired girl was very surprised. She looked at her husband without understanding and timidly asked what he meant by that money. Killian furiously asked his wife why she hadn't mentioned receiving money for personal expenses. Edith replied that she had no idea about those funds and remembered that it was time for her husband to go to the boutique and for her to prepare for the trip to the palace. Then Killian grabbed Lady Edith's hand and took her to pack, but stopped abruptly and asked her why she hadn't said anything. The young man said that Edith always acted like this and mentioned the cases of bruises, hunger, and suffering from poisoning. The young lord asked his wife if she really thought her husband was incapable of protecting her. Killian gently touched his wife's cheek, and Sophia's words about how Edith would end up abandoned by everyone returned to his mind. Sophia laughed maliciously and shouted that Killian Ludwig would gladly expel Edith if he discovered her criminal activities. The young woman grabbed her husband's hand and said there were things she couldn't tell him directly. Next, she added that she couldn't trust his words yet and that he would have to accept it. The young lord promised to buy all the dresses and accessories sold. Edith protested and argued that they were unnecessary things. The young man said that if Lady Edith had brought them to the castle, then they were important to her. And he asked her why she was so opposed. The young woman replied that her husband's money hurt her. Then Killian hit his forehead and promised to report everything to Renan Filek. The husband said that Renan would immediately take care of the documents for the payment of expenses, and the wife could review them upon returning from the palace. Already seated in the carriage on the way to the imperial palace, Mrs. Edith reflected on the conversation with her husband. Mrs. Edith decided to forget this matter, as in the end she would come out ahead and they would pay her the money. The ruby-haired young woman understood that it was now more important to understand Cliff's intentions. Who sat next to her? The boy interrupted the silence and told Mrs. Edith that if she kept looking with so much distrust, she would get nervous. The young woman apologized. Then the young lord continued saying that they spent very little time together. Cliff pointed out that lately the bonds between Edith and her husband had improved. But the young woman clarified that it was still premature to rejoice. Mrs. Edith said that warm and affectionate relationships only lasted a few days, and one couldn't predict what would happen in the future. In reality, the ruby-haired young woman found it very uncomfortable to maintain a conversation with Cliff, and forced herself to smile. The boy said there was no point in comparing the newlyweds' relationship with the time Kellen spent with Mrs. Alyssa. Mrs. Edith thought the young lord wanted to argue. He added that he hoped Kellen's attention was focused on his wife. The boy with golden pupils smiled and said they both wanted the same thing. But Mrs. Edith asked again what it was about. The young lord asked her not to pretend, as the problem was simple. Cliff needed Alyssa, and Edith needed Kellen. The boy explained that the best outcome would be only to check from time to time that they didn't even look at each other. Suddenly, Edith protested and clarified that there had been a misunderstanding, since she didn't wish to attract anyone to herself. The boy clarified that it was about her own husband and affirmed that the ruby-haired girl was speaking. But unconvincingly. The gentleman asked if she could have said something like that when Killian was rude and cruel to her. Mrs. Edith didn't exactly understand what Cliff was talking about, and instead of answering, he told the girl a story about his husband. The boy indicated that, as a child, Killian loved spending summer holidays swimming on the lake in a yacht. As soon as it got hot, he went to the lake. Even his mother, upon seeing the yacht in the park, used to say that summer had clearly arrived. Since Lady Alyssa arrived, she used to swim with Killian, but after his marriage, she never got on his yacht again. Cliff mentioned his brother's obsession with art and concluded that, whatever it was, Edith must praise him a lot. The gentleman asserted that the effect would be strong, since Killian had a complex about always being behind his brother. Cliff laughed and pointed out that the ruby-haired girl had a funny reaction to what was said. Miss Edith remembered that in the novel, it was also mentioned that Killian and Cliff had a bad relationship. The girl didn't understand how brothers, even considering the fight for the protagonist's heart, could not have warm feelings. When the carriage stopped in front of the imperial palace, Cliff advised Edith to use what he had told her. The gentleman opened the carriage door and asked Mrs. Edith to reflect on the conversation. Since no one would lose anything, Cliff helped Edith get out of the carriage and asked if she knew a maid named Sabina. Edith looked at him perplexedly. He clarified that the maid was a thin brunette with freckles and added that, since Edith didn't know her, there was no remedy, which was a pity. Cliff said goodbye to Edith and headed towards his father and Renan, who had arrived at the imperial palace in another carriage. As he left, the young lord said it had been a pleasure to chat and wished Edith a good time with the princess. Edith didn't understand what was happening and called out to Cliff, but got no response. At that moment, a maid approached the lady. She informed the ruby-haired young woman that she would be taken before Her Highness, but first she had to change clothes. A few hours later in the stables, Princess Catherine was stroking a horse and was surprised to finally notice Edith. The ruby-haired young woman introduced herself and asked what was happening, since as soon as she arrived they asked her to change clothes. The princess replied that she had heard Edith didn't know how to ride, but now she saw her comfortable. The girl blushed, realizing she had forgotten to feign discomfort, something usual in previous lives. Lady Edith made a joke, saying that her body liked it, but her soul did not. Catherine smiled and told her to follow her, because she would teach her personally. Riding a horse, Edith precisely followed the princess's instructions. She looked forward, opened her shoulders, and kept her back straight. Princess Catherine spoke intensely, saying that control over the horse depended on the rider, and that fear was the path to an accident. The ruby-haired young woman thought that Her Highness was punishing Edith for her audacity in that first meeting. But looking at Catherine's expression, Edith knew the princess was training her at Killian's request. The ruby-haired young woman deduced that it was a commission from Killian. Upon hearing the confirmation, Edith was very surprised. Catherine said that she was also surprised when she heard Killian's request, and thought it was a joke, But the boy wouldn't joke about something like that. The princess recalled how, on an ordinary day, she shouted at Killian when he asked her to leave the duke and his brother to talk privately. The young lord asked Princess Catherine to teach his wife how to ride a horse. Killian explained that the mansion they are heading to is not as civilized as the bustling capital. The boy mentioned that if Edith traveled only by carriages, once it started snowing, she wouldn't be able to move around the place. The young lord clarified that he wanted to teach her personally, but feared she would feel uncomfortable. The boy remembered how he tried to propose to his wife that she stop worrying about weight and take up horseback riding. Killian asked Princess Catherine for help because he couldn't turn to anyone else. But she was terribly displeased. She said she always thought Killian's marriage was contractual and arose from a sudden political deal. The princess supposed before that the young lord would wait a while and get rid of his wife after stabilizing the situation. The girl declared that she didn't understand how the boy was so meticulous with his wife. When Killian heard the comment about getting rid of his wife, he became furious and tried to find out who had told Princess that. The boy affirmed that he was disappointed with Catherine for creating empty rumors circulating in high society. The enraged princess muttered that he and his wife were bothering her with the same topic. Catherine reminded the boy that his wife was part of the Regelhoff family last month. Her unpleasant acts are not rumors. The princess asked maliciously if Killian could affirm that Mrs. Edith has nothing to do with Regelhoff. The young lord replied that it was hard to believe, but Edith clearly differs from the Regelhoff family. Killian said he still cannot clearly explain the details, which is why he doesn't dare to ask Catherine to believe his words. Then, the young lord asked the princess to first meet Edith and then decide how to act towards her. Catherine told this dialogue to the ruby-haired young woman, which surprised her, and concluded that the spouses were right. Catherine stretched out relaxed and said that she had put the young woman on horseback and that she was a strict teacher and demanding. The princess noticed that Mrs. Edith still treated her with respect and courtesy, so Catherine concluded that society was ridiculous. It turned her from a shy and well-mannered girl into a snake or villain. And the princess trusted her without investigating for herself. Catherine admitted that she believed that because of Edith, Killian got into trouble and she blamed her for Alyssa's troubles. Her Highness acknowledged that she had hurt the words of someone who respected her and asked Edith if she would accept her apologies. Upon hearing these sincere words from the princess, the ruby-haired young woman began to cry. And Catherine said that Killian was right. Her Highness smiled upon seeing Mrs. Edith's tears, as the young lord had warned her about her excessive sensitivity. Meanwhile, Mrs. Alyssa and Killian were walking down the street where the couple's shoe store was located. Alyssa discovered that the shoe store was closed, and Killian began to scold her for getting the opening hours wrong. The boy remembered that he left according to the store's schedule, although he was delayed in Renan's office due to documents. The young lord insisted to Mrs. Alyssa that she should have informed the shoe store's schedule earlier. The boy asked the ruby-haired young woman seriously if she wanted to buy anything specific. Lady Alyssa replied no and proposed going to another shoe store where similar models were available. In that store, Killian carefully took pastel-toned shoes with white ribbon decoration out of the package and a bow on the tip. The young man kindly asked the beautiful blonde to sit down to try on the new shoes. The boy gently placed the shoes on Lady Alyssa's feet and helped fasten her golden clasp. Then he admired the girl in her new shoes and recalled his childhood years, when he first knew he loved her. Killian remembered a warm summer day when the blonde girl got her shiny hair tangled in a branch. At that moment, he understood that Alyssa was the brightest, most charming, and warmest person he had ever met. The boy looked at the girl, and it seemed to him that if her smile and gaze were only for him, he desired nothing more. The boy experienced such warm and bright feelings for the first time that he thought this was love. Killian suddenly realized that, perhaps, all his life he would believe that childhood affection was love. One day, the young man heard a valuable phrase from his wife. There is something called time, which changes and heals wounds. The problem is that precisely the wife settled in the man's mind and dominated all his thoughts. Killian stood up, smiled satisfied, and told the vendor that the rumors were true, and that he had talent. The boy asked how long it would take to make 4 pairs of winter shoes. The vendor replied that not less than 2 months. The gentleman specified that it was necessary to measure the size of the shoes and that of his wife, and concluded that 2 months are a lot. Lady Eliza became uneasy upon hearing the young man and asked if they were perhaps rushing somewhere with Lady Edith. If 2 months were a lot, Killian replied that soon he would be granted a title and would leave for his lands. The beautiful blonde asked if Edith would leave too, but the young man didn't know how to answer her, since he didn't understand why she was asking. After a few seconds of silence, the young blonde said it had simply been unexpected, since Edith was her friend. Killian wondered how he himself hadn't thought of that, since Alyssa hardly had any friends her age. Looking at the beautiful blonde, he remembered that as a child, because of Count Sinclair, she hardly went out with other people. Since she lived in the duchy, she was under the surveillance of the locals and had no opportunity to meet others her age. Killian and Alyssa left the store, walked down the street, and the young man realized that the sensations were different from those he experienced during the walk with Edith. The gentleman was surprised why he had warm memories of the street, where they sold cheap sweets and wild flowers. Killian remembered his wife's happy smile, who didn't seem to feel shy when spending time with commoners. His thoughts about the walk with his wife were interrupted by Lady Alyssa squeezing his hand. Killian stopped and asked what was happening. The young blonde confessed her feelings of unrest and anxiety regarding what the young man had said in the store about the trip. The gentleman looked at the young woman and was surprised that she was so worried about his departure. The awkward pause was interrupted by Lady Alyssa's proposal to continue walking down the street and visit the open stores. Killian had no objections, so the beautiful blonde entered a store that sold brooches and beautiful tiaras. She adorned her shiny hair with a tiara decorated with a bow and flowers. Then she turned to the boy and asked his opinion. Killian smiled discreetly, examined the beautiful Alyssa, and said he liked the tiara, since it suits a lady very well. The boy asked the vendor to write down all the accessories the blonde had tried on the account and send them to the duchy. Lady Alyssa stifled a cry of surprise, but the young lord assured her that everything was fine, since they didn't go out frequently anyway. The beautiful blonde was a little shocked to hear the boy suggest visiting another store on that street. When Lady Alyssa entered the boutique the boy wanted to visit, she commented that there was a strange atmosphere there for her. Killian confirmed it and explained that in that store he intended to choose a gift for Lady Edith. Mentioning his wife's name saddened the beautiful blonde for some reason, although she preferred not to show her feelings. Lady Alyssa scanned several counters and opined that Lady Edith liked more luxurious items. The young lord replied cheerfully that he thought the same before, but it turned out that his wife's taste had changed recently. Killian observed the accessories and pointed out that he had noticed that lately his wife enjoyed elegant design and sensual. The young lord concluded that his wife no longer appreciated ostentatious decorations with large precious stones. Killian recalled Edith's image and observed that she always wore the pendant he had given her, with a small ruby, which was adorable. Lady Alyssa watched the boy walk aimlessly around the store, examining every item and reflecting on how it would look on his wife. He rejected half of the dress and accessories because they seemed too extravagant to him and unsuitable for his beloved. In the evening, Cliff was walking down the hallway when he heard a female cry of astonishment coming from Lady Edith's room. The door to his daughter-in-law's room was ajar, so the young lord could spy and hear what was happening. Edith admired the beauty of the things Killian had chosen and bought for her, and he said she could exchange them if she didn't like them. The girl protested and assured him that she loved all those things, so the young lord asked his wife to turn around. Killian adorned his wife's hair with a ribbon of flowers and pearls, and when Lady Edith asked how she looked, he became nervous. The young lord was a little surprised, but controlled his reaction and told her that ornament suited her perfectly. The girl thanked her husband for the unexpected gifts, and he replied that he would have bought more if he had known she would like it. It was awkward for Cliff to listen to such tender conversation between the spouses, so he continued walking down the hallway with a smile. While heading to Lady Eliza's room, he remembered that he had heard how his brother returned early due to his poor health. Cliff entered the beautiful blonde's room, saw several boxes, and supposed his brother had gifted them today. However, Lady Eliza was very sad, and with a plaintive and thin voice, she murmured that Killian was incredibly faithful. Lady Eliza, almost crying, said that she had believed the young lord was already indifferent to her. And Cliff tried to calm her down. He approached the bed and unintentionally pushed several boxes with gifts from Killian. The man with golden pupils told Alyssa that she shouldn't worry about his brother. And she looked at him with curiosity. The blonde girl replied that she always worried about Killian and about him. It's her nature. The boy said that wasn't it. Cliff asked Alyssa if he could be the only man she trusted and relied on. The young lord commented that Lady Alyssa seemed very affected by Killian. But the girl denied it. Alyssa explained that she was just tired, as she had been shopping more than she planned. And then she asked what Cliff had done that day. The boy felt flattered by the interest in his affairs. The blonde added that even during a walk she thought of him. Lady Eliza, timidly, said it would be better to go shopping with Cliff, and he liked hearing it. The young lord said that day, in the carriage, he had spoken with his sister-in-law about Killian not having sailed on his yacht this summer. Lady Alyssa asked the boy why he brought up that topic, and Cliff unexpectedly approached the beautiful blonde. He said he existed only for Lady Alyssa, and that he was willing to give her anything she desired. The young lord held Lady Alyssa's hand, and she asked him to look only at her. To which Cliff replied that it could be dangerous. A few days later, the spouses were having breakfast together. Edith, separating a piece of strawberry cake with her fork, addressed Killian. She remembered that her husband still hadn't gone to the lake, although the weather this summer was ideal for a boat trip. Killian was surprised by his wife's words and asked her if she really liked sailing. The girl thought the real reason was that, after days of reflection, she dared to talk about the yacht. The ruby-haired woman remembered that in her previous life, she had never sailed even on a normal boat, much less a yacht. In the cabin berth, Cliff told Edith that his brother hadn't been on the yacht since his wedding, even though it was hot. Those words made the young woman reflect and worry. That's why she decided to talk to her husband about it. Killian was happy that his wife had brought up the topic and began to explain that small boats are dangerous, and they can easily capsize. He clarified that there was no reason to worry, as he had a yacht on which he would be delighted to sail with Lady Edith. The ruby-haired young woman smiled satisfied, but suddenly wondered what would happen if she hadn't started that conversation. Killian said he hoped the weather would be great the next day. Then he called Anna and ordered her to tell Samuel to prepare the yacht. The next day, in the courtyard of the place, Alyssa and Edith met. The light-haired young woman praised her daughter-in-law's appearance. Then she asked where she was going, and the ruby-haired young woman replied that Killian had invited her to sail on the yacht. Lady Eliza exclaimed enthusiastically and explained that before, the young lord used to sail with her on the yacht every year. The light-haired young woman clarified that every time she sailed with her, Killian fished, and asked if he would do it this time. Edith replied that she hadn't heard anything about it, and Eliza commented that fishing was fun. It would be a pity if they didn't do it this time. Suddenly, Lady Edith realized that Lady Eliza was interested in the second male character. The light-haired young woman continued admiring the couple and how well they fit together. The dialogue was interrupted by the young lord, who approached his wife and told her that everything was ready to leave. The light-haired young woman said she was leaving, as she had gone out for a walk, but coincided with Edith and they chatted. Alyssa wished the couple a good rest when saying goodbye and left. Killian turned to his wife and called her to start the journey. Lady Edith reflected for a moment and understood that the circumstances and relationships between the characters had changed a lot. Shortly after, the ruby-haired young woman admired the transparency of the lake water. and the boats passing nearby. Killian explained that there were many boats around because everyone comes earlier. When it is less hot, Lady Edith ran across the deck like an excited child, amazed by everything she saw. But Killian asked her to stop. When she felt the warmth of her husband's coat, she also noticed the change in his attitude, gaze, and way of speaking. The young woman soaked up the atmosphere of the journey and slightly parted her lips, waiting for a kiss. It seemed to her that the wind was bringing them closer. However, the young lord didn't understand what to do and asked his wife what was wrong. Lady Edith begged not to spoil the moment and to guess, as she was in his arms with her eyes closed. Finally, Killian understood what to do and kissed his wife on the lips. That day became an ideal one in their married life. The ruby-haired young woman kissed her husband, and she couldn't even imagine what would happen next. During the preparation for the yacht excursion, everything was going well. Lady Edith asked her husband what was better to bring for the cruise. The ruby-haired young woman hesitated whether she needed an umbrella, but Killian assured her that a hat would be better. The wife got excited about the idea of sailing on the lake and proposed bringing food onto the yacht. But her husband just smiled. For the yacht trip to be perfect, Killian prepared carefully and asked the manager to check its condition in advance. Samuel calmed the young lord and told him that she was in good condition and functioning correctly. She is already asking to go into the water. When Edith reached the shore of the lake, she marveled at the natural beauty, the grandeur of the yacht, and the large number of boats on the water. Killian held onto the rope and watched how his wife delighted in the scenery and was surprised by the blue water. The young lord's wife thought that she was happy, and it would be great if everything continued the same. However, by the law of disaster, as soon as such thoughts appeared, everything inevitably went wrong. After a romantic kiss, Lady Edith said that the atmosphere of the boat trip contributed wonderfully. The boy remembered that he didn't dare to propose a yacht trip to his wife, thinking that Edith had already gone on one with other men. But during a recent conversation, his wife affirmed that she had never been on such a trip. Killian was surprised by the answer, since such excursions are popular among couples, as they allow one to be alone in a small space. The young lord interrupted the kiss and caressed his wife's lips with his thumb, promising to continue it at home. The girl was delighted with her husband's words and proposed starting to eat the food they had prepared by order for the excursion. The boy agreed and said he needed to stop the yacht, but a sudden strong wind didn't give him time to let it drift. The sail didn't respond to Killian's control, so the yacht shook violently, throwing chairs, table, dishes, and food into the air. At that moment, Killian turned around and didn't see his wife on board, but heard a loud splash. He ran to the edge of the yacht. Running closer, he saw Lady Edith sinking deeper and deeper into the water. Apparently, her wet dress was dragging her down. Upon entering the water, the ruby-haired girl felt its coldness, as if it were ice. Lady Edith convinced herself to regain consciousness and start thinking about how to survive, since according to the book's plot, she would die at the hands of her husband. The young woman understood that in the original story, there was no scene of her character falling into the water. Suddenly, 2 boards with system notices appeared before her eyes. On one, it read that 3 minutes remained until her death. On the other, Lady Edith read that if her character died as a villain, the story would return to its original course. The ruby-haired girl realized that her relationship with her husband would also return to its initial state. Lady Edith regained consciousness in her bed, hearing Anna's voice, who was praying for her recovery, and asked for water. The maid, hearing her lady's hoarse voice, quickly left the room to bring a glass of water. Instantly, the girl leaned over the glass and reflected on how to accept the author's hostility. From the beginning, he interfered with her attempts to deviate from the original, setting impossible conditions. Edith reflected and concluded that the thread of the original plot was a greater obstacle than the unknown author. Precisely the limitations of the original plot restricted the characters, their actions, feelings towards Edith, and even the young woman herself. The ruby-haired girl remembered that upon losing consciousness, her soul entered darkness with green boards. It indicated there that the author's control was weakening due to his excessive intervention in the original plot. The brunette was happy, as it meant that the original plot and the unknown author were not on the same side. The ruby-haired girl concluded that the anonymous author is also subject to the system's limitations. Then, Mrs. Edith turned to the maid, asking for the whereabouts of the young lord. But she faltered and could not answer. After thinking for a few seconds, Anna said that Mr. Killian was interrogating Samuel, which shocked the lady. Mrs. Edith remembered that Mr. Samuel managed transportation in the duchy, and he was the one who prepared the boat for the excursion. Edith was shocked because on one hand the incident was an accident, but on the other hand it seemed someone wanted her dead. The one who planned it knew the system's limitation perfectly. If Edith died as a villain, the original plot would be restored. Anna, crying, tried to prove to the lady that Mr. Samuel was not a bad person and could not have committed such an act. However, Edith knew for certain that it was not the character's fault, but the author's conspiracies, which is why many people suffered unjustly. The lady interrupted her silence and unexpectedly ordered the maid to inform Killian that his wife had woken up and was looking for him. While in the hold where Mr. Killian was interrogating Samuel, he recalled the moment his wife fell into the water. He recovered the image of how his heart squeezed upon seeing Edith clinging to the railing, and how she sank deeper and deeper into the water. He couldn't even recall the instant he jumped into the watery abyss to save his wife. When the young lord pulled Mrs. Edith out of the water, he tried to get her attention, but her eyelashes remained motionless. Killian begged his wife to open her eyes, as he hadn't finished telling her everything he wanted to. And he remembered that day when he bought many things. Then Mrs. Edith told him she was happy that Killian had chosen clothes and accessories for her, which meant he thought of his wife outside the house. His wife's words moved the young lord so much that he proposed going shopping together next time. Curran warned the shoe vendor that the couple would order boots and shoes in advance. Since they were leaving, Curran remained silent, but he wanted to say that he had been constantly thinking about his wife. He looked at any object and wondered if Edith would like it. But before that, the man behaved badly towards his wife. He remembered when one time, walking down the hallway, they were arguing. At that moment, the young lord was shouting that he couldn't trust his wife. She replied that it wasn't surprising, since it had always been like that. The man constantly reprimanded her for the dark affairs of Rieselhof. Before, he had clarified if she was truly human and not a snake. The young lord stopped thinking and returned to the interrogation, reminding Samuel that he had served in the duchy for 10 years. Curran loudly suggested that Samuel appreciated the Duke Ludwig's opinion of his work, since he hadn't made any mistakes. Then, the man started furiously shouting at the interrogated man, asking who backed him and what request he had fulfilled. Someone knocked on the interrogation room door. Curran turned around and saw the terrified Anna, who reported that the lady had regained consciousness. Upon hearing this, the young lord hurried to his beloved wife's chambers. She didn't expect him to come so quickly. Curran hugged her tightly and for a long time. Mrs. Edith found it incredible to feel the warmth of her husband. When Curran finally separated from Mrs. Edith, she asked why her husband was so pale. The man replied that there was nothing surprising, as his beloved had almost died. And Edith asked him to explain what happened with the yacht. Curran said the yacht had rigging problems. The rope got tangled and the boat lost balance. The young lord added that if the boat had been properly equipped, the accident would never have happened. Killian sat next to his wife and said he was already interrogating Samuel and would let her know as soon as he found out anything. But the young woman protested, saying that Samuel could not have done it, as he knew he would be the #1 suspect. Suddenly, Mrs. Edith understood that someone was trying to eliminate her using scenes that were not in the original story. The ruby-haired girl understood that this accident was the work of an unknown author. His intervention called her excessive and limited her rights. Then the question arose of how he tried to destroy Edith. The girl remembered that the less important a character was, the less they depended on the plot. For example, Renan or Anna. Mrs. Edith reasoned that, by frequently interacting with these secondary characters, the author could have eliminated her already. Hence, the ruby-haired girl deduced that the unknown author could not influence Anna or Renan. Instead, he opted for a more complicated and dubious method, creating episodes as if he were limited by the novel's possibilities. In that case, the character worthy of killing Edith was the one who had hated her for a long time. For example, the maid Sophia, or an influential character who considered Mrs. Edith a villain. And was against her, someone like Cliff Ludwig would fit. Mr. Samuel, who wasn't even mentioned in the original story, didn't fit any type of culprit. Mrs. Edith concluded with regret that she could not explain her reasoning to Killian. It remained only to hope that the husband would simply believe when Mrs. Edith said that she considered Samuel unjustly accused. After a while, Killian went down to the interrogation room and ordered the guard to release Samuel. The man asked if the young lord would fire him now, but he shook his head. Samuel couldn't believe it. Killian explained that there was no evidence, there would be no severe punishment, and added that the man could take the day off. The suspect thanked Killian, but he said he should thank the lady, as she convinced him of the man's innocence. While the guard was untying Samuel, the young lord said he hoped the man would justify the trust placed in him. Killian recalled the conversation with his wife when she argued that Samuel was responsible for the yacht and could not go unpunished. The woman asked if her husband was capable of punishing an innocent person. The man reflected and was surprised by his wife's calmness. Mrs. Edith laughed and clarified that she was actually comparing Samuel to herself, since one day she was also unjustly accused. The ruby-haired woman reminded her husband how they interrogated her in the Duke's office and imposed a probationary period on her. Edith confessed that she had been informed about the injustice against Samuel, who spent several hours in the interrogation room. The young lord promised his wife that he would do exactly what she wanted and headed for the exit of the chambers. Closing the door behind him, Killian thought that the image of Edith's lifeless face that he pulled from the water did not leave him. In his office, Killian slammed his fist on the table in rage and decided that his priority would be to catch the culprit. The young lord concluded that he should control his anger and consider the case as a crime against his wife, not against himself. At first, Killian thought that the Regelhoff family was avenging the Ludwig family for sending their maid back to the county. Then, the young man suspected that the Sinclair family was involved, as it wasn't the first time they appeared under suspicion in incidents. The young lord realized he was missing something important in the investigation, when suddenly a servant knocked on the office door. He informed the young lord that Mr. Samuel had arrived, and the young man ordered him to be let in. Killian offered Samuel a seat, but he refused, fearing he would dirty the seats, and said he had something to say. Mr. Samuel clarified that he had no connection to the incident, as he had personally checked the condition of the yacht, and it was in good condition. Killian began to listen carefully to the man's words when he mentioned that there was an interesting circumstance. Mr. Samuel recounted that at dawn, he had parked the yacht near the lake shore, and the young Lord Cliff approached him. He called him over and told him he was looking for something that belonged to Mrs. Elise. That's why he got distracted to help. Samuel added that the request didn't take him long. However, if something happened to the yacht at that moment, it would be his fault. Killian was surprised and asked why the man mentioned that on his own, since they had let him go, and they didn't suspect him. Samuel replied that he also wanted to catch the criminal who wanted to harm the lady and get away with it. The man replied furiously that he couldn't keep quiet, as the lady had been so kind and compassionate when they interrogated him. The young lord was surprised that Edith's trust and forgiveness allowed him to obtain unknown information after the interrogation. He was also shocked to see that Samuel was willing to cooperate to help the lady instead of remaining silent. The man bowed his head, saying he was willing to receive punishment for his carelessness, but Killian ordered him to raise his head. The young nobleman pointed out that Lady Edith never wanted to punish anyone, and that her opinion probably hadn't changed. The man recalled his wife's expression when talking about Samuel and assured her that he would thank her for being honest. Killian told him that what he experienced today was enough punishment and advised him to go rest. When left alone in his office, Killian thought about his brother, who had gone to the lake early looking for an object belonging to Lady Eliza. The young nobleman recalled that before the dinner on the yacht, he and his wife saw Lady Eliza. She was probably waiting for Cliff. Killian concluded that during the incident with the poison threads and data theft, Eliza and Cliff were close. He felt unease and remembered that he had promised to investigate the data theft justly. Then, Eliza participated in the investigation, but no one believed her, even with evidence in Edith's favor. The Duke and his sons believed Eliza, so she and Cliff did not investigate again. The young man concluded that this is why he could not be sure of her innocence. Suddenly, it occurred to him to investigate everyone who was at the lake at dawn. The involvement of Cliff and his beloved in the crimes was so confusing that Killian felt desperate. He knew one thing. He had to investigate Cliff and the blonde somehow. The next day, the husband fed his wife with affection and admired her appetite. She didn't understand why she was so hungry, whether it was because of the dessert or because her beloved was feeding her. Mrs. Edith observed her husband's frowning face and concluded that the young man was very scared for her because of what happened. Suddenly, Killian interrupted the silence and said that Samuel had come to see him and apologized for leaving the yacht unattended. The young man clarified that it was thanks to his wife that he managed to obtain that information. His husband's sincere words moved Edith so much that she began to thank him. But Killian objected and said she alone deserved the thanks. Suddenly, a knock was heard on the door. The spouses turned and saw the young Lord Cliff with a bouquet of flowers and Mrs. Alyssa. Killian was surprised that his brother gave flowers to his wife and said that he worried when he learned that the ruby-haired girl was unwell because of him. Edith's husband asked excitedly what the words meant that the ruby-haired girl was unwell because of him. The young Lord Cliff explained that he was the one who proposed to Mrs. Edith the idea of taking a trip on her husband's yacht on the lake. Suddenly, Edith realized that everything made sense now, because the more important the character is, the more under the author's influence he is. To make an episode that did not exist in the original plausible, the author decided to start with the main characters. Killian said he had heard that his brother had gone to the lake early in the morning. Cliff confirmed the rumor and explained that he had left something on the yacht. Because of the conversation between the two brothers, Mrs. Alyssa became alerted and changed the subject, drawing attention to the daughter-in-law's pale appearance. The blonde girl said she was very sad yesterday because they didn't allow her to visit Mrs. Edith. The ruby-haired girl asked confusedly what it was about, but it was Killian who interrupted Mrs. Alyssa. He suggested that the doctor must have advised Edith to rest, so he decided not to bother his wife and refuse on his own. The girl thought it was strange to hear such a statement from a person who had been sitting by her bed since early morning. Then, Lady Eliza and Cliff wished Lady Edith a good rest and a speedy recovery, and decided to leave her chambers. Killian watched them distrustfully, and Lady Edith smiled charmingly and said she was perfectly fine. After these words, the young man exploded and shouted, asking how his wife could be calm if they still hadn't caught the criminal. The young woman placed the palm of her hand on her husband's cheek and asked him if he had slept, since his face showed him so tired. Lady Edith commented that since the night before, she had been reflecting on her husband's action, who jumped into the cold water to save her. The girl concluded that it was very dangerous and begged him never to act like that again, even if a similar case repeated itself. Killian removed his wife's hand and irritably asked her if he should remain calm and watch as his beloved drowned. Lady Edith was stunned at first, but then replied affirmatively, adding that things would not improve if Killian died along with her. The next day, Edith left her chambers, and the castle staff greeted her and asked about her health. Even the gardeners interrupted their work to greet their lady and wish her a good day. The ruby-haired young woman was surprised by this behavior of the servants, and she asked Anna what was happening to them. The governess explained that, probably, all the staff are grateful to the lady for the good treatment she has shown to Mr. Samuel. Anna related that the man has worked at the place for a long time and supports his colleagues, adding that recently the traces of Sabina had been lost. Lady Edith was shocked to hear the maid's name mentioned, who once related Cliff. The governess explained to the surprised lady that days before disappearing, she had said bad things about Mrs. Edith. Rumors circulated among the staff that the lady might have done something to Sabina. But after the incident with Samuel, all rumors disappeared instantly. At a social gathering, the aristocratic ladies exchanged news, and one of them commented that Edith Riegelhoff had almost drowned in the lake. The woman recounted that the yacht tilted and Mrs. Edith fell, and kind aristocrats exclaimed. Among them, Layla Sinclair. A noble lady raised the possibility that it was not an accident, since someone had cut the rope on which Edith got tangled. Layla smiled, while the aristocrats talked about how they wanted to get rid of Mrs. Edith in the Ludwig Duchy. Someone daring to suggest that young Lord Killian himself might have wanted to kill his wife this way. However, Layla's face darkened instantly upon hearing that Killian jumped into the water to save his wife. The attendees of the meeting admired the young lord and his brave act to save his wife's life. Angry about the praise for Killian and Edith's marriage, Layla asked if it was known who was responsible for the tragedy. The noble ladies replied confusedly that it is still under investigation, so practically nothing is known. An aristocrat said she had heard that the yacht manager was not punished. And those words plunged Layla Sinclair into perplexity. She asked incredulously how a man in charge of the yacht's condition could go unpunished after an accident. At that moment, the young woman laughed, deducing that Edith's situation in the Ludwig family was clearly still so lamentable. Count Sinclair's daughter, mockingly, said that the only fiancé of Duke Ludwig almost died. And nobody was punished. The notable ladies exchanged glances and said that Layla's assumption does make sense. The young woman drew a wider smile, as she knew who had tried to kill Miss Edith Riegelhoff. Layla was happy to think that in the Ludwig Duchy, they did not appreciate the fiancé, which meant she could win Killian's heart. When Mrs. Edith returned from her riding lessons, she noticed several busy servants and hurried to get somewhere. The governess clarified that young Lord Cliff had called the tailors to make clothes for Miss Alyssa for the national celebration. The ruby-haired woman remembered that Duke Ludwig had spoken about this event a week ago. During another family dinner, the Duke announced that only 1 month remained until the national celebration. The man explained that at this celebration, Archduke Lanson and his supporters might show their power. To which Cliff protested. He said that Lanson's dissenters and supporters were foolish and greedy for that. After which the father asked Killian's opinion. The young lord indicated that it was necessary to increase precautions so that the imperial faction would not lose its influence. The fiancé listened to the dialogue and concluded that the pending event had a political nature, not festive. During that dinner, Edith remembered that the appearance of the Archduke at the imperial celebration occurred near the end of the 4th volume. In the original, Edith was on probation, so she could not attend the event. Probably at that moment, Sophia did something. A maid interrupted her thoughts by asking what she would wear for the occasion. Edith concluded with regret that, since the novel focused on Alyssa, she remembered little about her own character. The ruby-haired woman apologized for being distracted and told the maid she would wear the dress she already had for the party. Edith commented that she had new clothes gifted by Killian, but concern appeared on the maid's face. Lady Edith angrily burst into Killian's office and asked him about the visit to the tailor that the maid had mentioned to her. The husband replied that he was waiting for the occasion to go to the tailor with her, but Edith asserted that she was not planning to buy new clothes. The young man returned the book to the shelf and said that this event would be the couple's first since their wedding. He thought it would be good to wear appropriate clothes to deny rumors of disagreements in the marriage. Killian asked his wife if she had any objections. Edith waved her hands in agreement and affirmed that she supported the idea. Lady Edith asked if they could go to the tailor without shifts, and the husband replied that he had already reserved the appointment days ago. Leaving the office, Killian explained that he hadn't mentioned it before, as he knew his wife would call it an unnecessary expense. Lady Edith was surprised by her husband's actions and thoughts, which were always accurate. And behind them, Renan Filch watched the couple walk away. Instantly, the Duke's secretary's gaze fell on the book on manipulation and control, with magic resting on the table. When Edith and her husband arrived at the tailor, they were shocked by his extravagance and originality. The designer greeted them, introducing himself as Georgian Mafetta, and expressed his joy at seeing them in his luxurious workshop. Georgian stressed that it was an honor for the couple to visit that place, and Edith mentally worried if she confused the pronouns. While the couple reviewed catalogs seated on the sofa, Edith was stunned by the proposed designs. The ruby-haired woman asked her husband if he really liked such flashy dresses, and somewhat vulgar ones. The young lord admitted that he had taken his wife to this atelier because he thought she would like that style. Realizing his mistake, Killian put his hand to his forehead and whispered that he had been recommended that shop. Then, the young lord indicated that it was a very popular atelier, so Edith could find something suitable for a celebration. Killian pointed to a page in the catalog to his wife. The dress shown there caught her attention. At that very moment, a designer suddenly approached the sofa, startling the spouses, and offered Lady Edith to try on the dress. When the ruby-haired woman tried on the chosen one, the tailor let out a sigh of astonishment and raised his hands. He affirmed that the dress had finally found its owner, and commented that many clients had chosen it before. Georgian admitted that she offered that dress to everyone interested, other outfits, but she kept that one especially for a special client. Lady Edith looked at her reflection in the mirror and thought that young Lord Killian had good taste. She remembered coming to a similar conclusion the day her husband bought new clothes. Then she timidly called him and asked his opinion on the dress. The ruby-haired woman explained to her husband that she felt very nervous, as the dress seemed too flashy to her. When Lady Edith stood in front of her husband in her new, luxurious dress, she wondered why Killian had suddenly taken her to the atelier. She understood that it probably wasn't rumors of marital disagreements. But surely it was about his brother, whom Lady Eliza had fallen in love with. The amber-eyed man is the Duke's heir. Therefore, at any moment, he could call the imperial family's designers. It seems Killian simply decided to step aside and not interfere in the relationship between the beautiful blonde and his brother. Mrs. Edith's thoughts were interrupted by her husband, who complimented her appearance in the new dress. Then the young lord smiled kindly and said that his wife's outfit looked much better than he expected. Mrs. Edith's cheeks flushed upon seeing him, as such a beautiful smile should be forbidden by law. Moreover, on normal days the husband rarely smiles, but now he looks at her with an inquisitive gaze, as if making a decision. A moment later, Mr. Killian asked his wife to turn her head and extended his hand towards her face. The woman understood that her husband wanted to kiss her, but she blushed intensely, so she decided to change the subject. Mrs. Edith asked if her husband had decided what he would wear to the event, as she wanted both outfits to complement each other. The ruby-haired woman asked her husband to have the tailor choose a suit for him that matched the dress, and Georgina exclaimed that it was romantic. While the tailor guided the spouses towards the appropriate suit, Killian looked at Mrs. Edith with a silent question in his eyes. When the married couple left the clothing store, Killian expressed that they had decided quickly. The husband insisted that they should try more options. However, Mrs. Edith affirmed that they had bought an amazing dress. She asked him if they had told him that she had an insightful gaze. Killian replied that they often did, but he still blushed. Then, the husband asked if his wife was tired and suggested going to another store to choose shoes and boots. The woman agreed. Then the husband took her to a shoe store, and upon entering told the vendor they needed 2 pairs of shoes. Lady Edith was surprised and excitedly asked her husband why so many shoes, if she already had some. The young lord explained that in Raisin it is colder, and there is more snow than here. That's why they need winter ones and waterproof ones. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he also had to buy boots for riding a horse. And Lady Edith sighed ironically. The ruby-haired girl sat down to measure her foot on the shoe rack and ask her husband several questions. She remembered that the novel barely mentioned the place of Raisin, so she wanted to inquire more about that place. Edith decided to find out about the culture and financial status of the property where she would move with her husband. Killian was surprised by his wife's interest in these topics. He failed to hide his discomfort, and Edith noticed it and asked him what was wrong. The young lord replied abruptly that it was nothing, and asked her if she had already chosen the design of the shoes. To which Edith thought it was suspicious. The spouses were in a cozy cafe eating delicious desserts, and Edith reflected on how fortunate she was to be in that body. The girl was glad not to have ended up like the protagonist and not to feel sympathy for Cliff, who was evil, cruel, envious, and capricious. Unlike his brother, her husband was so kind and behaved like a gentleman. So Lady Edith had nothing to worry about. Killian took a cup of aromatic tea and mentioned that last time he noticed his wife enjoyed black strawberry tea. The husband clarified that this is why they came to this cafe, where they prepare that tea. And Edith replied that the place was noisy, although she generally liked it. The girl looked at her husband's face and thought that the external noise wouldn't matter if she had so much charm in front of her. Lady Edith overheard a conversation coming from the next table, where they were talking about Cliff Ludwig's marriage. A conversation participant wondered why the young lord's marriage was being rejected, although his younger brother is already married. The second participant explained that it was all the fault of Count Sinclair's illegitimate daughter. That slut who, as soon as she was bought, seduced the brothers. The conversation became louder and louder. Lady Edith thought she wanted her husband to relax and rest, not listen to malicious gossip. The young woman looked at him cautiously. Her husband was darker than a cloud and listened to them calling him married, who allowed an illegitimate woman to dominate him. Lady Edith couldn't take it anymore. She got up from the table and, despite her husband's objections, walked over to the neighboring table. The lady, suspecting nothing, continued saying that the Duke and Duchess had lost their minds if they granted a title to an illegitimate son. The ruby-haired young woman leaned toward the gossipmonger, then the lady noted her name and called her by name, Edith Riedloff. Edith, angered, said she was Ludwiga. Then she took the teapot to serve more tea to the lady and clarify everything clearly. The young woman deduced that, supposedly, by not attending banquets, society had fallen into chaos. Lady Edith continued pouring the tea and said that the conversation at that table was so loud that she couldn't help but listen. The strawberry tea overflowed the edge of the cup when the ruby-haired young woman asked if she resembled one who would tolerate infidelity. The startled conversationalists stuttered that it wasn't so. They were only repeating gossip they had heard around. Edith emptied the contents of the teapot into the main gossipmonger's cup and overturned it onto the table, murmuring that the ladies should be careful. Finally, the young woman asked the aristocrats not to mention such gossip so lightly anymore. And she withdrew. Lady Edith, at her table, was met with her husband's loud laughter, but she didn't understand what he found so funny. The ruby-haired girl looked resentfully at her husband and thought he looked quite good. He didn't stop laughing even in the carriage. And the wife asked, annoyed, how much longer he was going to keep laughing. Then, Kellen managed to calm down a little and said that the more he looked at his wife, the more astonishing she seemed to him. Mrs. Edith couldn't believe what she heard upon hearing her husband call her astonishing, and she asked him to clarify his words. Kellen replied that he was surprised that, instead of getting angry at him as the target of rumors, the wife got angry at those who talked about the gossip. The ruby-haired girl asked why she should be angry at her husband, adding mentally that she was also partially guilty of the rumors. The young lord supposed that his wife didn't love him at all, which is why she paid no attention to the rumors. In gossip, Mrs. Edith looked at her husband in surprise, wanting to reply that she didn't react to others' dirty comments because she loved him. But Kellen didn't let her say a word. Then he apologized and asked his wife not to get frustrated about it. The couple entered the mansion after a long journey, and the girl sadly concluded that there had been tension between them throughout the trip. Walking through the vestibule holding her husband's arm, Mrs. Edith made the decision to clarify the confusion between her in any case. And her husband. Suddenly, the ruby-haired girl noticed that there was still noise in the castle, although the designers should have already left. The girl approached Renan and Anna, who were chatting, and asked what was happening. The servants greeted Kellen and Edith. They replied worriedly that the Duke and Duchess had taken out the main treasure of the Ludwig family. Anna clarified that the diamond necklace should be worn by Mrs. Alyssa to the dinner to show everyone that she was part of the Ludwig family. Upon hearing this, Killian instantly became furious, grabbed his wife's hand and dragged her through the mansion hallways. Lady Edith tried to stop her husband, but he paid no attention to her and violently opened the doors of the main hall. The young man called him loudly and formally, and angrily asked why everything had happened like this. Duke Ludwig angrily asked his son why he was behaving so rudely in front of his mother. Killian replied that in the vestibule, he overheard a conversation between the servants, during which something interesting was discovered. It turned out that, while Lady Edith and Mr. Killian were choosing a dress for the celebration, the Duke and Duchess took out the family jewel. The boy smiled cunningly and said that probably the valuable necklace had been taken out precisely to give it to Lady Edith. Killian reminded the family that it is the daughter-in-law's right to wear the family jewel at the first celebration shared with her husband after the wedding. The ruby-haired girl noticed that her husband had a wild look in his eyes and was surprised that he involved her in this matter. Lady Edith protested, as she guessed that jewel had been taken out especially for Lady Alyssa to wear. The young man insisted to his wife that she wear the jewel at the celebration, affirming that there were earrings that matched the necklace. The girl asked her husband not to pressure her, but he didn't react, so Lady Edith shouted that she didn't want to wear that necklace at all. The entire Ludwig clan heard it and opened their eyes in surprise. At that moment, the ruby-haired girl felt uncomfortable. Lady Edith defended herself, saying that the jewel would not match her ruby hair or the gold glitter dress at all. Finally, the girl asked her husband to apologize to the family and pushed him towards the door, announcing to everyone that they were leaving as they were tired. When Edith and Killian left the hall, Alyssa began to scold herself for having caused an uncomfortable situation in the family. But Jessica Ludwig calmed her down and told her that it had been her decision along with the Duke, and that Lady Eliza had nothing to be held responsible for. The mother supposed that the young blonde was tired after trying on several dresses, and suggested she go rest. Cliff offered to accompany Lady Eliza to her rooms. Upon leaving the hall, he assured her that she had nothing to fear. The Duke and Duchess remained alone in the hall and reflected. Jessica asked if Killian had always had that side aspect. Jessica Ludwig realized that perhaps she was aging, as she hadn't thought of Edith immediately. Despite an old family habit, Lady Edith pulled her husband by the arm while they walked down the hallway and firmly asked how he had acted in front of the family. The young woman explained that Killian's behavior had put Alyssa in a difficult situation. The boy kept silent and did not answer any questions. Suddenly, the young man asked if his wife was angry, since the family jewel had ended up in the hands of someone who didn't even bear the Ludwig surname. Killian clarified that the Duke and Duchess should perfectly understand the value this would have for the daughter-in-law. A moment later, the young lord asked his wife if she knew what society had been saying about her lately. Lady Edith commented that she had heard some gossip in a cafe, and Killian replied that at the national celebration, the gossip would be even worse. With indifference, the young woman said she wouldn't discover anything new there, as she knew they considered her a snake. Her husband protested. Timidly, he mentioned that the rumors had changed recently. She asked what he meant, but the young lord didn't dare reveal the truth. Finally, gathering courage, Killian replied that it was rumored their marriage would soon end due to a very conflictive relationship. The boy added that it was also said that the servants had no sympathy for Lady Edith because of her rudeness. and bad manners towards Lady Eliza. Surprisingly, the ruby-haired girl reacted quite calmly to the young man's words. Killian gently stroked Edith's cheek, who said that every person has the right to say what they want. The ruby-haired girl concluded that she would gladly silence any gossip, as she did today at the cafe. The young lord laughed and asked if she would cause the same disturbances at the national celebration. Lady Edith replied that anything is possible, as she has a reputation as a difficult woman. And then Killian leaned closer to his wife. The young lord explained that he had been told Edith Riedlhoff was a terrible woman. But since she appeared, life has become wonderful. Killian commented that it was the right time to close their eyes and kiss, and then placed his lips on his wife's. As Edith kissed Killian, she thought it would be a lie not to admit that the situation with the family jewel necklace had moved her. Lady Edith felt even more dejected imagining the conversations and gossip that would arise about her at the national celebration. The ruby-haired girl admitted that in those situations, she felt hurt and offended. But everything got better when her husband defended her. Lady Edith liked to see how young Mr. Killian cared for her, as if all problems disappeared. The couple got so excited that they didn't realize they had ended up on the floor. And the boy interrupted the kiss to remind her of the yacht accident. Edith replied that nothing had happened to Killian, as she felt fine, and to convince him. She told him she had already gone horseback riding. Then the ruby-haired girl slipped her hand under her husband's coat and commented that she expected a pleasant continuation. One day, Lady Alyssa was walking in the imperial garden. She was enjoying the beauty of the flowering trees and suddenly met Princess Catrian. She informed the beautiful blonde that today she had organized a picnic instead of an afternoon tea. And Alyssa approved the idea. The young woman's face darkened instantly when the emperor's sister told her she planned to satisfy her hunger after riding horses with Edith. The princess added that she was teaching horseback riding to Killian's wife. The young blonde was displeased, but she didn't show it. Catrian pointed out that the ruby-haired young woman had no talent, but she more than made up for it with her effort. Her Highness recalled that during a ride, Edith had told her that the young blonde had improved considerably. The emperor's sister cheerfully asked Lady Alyssa what she would do in the coming days. But she got no answer. Princess Catrian understood that something was bothering the young blonde and suggested she express it. Lady Alyssa said she was worried about the incident with the threads gifted by Lady Edith, since the person responsible for the poisoning had not yet been found. The princess clarified if she meant the case where poison was applied to the threads and recalled that she had stopped the investigation. Alyssa replied with tears in her eyes that she didn't want to know who hated her enough to kill her then. But now she had received some information. The young blonde told the story of a maid who claimed in every corner that Lady Edith was responsible for poisoning the threads. Lady Eliza added that not long ago this maid had disappeared, and they found her dead with her throat cut. Sobbing, the young blonde supposed that she was responsible for that death because she didn't want to seek the truth. Her Highness firmly advised Lady Alyssa to calm down, as it wasn't her fault, and suggested she sit on the blanket next to her. The day of the national festival arrived. In Mrs. Edith's room, Killian was helping his wife get ready for dinner. The young master asked his wife if she was sure a simple ruby necklace would be enough. Edith remembered how, on their night together, Killian had told her that, besides the family necklace, there were many jewels in the duchy. The wife replied that she would wear the ruby necklace to dinner and explained to everyone that she was wearing a souvenir from her husband around her neck. The young woman pushed away the warm memories and concluded that preparation for the event was almost finished. Edith called her husband to help her put on the ruby necklace, like that day when he first gave her that gift. The young master noticed that the necklace really suited his wife well, and then asked if it was too simple for the celebration. Upon hearing a negative answer, Killian said that Mrs. Edith showed no trace of greed. But she protested. The ruby-haired young woman said she had married the most wonderful man, Killian Ludwig. Therefore, she must be greedy. Upon hearing this, the boy blushed and said his wife knew how to choose her words. and added that it was time to leave so as not to be late. When the Ludwig family appeared at the celebration, they immediately became the subject of rumors and gossip from all the guests. During the appearance of the duchy's heir, accompanied by Sinclair's illegitimate daughter, high society immediately livened up. The crowd discussed the jewel necklace worn by the illegitimate daughter, as it meant she would become the Ludwig's daughter-in-law. Mrs. Edith observed with a smile and thought that today high society would definitely have something to talk about. The daughter-in-law admired the Duchess and concluded that she was wearing the best dress that looked incredibly good on her. After all, the garments ordered from the Imperial Atelier arrived. The mother only wore what Mrs. Eliza selected. Mrs. Edith observed Jessica Ludwig for a long time and noticed that she never wore the dress chosen by her daughter-in-law. Edith always believed that the mother simply didn't like the outfit. That's why she didn't wear it. It turned out she was saving it for a special event. The aristocratic ladies surrounded Jessica Ludwig to give her a ton of compliments on her new dress. The Duchess replied that she herself would never dare such a style change or buy that dress, but that her daughter-in-law had chosen it for her. Jessica Ludwig introduced her daughter-in-law to the social world, wife of her second son, young Lord Killian. At that moment, Edith thought that this scene did not appear in the novel. Her husband pulled her out of her thoughts and pushed her towards her mother. The young woman approached the group of aristocratic ladies, greeted everyone, and introduced herself. As Killian watched the scene with a satisfied smile, the orchestra played. Killian decided to invite his wife to dance and ask her if she liked the social presentation. Edith laughed and asked not to ask questions about the celebration, because she wouldn't even remember the names of those she met. To herself, the young woman noted that names in Western novels were complicated, and Killian advised her not to try to remember anything, but to concentrate on the steps. The young woman smiled and asked if the boy feared she would step on his feet, and then advised him to relax, since he was dancing with Edith Ludwig. While dancing, she concluded that she would not remember the names of her new acquaintances, but her body perfectly remembered the steps. Mrs. Edith decided to give herself over to the music and then asked her husband if he was still worried about her feet. Killian replied that he had been rude to assume his wife perfected her dancing skills with other men. Lady Edith smiled and noted that men who are jealous of the past are not attractive at all. Layla Sinclair watched the dancing couple with envy. Her brother approached and, with a smile, asked if she thought Killian was pursuing his wife. Layla was also angry with Eliza, who had appeared at the celebration with the family relic around her neck, and was always close to Cliff Ludwig. Layla was indignant at not understanding what was happening around her and concluded that something strange was happening. She looked at the dancing couple and thought Edith had changed. Yes, before she was beautiful, but in a dark way. The ruby-haired girl did not seem unhappy, despite being in an arranged marriage with her family's enemy. On the contrary, she was radiant and cheerful. The angry and envious young woman mentally addressed Edith and ordered her to leave young Lord Killian alone, since he was not her man. After finishing the dance, the spouses bowed to each other, and Lady Edith noticed that her husband's ears had flushed. The ruby-haired girl asked if she had moved too fast and if it had been hard for her husband, but she didn't know what to answer. The cheerful and lively Lady Edith proposed to her husband that they go away somewhere and rest, searching with her eyes for a quiet, suitable place. Suddenly, her face paled, like a painted wall. Killian insisted on knowing what was wrong, but he got no answer to any question. A clear sound of men's heels echoed in the hall. The young lord turned around and saw Count Rieselhoff. The man greeted the spouses, noted that they hadn't seen each other since the wedding, and asked Killian to step aside for a moment. Count Rieselhoff said he wanted to be alone with his daughter and spend time with her. Lady Edith didn't know what to do. She thought she couldn't look the Count in the eye, as she knew her character's memories. Edith concluded with regret that she couldn't refuse Count Rieselhoff, who seemed like a good father in front of society. Suddenly, Killian took his wife's hand and asked the man what serious matter he wanted to discuss with Edith, that the husband should not hear. That infuriated Count Rieselhoff, who shouted that a man shouldn't speak so rudely. And rudely to his father-in-law. Count Regelhoff affirmed that he only wanted to talk to his beloved daughter and resolve some important matters with her. Killian asked how the maid was, for whom the man cared more than for his own beloved daughter. The man was perplexed and blushed, but replied that it was public knowledge that malicious rumors circulated about Lady Edith. The man explained that Sophia was trying to remedy it by acting as a strict teacher. Edith looked at him with admiration. She couldn't believe her husband was on her side, but suddenly thought he only wanted to prevent her from talking to her father. The ruby-haired girl reflected for a long time and decided that it was necessary to ease the tense conversation. And say something. Edith forced a smile and reassured her father that there was nothing to worry about, since she felt very well and lived a good life. Count Regelhoff also forced a smile. He said he was grateful and promised Lady Edith that they would meet later. As he walked away, the man thought he had raised this bad person at the cost of his own life, and had received no gratitude in return. When the Count left the couple alone, Lady Edith thought that now Killian would ask why she had been so depressed seeing her father. The ruby-haired girl concluded sadly that she would not be able to answer her husband's questions after the suspicious conversation. Edith understood that she was completely powerless. Nothing would turn out well. Her reflections were interrupted when her husband reported the imminent arrival of the emperor. Killian said they should greet His Majesty as family and proposed going to the Duke immediately. The ruby-haired girl was happily surprised that her husband wasn't asking anything, accepted the proposal, and held out her hand to him. In the main banquet hall, the emperor and the princess were receiving congratulations from society for the empire's founding day. Lady Edith thought that when it was, the Ludwig family's turn to greet the emperor, the incident would begin. In the novel, in this scene, the friendship between Lady Eliza and Her Highness was revealed, and an incident occurred in front of everyone. The entire Ludwig family approached His Majesty and Her Highness, when suddenly Lady Edith noticed Princess Catherine staring intently at her. In the original story, there is an episode dedicated to the Empire's founding day, when Lady Eliza received recognition from the nobility. During the celebration, the blonde showed the family ornament and revealed her friendship with the princess. Lady Edith didn't understand why the princess kept looking at her with disdain. It seemed to her that they had grown a little closer. The princess greeted the Ludwig family, highlighted Alyssa's special beauty today, and paid attention to Edith. Carton observed that the daughter-in-law's dress matched Killian's suit perfectly, and commented that it was evident that there was harmony in the Ludwig family. Carton assumed that seeing Edith and Killian like this today, society would stop speaking ill of them and spreading rumors. The princess told the Duke and Duchess that she had always invited Edith and Alyssa separately, but understood that they should meet all together. Upon hearing those words, Edith opened her eyes in surprise, understanding that Her Highness had done this frequently. At that moment, Alyssa sighed sadly. Cliff asked worriedly what was happening, and she replied that she felt bad about the Emperor's greeting. After the formal part of the celebration ended, Killian offered champagne to his wife and asked if everything was all right. Edith replied that she was tired and her legs hurt, while internally reflecting on the episode during the greeting. That differed from the original. In the novel, in this scene, all attention was focused on Lady Alyssa. But in reality, she had to share that moment with Lady Edith. Lady Edith thought that she still hadn't completely clarified the conditions of the third step, and such significant changes had already occurred. Suddenly, the young woman heard a familiar voice, looked up, and saw her father talking with Archduke Lanzan. Count Regelhoff was saying that lineage was very important, and Archduke Lanzan was a member of the imperial family. The man reminded the Archduke that he had been loyal to the deceased emperor and had established trusting relationships with him. From the words he heard, Edith deduced that at the celebration, the Count was openly declaring his support for Archduke Lanzan. Count Regelhoff commented that, with a smile, he remembered the days when the deceased emperor ruled the lands. And there were peaceful times. Upon hearing this, Archduke Lanson replied that there was no need to talk about it on such a good day. The one-eyed man acknowledged that the monarch was young, but was doing everything possible to maintain order in the empire. The Archduke smiled and shared with the Count a memory of how His Majesty and Her Highness grew up under his watch. When he affirmed that he had seen a lot of how the Emperor's children grew up, and that's why he felt sorry for them. The Emperor and the Princess passed through the hall. These words reached Catherine's ears, and at that moment she ran out of the hall. Killian, being a gentleman, reacted. He told his wife he would be away for a short time, and asked her to make noise if Count Regelhof approached again, and started causing trouble. The boy finished by saying that, no matter what happened, he would take full responsibility. And upon hearing it, the girl melted instantly. Lady Edith was waiting for Killian's return when, suddenly, she heard fragments of conversation from a group of gossiping girls. The aristocrats were talking about Edith and how she pretended to be weak, like a kindergarten child, saying her legs ached. One of the gossips suggested that Lady Edith was trying to survive in the Ludwig family through flattery. Among the noble ladies was Layla Sinclair, who claimed to have heard that Edith and Killian had an arranged marriage, so she was a hostage. Edith thought that the gossips had finally discovered her situation and became interested in the conversation's development. An aristocrat commented that she had heard Count Regelhof publicly declare his position at today's event. A girl in the audience replied that she could not stand her parents' betrayal, especially if the arranged marriage broke up. Edith stood up, attracting the attention of the gossips, and affirmed that, in any case, she was better than all of them, as she had married Killian Ludwig. The young woman feigned reflection and said that if she got divorced, she would receive pensions and part of the mansion, so she wouldn't have to worry about anything. Lady Edith commented that it would be great to have several lovers, and that it wouldn't be difficult to remarry, since she was young and beautiful. Layla Sinclair became enraged at the ruby-haired girl and called her a leech, who had attached herself to the Ludwig family. Lady Edith laughed out loud and said she was simply trying out the lifestyle of almost all the aristocrats in this society. She explained to the angry gossips that the marriages of high society girls depend on the father and, afterward, the husband. Layla Sinclair angrily asked Edith if she believed they were like her, and the young woman replied that, of course, they were not. The ruby-haired girl explained that the others were different, as they envied her for being married to Killian. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the young lord. Edith then turned and asked him if he thought his wife was flattering him. The boy replied that it was nonsense, because the wife would do that more in front of others than in front of her husband. Edith dramatically threw herself into hugging her husband and shouting so the gossips could hear her. She said she didn't understand her luck with her husband. She said there was no better man than Killian Ludwig, and the aristocrats looked at the embracing couple while filling with envy. Suddenly, Layla Sinclair couldn't stand that tender scene and ran elsewhere, while Lady Edith continued hugging her husband. At that moment, she thought she enjoyed playing the villain role. But Killian separated from his wife and said he wanted to clarify something. He clarified that Catherine was just a childhood friend with whom he shared wine, and nothing more. Killian explained that since his birth, he had never seen her as a woman. She was closer to him than Cliff. The ruby-haired girl reassured her husband by telling him there was nothing to worry about, because she wasn't jealous nor thinking about it. For some reason, his wife's words saddened Killian, and Edith wondered if she could have such a relationship with Killian. Edith remembered how sad she was when reading the system message. As long as the conditions of the third stage were not met, the character adjustments would not be revealed. Upon learning this, she abandoned all hope and prepared to flee the castle, without fear of possible isolation. Edith understood that there were people who offered her help and wished her well. They believed her, and she found comfort. She had a friend who opened his heart to her and sincerely wished her happiness. Edith wondered if that wasn't enough reason to stay. Edith's thoughts dispersed when Killian asked what was worrying her. She got an idea. She was finally happy. The woman smiled widely and proposed to her husband to dance, without realizing what was happening in another room. Layla Sinclair destroyed the room and, dejected, leaned on the table by the window, screaming hysterically that Killian must be hers. Suddenly, a letter fell on the windowsill addressed to Layla, criticizing a leech attached to the Ludwigs. The author affirmed that he had finally found a brave person to collaborate with and achieve something significant. The letter said he had a plan to destroy Edith Riegelhoff, but needed the help of Mrs. Layla. At the end, the address where the mysterious author awaited the golden-haired young woman was written. To which she went. The weather was bad and the place unpleasant. A servant tried to make her return to the carriage, but she asked to wait. Suddenly, the door opened. The unknown man greeted Layla and said he had been waiting for her. She saw the Ludwig crest on his cloak. The golden-haired young woman thought she was right to suspect that the Ludwig family did not want their sister-in-law. The unknown man invited her inside. The servant tried to stop her, but satisfied, Layla affirmed that everything was fine and went in. The next day, Mrs. Edith went to see Renan and noticed that he was examining the same book she had studied with Killian. It was about manipulation and control through magic. The ruby-haired young woman was mentally surprised, since there was no magic in the novel. Suddenly, Renan approached the table and closed the book. At that moment, he realized he was too close to Mrs. Edith. They abruptly separated. Renan tried to apologize by talking about the young master. She replied that it was her fault. Lady Edith explained that due to her excessive curiosity, this uncomfortable situation arose. So Renan decided to change the subject. The Duke's secretary asked the young woman how she fared at the national celebration and commented that he had heard Edith spent the day resting after the celebration. The ruby-haired young woman replied that she had a wonderful time, just a little tired. And she remembered the end of the celebration. Kellen carried her in his arms and said that during the dance he seduced her. It was time to face the consequences. The maids laughed seeing the young master carry his wife down the corridor, while saying she wouldn't be able to get out of bed the rest of the day. Renan surprised Edith by informing her that from now on she could start reviewing and verifying the documents of the Raisin County. He explained that these lands would pass to Kellen when he obtained the title of Count. Unfortunately, the county is far from the capital. The Duke's secretary said that Edith would share the administration of these lands with her husband. Therefore, these documents should interest her. While reviewing the documents, the young woman remembered that in the novel, Kellen would obtain the title and leave the palace after the conspiracy episode. Edith reflected that surviving the conspiracy episode would be enough to enjoy a quiet life with her husband. And peaceful. The young woman remembered that in the novel, a boring life awaited her in the young lord's snowy estate, and lonely being the second male protagonist. Lady Edith dreamed that she and her husband would leave behind the life in the capital, where they couldn't defeat young Lord Cliff. Then they could focus together on the growth and development of the lands and enjoy a happy life. Edith worked with the documents and hummed a cheerful song when Renan arrived and asked if Lady Sinclair bothered her. The ruby-haired young woman began to answer without realizing that at that moment, Renan was withdrawing his hand from the book on manipulation with magic. Edith explained that disagreements with Layla arose because the girls found themselves in unpleasant situations. She added that, in reality, she had no reason to feel uncomfortable in Mrs. Layla's presence. The next day, Edith was having tea with Eliza on the terrace and thought that, although she had responded to Renan like that, she had no intention of getting close to Layla. Eliza turned to Edith and asked her to go with her to a warehouse in Rivelmurray before Killian obtained the title and left on a trip with his wife. The beautiful blonde imagined that it would be more difficult to acquire nice things in the Rising mansion than in the capital. Mrs. Alyssa enthusiastically told her daughter-in-law that they had decorated the street for the end of the year. The beautiful blonde imagined how great it was now to shop or walk there, while Edith was mentally irritated. She didn't understand why Mrs. Alyssa, as always, didn't go to ask young Lord Cliff to accompany her shopping. She didn't show her annoyance, but calmly replied that she had a lot of work and, unfortunately, she wasn't sure she could accompany her. In the story, it was impossible to imagine an episode where Mrs. Edith and Mrs. Eliza went somewhere together. The blonde girl was kind and charismatic, but not enough to earn friends among her contemporaries. The only exception was the princess, who in one episode spent a lot of time with Eliza on Rivalry Street. Edith remembered that during a national celebration, it was discovered that she had inserted herself into the friendship of Eliza and Catherine. From that, she concluded that the proposal to walk together through rivalry was intended for the princess. Upon hearing Edith talk about her busy schedule, Alyssa blushed and said she understood the hints and didn't want to pressure or force her. Lady Edith thought the episode had to turn out well anyway, and she couldn't refuse the proposal of the blonde beauty. The ruby-haired young woman smiled and said she had made a mistake, that she did have free time for a walk around the shops. Lady Alyssa applauded cheerfully and commented that Rivalry looked incredibly beautiful now, and she was happy to go there with her friend. During lunch shared with her husband, Edith announced that she planned to go with Alyssa for a walk on Rivalry Street in the near future. Killian became deeply furious and affirmed that he could not accompany his wife and the blonde young woman, as he had to go to the Imperial Palace. Edith said there was no reason to worry so much, as they would only go shopping, and nothing could happen on a clear day in a crowded place. The young woman reminded her husband of the princess's words and added that it would be positive for the reputation of the Ludwig family if Alyssa was seen in Edith's company. The wife noticed that the husband did not calm down, as something was troubling him. He probably suspected that Edith might harm Alyssa. Killian restlessly repeated Alyssa's name and murmured that there was no evidence, as he hadn't found anything against Cliff or his lover. The young man thought he had conducted his own investigation into the pair's involvement in Edith's incident, but found nothing. The boy concluded with regret that there was little information, as documents from previous cases were in Cliff's hands. Killian understood that the risk was too high to gather new evidence, but still decided to ask Renan for help. The Duke's secretary reminded the young man that books on sorcery could not be considered solid evidence. Renan asked how the young man would act if Duke Ludwig and his eldest son found out about his own investigation. Killian considered that the secretary's question made sense, as it was well known how much His Excellence trusted Cliff. The boy thought it might look like he envied his brother and was trying to falsely accuse him, since he still loved Alyssa. His thoughts were interrupted by Renan, who warned that if Killian continued, he could get into trouble. The Duke's assistant advised him to stop, as without serious evidence, no one would believe him. And Killian clenched his fist and ordered Renan to shut up. The boy considered it completely irrelevant whether his investigation was just a pathetic attempt to justify actions against his wife. The young lord supposed that such deception was created to alleviate guilt and concluded that it didn't matter either. Killian, as if nothing had happened, sat back down at the table and began to eat, calmly handling the cutlery. He only made an indifferent face and said he hoped his wife hadn't caused problems during the walk with Eliza. Walking through the streets of Rivalry, the blonde beauty enthusiastically recounted, and excitedly, the advantages of the boutique she saw. Mrs. Alyssa noticed Mrs. Edith's sad face and asked if she had talked so much that she was fatigued. Her friend protested. Mrs. Edith pointed out that the blonde beauty knew a lot about the shops in that area. The ruby-haired girl deduced that Mrs. Alyssa used to walk here with young Lord Cliff. Mrs. Alyssa became sad for a moment and said that it wasn't so, as she had read that information in a popular magazine. A smile reappeared on the blonde's face, and Alyssa said she dreamed of visiting those shops when she had a friend. It occurred to Edith that this was an opportunity to befriend the protagonist, since before, like Alyssa, she hadn't been able to act alone. Edith thought that since she met the conditions of the second stage, the author's rights had diminished. And now she had friendships that didn't exist in the original. The ruby-haired girl even managed to establish relationships with the princess, an important character in the novel. Mrs. Edith supposed that, If narrative changes were achieved previously, perhaps she could become friends with Mrs. Alyssa. The ruby-haired girl's eyes sparkled at the thought that the blonde beauty could just be a lonely young woman. Mrs. Edith enthusiastically rushed towards the novel's protagonist, asking her exactly which shop she wanted to go to. The ruby-haired girl excitedly said she wanted to visit all the places on that street that Mrs. Alyssa dreamed of. When visiting the hat shop, Edith decided she wouldn't let Alyssa feel alone, and they would try to have fun together. After buying their hats, the friends headed to the bookstore where Mrs. Alyssa recommended her sister-in-law a novel by her favorite author. Edith examined the content of the offered manuscript with interest and pointed out several erotic scenes at the end of the novel. When Alyssa blushed, Edith couldn't help but laugh, thinking how fun it was to put the naive protagonist in an uncomfortable situation. After a short pause, the young blonde asked her friend if she knew the book about Mrs. Graham's secret temptation. Upon hearing the title, Mrs. Edith understood what the book was about and opened her eyes in surprise, since she didn't expect adult novels to exist in this world. The ruby-haired girl realized that this was exactly what she was missing in her life, and quietly asked if that book was in the shop. Mrs. Eliza whispered back that the book wasn't in this shop, but it was in another bookstore that Cliff secretly visits. Mrs. Edith approached the governess and whispered in her ear that she had to pretend she was entrusted with a difficult task she couldn't solve alone. The ruby-haired girl asked Anna to distract Mrs. Alyssa's maid for longer, and told her she would be back soon. Lady Edith explained to the surprised Anne that Lady Alyssa wants to buy a book, but to do it secretly from young Mr. Cliff. When the friends entered the discreet adult bookstore, Alyssa immediately proposed splitting up to choose what they liked. Temporarily saying goodbye to her friend, Edith began examining the first book she found, and sank into her thoughts. The ruby-haired girl smiled at the thought that the innocent and sweet Alyssa knew such a place, and focused on reading the open pages. Sharply closing the volume, Edith decided not to damage her reputation too much, so she would take only 3 books today and return to Anne later. As she walked among the shelves, Lady Edith noticed she couldn't see her light-haired friend anywhere. The ruby-haired girl wanted to call her, but held back, thinking that in such a place it was better not to mention names. Edith found a wooden door and supposed Alyssa might be there. When she found herself in darkness, she softly called her friend. After a few seconds, Lady Edith emerged from the darkness and found herself in daylight. As she adjusted, she saw a quiet alley in front of her. The girl thought she should return quickly to the shop before the owners took her for a thief. When a hand touched her shoulder, a mysterious stranger surrounded the ruby-haired girl with both hands, and sarcastically asked if she was Edith Riedelhoff. 3 days ago, on the festive night, Layla Sinclair followed a stranger and complained loudly that her house was dirty. They went out to a large room lit by candles, where a hooded woman greeted Layla. The blonde crossed her arms angrily over her chest and demanded to know the identity of the letter's author. The hooded woman said it was difficult to explain all the details and pointed to the cloak, where a badge with the Ludwig crest was attached. Mrs. Layla smiled and affirmed that she was not mistaken and had always suspected that the Ludwig duchy wanted to get rid of Edith Riedelhoff. The young woman was right to be angry at the tea party, as the only Ludwig daughter-in-law had almost drowned, and no one had been punished. Layla asked what was expected of her, and the hooded woman replied that she knew about the young woman's invitation to the tea party with the Viscount of Sicily. The hooded woman handed a note to the young blonde and asked her to convey the information contained in it. Mrs. Layla commented that she indeed didn't plan to attend the tea party due to the return of an unpleasant man. And then her eyes scanned the text. The note indicated that Mrs. Edith planned to visit the bookstore on Rivelle Marie Street at lunchtime. The young woman turned to the woman and the stranger who brought her there and affirmed that she could carry out a more serious mission than just conveying information. While Mrs. Edith was away at the bookstore, Anna decided to enter the most popular cafe on that street to order a strawberry tart. In front of her in line, Mrs. Eliza's maid was ordering a piece of grape tart and a black tea. Isabel, who was very calm, Anna asked her where Mrs. Eliza was, since Isabel had said she was going to the bathroom. But the maid replied unconcerned that she didn't know. Edith woke up with her hands tied in an old warehouse, with boxes surrounded by cobwebs around her, and a man with a knife sitting there. He called her by name, called her his own, and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. But the ruby-haired young woman didn't recognize her kidnapper. Smelling the blood, Mrs. Edith got even more scared and shouted that she didn't understand anything. And the unknown man said he wasn't surprised. The kidnapper affirmed that he was one of the many men who knelt before Mrs. Edith, and added that his love had cost him dearly. The unknown man commented that, for giving secret information to the beautiful blonde woman, many had paid the price. The kidnapper sadly concluded that Edith had truly forgotten him. Fred Cecilia, for whom he had sacrificed his reputation and the right to inherit the title. The girl remembered reading about many men whom Edith seduced to extract important information from them. The ruby-haired girl remembered that upon migrating into the body of the villain Edith, she saw all the cases where she seduced men in important positions. In the memory of the bad Edith, there is an uncountable number of cases of broken engagements. The data obtained through flirting was transmitted to her father. The ruby-haired girl thought with regret that perhaps Fred Cecilia was one of the men deceived by the bad Edith. In one thing, Lady Edith was sure now. The kidnapping episode was not part of the original story. She also deduced that this situation resembled the incident in the lake, as if it had been deliberately created. Edith Ludwig understood that an unknown author had invented and inserted this kidnapping scene into the plot of the original story to kill her. Before the girl with tied hands, the kidnapper appeared, and two system notifications were displayed above him. One of them reported that after Edith's death, the story would return to its original plot, and the other showed a timer with the remaining time until her death. Edith understood that she had to find a way out and called Fred by name, asking what had become of the kind man she knew. The kidnapper pointed out that the girl was pretending to have remembered him, but she didn't back down, saying she didn't expect something like this from Fred. Fred was surprised that someone so kind and nice could kidnap someone and brandish a knife in front of him. Immediately, Fred's face distorted with remorse, and he said he was ashamed to have scared his beloved, since knowing her had been like a dream. The boy confessed that upon meeting Lady Edith, he understood that deep down he was a romantic, and he had always imagined the girl on a country estate. Fred, with a crazy look, said that upon learning of her marriage he felt down. But he understood that he could defeat Duke Ludwig at the cost of his life. The desperate boy proposed to the ruby-haired young woman to die together to start anew. Fred explained that the fortune teller had given him a book in which it was said they must die at the same time, and in the same place. The kidnapper supposed that this way they could be reborn together in the next life. The boy added that he wasn't sure of the outcome. Fred affirmed that, in any case, they could try, as sleeping forever together is romantic. Suddenly, Edith had the idea to apologize because when her loved one betrayed her, what she desired most was an apology. In her previous life, the girl was abandoned by a man who treated her like a toy. In her new body, she understood the pain of manipulating emotions. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. That Edith Riegelhoff knew how to ask for forgiveness. Fred said he knew Edith Riegelhoff as a proud woman, a dominant she-devil, who always looked down on people. The boy noted that he didn't actually expect Edith to apologize to him personally. The young woman replied that Fred had no reason to accept the apologies. She stumbled because she saw that the time on the counter had increased and cheerfully concluded that she had found an escape route to freedom. Edith told the kidnapper that there were many talks and rumors circulating about her. But in reality, she didn't even like attending balls and banquets. Fred hysterically repeated that it couldn't be, that his Edith enjoyed attending public events. The young woman replied that she preferred quiet places where she could be alone, rejecting invitations to parties and tea parties. Edith tried to untie the rope binding her hands, and at the same time, begged the boy to remember that he had kidnapped her in the library. The time on the counter increased again, and Fred furiously ordered the ruby-haired girl to shut up and not ruin the image of his Edith. The counter reached 6 hours. The girl said she wasn't the one Fred needed and asked if it wouldn't be useless to die with a fake Edith. In an instant, the time on the counter decreased to 40 seconds. Lady Edith looked at him frightened, and Fred smiled arrogantly. He said he had noticed her gaze and asked what could be so interesting behind it, adding that the lie had been discovered. The girl repeated, without understanding what lie it was about. And Fred laughed and commented that she had acted really well. Fred affirmed that he could believe the prisoner's words if it weren't for one detail. And he took in his hands the book about the Countess and her little dog. Fred pointed out that the book had been in the girl's hands during the kidnapping. The man supposed that Edith considered him unfaithful. Fred began to bring the knife closer to the face of the tied girl, promising her that she would be his personal little dog if she went with him. Finally, the knots in the rope loosened, and Lady Edith managed to free her hands. She screamed that she didn't want to die and stood up quickly. The knife stuck firmly into the place where Edith had been sitting. The kidnapper muttered under his breath that it was a shame she had moved. It would have been painless. Lady Edith stood up immediately. Fred, satisfied, said the door was locked and there was no escape, and proposed taking a walk around the room before death. In the room, Lady Edith spotted the window, and Fred offered her a moment to do it quickly and painlessly. The ruby-haired girl understood that the kidnapper had decided to kill her, and he wouldn't back down, so she discreetly took off her shoe. The kidnapper did not stop insisting that Lady Edith should die by the knife, and she threw the shoe she had taken off at his face, deformed by madness. A moment later, the ruby-haired girl ran towards the window, grabbed a nearby chair, and lifted it to hit the glass. Instantly, the fresh air hit her nose. Her eyes shone with the hope of freedom. But instantly, the young woman felt a sharp pain. The kidnapper managed to grab the prisoner by her long hair. He shouted that he had had enough and raised a knife directly over Edith's face. A few drops of blood appeared on her cheeks. Crazy Fred was right to say he would do it painlessly. Suddenly, the ruby-haired young woman saw in front of her the face of her husband, who apologized for being late. Lady Edith thought it was a mirage with her husband's face, because she didn't understand how he could have found her and rescued in time. Meanwhile, the author, hiding his identity, hit the table with his fist and shouted that it was impossible. He would be furious and wouldn't understand how Edith had survived in such a situation, since the script was so carefully planned that it couldn't fail. The author muttered that he had invested a lot of time and effort in creating the episode of Edith's kidnapping, which didn't even exist in the original story. The anonymous author thought he had planned everything carefully. He even made sure to temporarily eliminate Edith's governess. But Anna turned out to be very loyal to her mistress. She worried about her long absence and, ignoring the order, contacted Killian. The maid informed the young master that there were only a few places she might have gone, but no one had seen her anywhere. The cunning of the main villain, the creativity of the governess, who managed to obtain information, and the desperation of the young master transformed and embellished the episode. The author concluded with regret that he could do nothing and decided not to interfere further in the story or take any action. The hooded unknown man came to the conclusion that, lacking information, he had no choice but to resist as long as possible. The brunette looked with indignation at the green system notification tablets, informing of a significant weakening of the original author's control. The girl angrily exclaimed that they were silly rules and thought that if it continued like this, her life would become dangerous again. The brunette sighed sadly and considered that she would tremble with fear and expect danger for something that didn't exist in the original. A moment later, the girl found herself in a bright room with many doors, and she wondered if there was an exit from this world. The brunette opened the door and discovered Count Regelhoff, who was shouting furiously that he had only asked to be kind, and was raising his hand to strike. The girl looked closely and saw young Edith next to the Count, barely recognizing her due to multiple injuries, bruises and scratches. The crying girl begged her father for forgiveness and promised it wouldn't happen again, while the count replied that he had heard the boy liked young girls. The terrible man added that because of the boy's preferences, he had specifically created that place. But because of the bad person, everything turned out useless. The count promised that for the next mistake, he would impose a week of hunger on her. And terrified, the brunette decided to leave that room. Upon returning to the large white room, the brunette understood that all those doors opened rooms with memories. Opening the next door, she saw the ruby-haired young woman hidden under the table in front of the fearsome Sophia. The maid reported that the master was furious about what happened and ironically advised Edith to learn to deny with courtesy and politeness. When Sophia grabbed the poor girl and raised the whip over her, the brunette couldn't stand the screams and left, deciding to visit another room. Opening the door, she discovered Mrs. Edith sitting next to a man who wouldn't stop praising her beauty. When he proposed that the ruby-haired girl get to know each other better, she could barely hide her shock and force a feigned smile. Mrs. Edith warned that if the man continued, her father, Count Regelhoff, might get angry and forbid them contact. The brunette entered through another door and saw sad Lady Edith sitting on a chair, only in a kimono and camisole. The girl noticed that Lady Edith was clutching a letter addressed to her, announcing that war was declared on the Ludwig family. The Regelhoff family plans to attract the Duke, his sons, and attack the Ludwig residence. The letter indicated that on a specific day, a signal would be given for Lady Edith to install a device on the back door of the mansion. Shane Regelhoff was leading Lady Alyssa down the hallway with her hands tied and telling her they needed to retreat, while she asked for help for Lady Edith. The ruby-haired girl walked down the empty hallway of the mansion and approached a painting where the Ludwig family appeared. Lady Edith touched the baby depicted in that painting. It was the youngest son of Duke Ludwig, Kilian. The brunette left that room and wondered what they were trying to tell her and why they showed all that. The girl squatted down from fatigue, hugged her knees, and thought that she was rejecting her because of the difficulty of surviving now. But there was one question she could no longer postpone: the fact that all the characters in the book were under the influence of the plot. The question was whether Lady Edith depended on the plot like the other characters. What happened to the original Edith character, and where was she? The brunette reflected that these rooms were not shown in vain, but to lead one to think about overcoming the conditions of the third stage. Upon reaching the third level, the girl could return to the space with multiple doors and find the answer about Edith's character's fate. After her kidnapping, the ruby-haired girl was unconscious for 24 hours, while Kilian never left his bedside. Suddenly, a hand touched the young master's head, who looked up and couldn't believe his own eyes that his wife had finally regained consciousness. The boy was so happy that his wife woke up that he threw himself to hug her. And after long hugs, he told her what had happened before. Upon visiting the imperial palace, Kilian felt unwell and decided to speed up his work and head quickly to Rivalry Street. Upon exiting the carriage, he found a knight looking for the master. Thanks to Anna's information, they began exploring the area with the knights. Upon hearing the sound of broken glass and female screams in the distance, the boy ran to save his wife. The young man explained that there were many suspicious factors, and it was difficult to understand the motives for the crime by observing Fred Cecilia's actions. He could have known in advance that Edith would be on Rivalry Street, prepared an abandoned house to take the captive there. If Fred Cecilia hadn't managed to commit suicide while being taken to Duke Ludwig's residence, more could have been found out. He covered his eyes with sadness and said that a family incapable of preventing a criminal's suicide is useless. Lady Edith thought it was sad to see her husband torturing himself in vain, trying to understand the kidnapping story. The mistake was not Kilian's. She supposed it was because the author carried out many actions that were not in the original. Edith concluded that explaining this to her husband would be impossible and decided to distract him by asking him questions about Lady Eliza. The boy recounted that the knight accompanying Lady Eliza followed her to the bookstore, but she left him in a hurry. Noticing the knight in the bookstore, The blonde girl was surprised that he had traveled so far just for a message. The knight reported that Mr. Cliff wanted to see her. Immediately, Lady Eliza became sad and began to explain something about a walk with Lady Edith. Seeing the knight's serious face, the blonde girl immediately cut off her speech. She said she understood and headed for the shop exit. The young master paused his story and decided to ask his wife for her opinion on Mrs. Eliza. Edith reflected on the fact that Alyssa Sinclair is the protagonist of the book, and the beauty ideal in this world. The main characters are subject to the influence of the plot. Lady Eliza is the protagonist. Therefore, more than Cliff or Killian, it depends on her. In a world where everyone plays a role according to the book's plot, Mrs. Alyssa inevitably becomes the enemy of the villain Mrs. Edith. In this, no one is to blame, but as long as the force of the original story remains, the strong friendship between Alyssa and Edith will be impossible. The boy repeated his question. Edith thought he knows that the blonde is Killian's main priority, but decided not to blame anyone. The ruby-haired young woman considered that even in this situation, her husband was checking if she blamed Mrs. Alyssa for this incident. She remembered how the first day after their wedding, the young master said that Mrs. Alyssa would always be more important to him than his wife. Lady Edith replied that she fully trusted the blonde, as if she had suspected her. She wouldn't have gone with her in the first place. Killian was surprised to hear his wife's words, that Mrs. Alyssa couldn't know what would happen to Mrs. Edith when they separated. The young master looked away from his wife and muttered that he needed to tell something about the blonde. The boy explained that Mrs. Alyssa worries about the daughter-in-law, stopped eating and drinking. She cries constantly and blames herself for what happened. Cliff supports Alyssa, but hopes Edith will calm her down. Killian announced that he will tell her right now that his wife feels unwell. The ruby-haired young woman calmly replied to her husband that her condition was stable enough to get out of bed and meet the family. A little later, there was a knock on the door of Duke Ludwig's office, where young Mr. Cliff and Mrs. Alyssa were already present. And Mrs. Alyssa. When Edith and Killian entered the office, His Grace greeted them and asked his daughter-in-law how she felt. The young woman replied that everything was fine and thanked him for worrying. Mentally, she noted that it was the first time she was there after an interrogation. For a moment, it seemed that the roles with Eliza had been reversed. Now the blonde girl was sitting in front of the Duke explaining herself. As soon as Edith entered, Alyssa jumped off the chair and ran to her, saying she was very nervous. The blonde asked if Edith hadn't gotten up too early, as she looked pale. And then Alyssa's tears flowed freely. She apologized to Edith for how it had happened. She said she didn't expect it to happen and blamed herself. Mrs. Edith thought the beautiful blonde wasn't to blame, as it happened because of the plot that pushed her. Alyssa stretched her arms towards her daughter-in-law, but for some reason, a shiver ran down her body. And she felt uncomfortable. Edith freed her hands, moved away from the girl, and addressed His Grace, asking if he would investigate the incident. He replied affirmatively, and added that he was doing everything possible to investigate. But the evidence was scarce due to the criminal's death. Mrs. Edith pointed out that, according to Killian, the kidnapping had been planned in advance, as if the criminal knew where she would be. The ruby-haired girl looked at Alyssa and asked if she hadn't told anyone she would be on Rebelmery Street. Mr. Cliff suddenly asked furiously if it was true that the daughter-in-law was accusing Mrs. Eliza. Mrs. Edith denied it and explained that she didn't mean that, while the Duke's eldest son commented that Mrs. Eliza, due to stress, was trembling so much she couldn't eat or drink. Cliff said it under his breath. Instead of calming her, he accuses and interrogates her, although usually she is the one being interrogated here. Even though Eliza tried to calm Cliff, a debate erupted. Killian intervened, threatening again that Edith didn't mean that. The blonde woman advised her husband not to interfere and added that she herself wanted to say something about this matter. Edith addressed Cliff and asked if he had nothing more to say, even though he hadn't even worried about the health of the one who almost died. Edith said she had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, but if he insisted, she would give the blonde a full checkup. Killian was surprised by his wife's firm attitude, who revealed that she knew Alyssa had left the bookstore at Cliff's request. The young woman asked him why then Alyssa was the one suffering remorse and tremors, and not Cliff. Even the Duke was impressed by her questions. Cliff laughed and assured that Mrs. Edith was simply annoyed, because karma was punishing her for associating with different men. Suddenly, the Duke ordered silence and acknowledged that the mother-in-law was right in saying that Cliff would have cared about her health. The man seriously asked his eldest son to leave the room if he didn't plan to cooperate with the investigation. Duke Ludwig also advised Mr. Cliff to ensure that Mrs. Alyssa was fed well. Then he turned to his mother-in-law and asked for a detailed description of the events, without yet knowing that the investigation would fail. The case was closed because Lord Cecilia died, as well as his source of information. But Edith received enormous compensation. Edith concluded that she didn't want to repeat the yacht incident, so she decided to continue living quietly as part of high society. A week later, during family lunch, Killian proposed to his wife that they visit the Imperial Palace in the coming days. The ruby-haired woman replied that the doctor recommended she avoid physical exercise for about 2 weeks. Lady Edith thought this was why she had avoided closeness until now. And Kellen stated without a doubt that horseback riding was forbidden. He then clarified that horseback riding wasn't the only reason to interact, and asked his wife to imagine a princess at a picnic. Lady Edith smiled at the mental image, but seeing her husband's thoughtful expression, she worriedly asked what was wrong. Kellen replied that members of the Sinclair family would arrive, and Edith opened her eyes in surprise. She questioned why they would come to the Ludwigs, and her husband said he didn't know, rubbing his forehead with the palm of his hand. Kellen specified that the last time the Sinclair family visited the Ludwigs was to discuss an issue. Edith remembered that the Sinclair family had argued with Duke Ludwig over the iron ore distribution rights. The young woman did not want the Sinclairs' plan to succeed, as those rights were the key condition of her arranged marriage with Kellen. The man concluded that the previous business conversation had not yielded results. He supposed the Sinclair family was coming to his palace to finalize the agreement. He also added that perhaps Lady Eliza attracted too much attention at the national celebration. According to the plot, Eliza's relatives handed her over to settle a debt. They then regretted losing the opportunity to join the Duke's family. That's why they now seize any opportunity to re-establish relations with the Duke. And Duchess Ludwig. When the head of the Sinclair family stepped out of the carriage, he began to flirt and plead with the Duke. He explained that due to his poor health, he couldn't attend the national celebration, so he sent Damien there. And Layla, the hypocritical man, added that his children admired the Duke's elegant appearance, and his wife at the event. He said that Mrs. Alyssa also made an impression by appearing, and commented that it had been a long time since he saw his immediate family. Duke Ludwig affirmed that Mrs. Alyssa was not in the castle, and rushed the guests inside. Layla noticed that the Duke seemed particularly serious and annoyed today, while Damien smiled because he understood the sister's motive. The boy knew that recently the Ludwig family had contacted his sister directly. The night before, they had talked about it. Damien asked if she really believed an anonymous letter had gone to the indicated address, and followed the instructions given there. Layla replied that, although she didn't know the names, she was sure they came from the Ludwig Duchy because she saw the emblem. Damien lost control and furiously shouted that she was crazy, while the blonde retorted that she was still intact and undamaged. The brother insisted that it could have been a trap to test Layla, and the emblem of the Ludwig house could be fake. He accused her of being foolish and told her she had put her entire family at risk, words that would deeply hurt the sister. The blonde pointed out that he always looked down on her. He called her foolish and ignored her. Suddenly, Layla became angry and shouted that the information they had asked her to convey turned out to be true. These people correctly guessed where and at what location Edith Riegelhoff would appear. Layla reported that no one knows for sure what happened there, but it is rumored that Killian and his knights were running through the streets shouting Edith's name. The blonde added that the next day, the Viscount of Sicily announced that his son had died unexpectedly after an accident. Due to an orchestrated incident by these people, Lady Edith almost died. And the Ludwig Duchy concealed this information. The people who contacted Layla found out somehow that Edith almost died, which proves that they come from the Ludwig Duchy. His brother's face distorted with shock. He didn't understand who could have planned it, since Cliff isn't that interested in destroying Edith. As for Killian, at the party, it was noticeable that he fell under his wife's spell. Demian suspected it was the Duke's doing, who understood that his son's matrimonial alliance with Edith Riegelhoff no longer had value. The young man tortured himself for a long time with suppositions, and in the end, concluded that the marriage was never planned to last. The boy smiled sinisterly and told his sister to start preparing for a joint trip to Ludwig. In the Duke's office, Demian started the conversation by mentioning that his sister doesn't have a partner. The Duke understood the message and asked if he wanted to offer her as a companion for Cliff. Demian explained that it wasn't that, especially because he saw with his own eyes the family ornament of the Ludwigs on Lady Alyssa's neck. Duke Ludwig asked what was happening, and the boy replied that Count Riegelhoff could no longer be considered a supporter of the emperor. Demian said that at the party, the Count openly expressed his position, betraying the Duke even after sealing the alliance. He informed him that his sister says Edith considers the Ludwig family a bank, since she commented that, after the divorce, she would keep a large fortune. Demian sketched a smile and asked the Duke if he would really close his eyes to his daughter-in-law's bold behavior. Just like her father, Edith was having tea with Layla and the Duchess when suddenly her body trembled slightly, and she understood that someone was talking about her. The ruby-haired girl knew that it always happened this way when people talked about her. The lady noticed and told her to go to her room if she was cold, but the sister-in-law refused. Then the Duchess decided to step away for a moment to bring a blanket, while Layla asked at that moment to be accompanied to the bathroom. In the hallway, Layla called Edith and told her she was right to think that the sister-in-law lived with the Ludwigs, suppressing her character. The golden-haired girl asked if the Duchess knew about the sister-in-law's conversations outside the castle. Lady Edith said that it seemed to her that before talking like that, Lady Layla should first look at herself. The golden-haired girl didn't understand what it was about. Edith, instead of answering, mocked Layla and repeated her request to show where to wash her hands. Lady Edith turned around and wanted to leave proudly, saying in the end that Layla was pretending to be something incomprehensible. But the ruby-haired girl stayed in place when Lady Layla shouted that Edith would soon be expelled from the castle. The golden-haired girl smiled and asked if Edith knew what had happened to the right to exploit the iron ore from her family's mines. Satisfied, Layla didn't wait for an answer and said that the reason Edith married so conveniently now belonged to her. The girl explained that at that moment, her brother and father were negotiating with Duke Ludwig, and in the end, Edith's place would be hers. Edith said that Kellen had gone to the imperial palace. Without him, they wouldn't make an important decision. Layla replied that she would be happy to get rid of her wife. The ruby-haired girl thought that Kellen had to obey his father's will. That's why at the beginning of the marriage, he was moody and brusque. Then Edith, with an indifferent expression, pointed to the other end of the hallway and said the bathroom was over there. The ruby-haired girl finally said she hoped the guest wouldn't get lost, and affirmed that she was completely indifferent to what Layla said. The golden-haired girl didn't calm down and shouted that Killian would gladly divorce his wife. Edith nodded indifferently to everything, and then concluded that a girl like Layla would never conquer Killian's heart. It was already night when Lady Edith tried to work with the documentation, but couldn't concentrate. The letters blurred. Edith rubbed her eyes and thought she should visit Catherine, as the marriage was approaching its end. And she most certainly wouldn't be able to visit the imperial palace after the divorce. The ruby-haired girl remembered that in the novel, the Sinclair family harassed and exhausted Lady Eliza to get her share. The novel did not mention the Sinclair family's interest in Edith Ludwig, but this visit showed that they no longer care about Alyssa. They clearly demonstrated that they covet the ruby-haired girl's place. The choice is quite logical. They decided not to bother Lady Eliza, surrounded by love and care in the duchy. Instead, they focused on the one who has no value for her own parents or her husband's parents. Edith concluded that the original plot no longer has absolute power. Now events unfold according to the characters' decisions and actions, which will be a difficult test for the girl. Edith had always believed that surviving the plot episodes was enough. But now everything was different. A knock on the edge of the table interrupted her thoughts. It was Renan Filch who asked if the lady was all right, as she looked unwell. The Duke's secretary said he had heard that Mrs. Edith received guests today, so he would understand if she went to rest. The girl looked at the blonde boy and thought he was a strange person, as he felt sympathy for her without the plot's influence. Edith decided not to fear plot changes, as she always wanted to live in this world with people, not book characters. The girl replied to Renan that she would go home as soon as she reported a document with incorrect calculations. The Duke was in his office when young Mr. Killian entered and announced that he had returned. The boy asked if the eldest brother had also returned. The Duke shook his head and added that the Sinclair family had left a long time ago. Killian said it was strange and informed his father that he wanted to present the report on the conversation with His Majesty without delay. The young master explained that they had identified the main rebellious families, starting with the Archbishopric of Landstone. But they found no serious reason to initiate reprisals. The Duke listened attentively to his son and congratulated him on the work done. The Duke recalled how the day before he spoke with his eldest son about how he had transferred the visit to the Emperor to his brother. The father got angry, as he had ordered Alyssa and Cliff to go to the Imperial Palace, since the Sinclair family would arrive. Cliff replied that the girl didn't want to meet His Majesty or Her Highness. That's why he proposed a walk to the garden outside the city. Upon leaving, the young man affirmed that he did not doubt that his brother would handle the visit without problems. The father was surprised by the son's audacity. The Duke came out of his memory and listened again to Killian, who was talking to him about the activity of suspicious nobles. The father called his son by name because he wanted to tell him something, but suddenly a loud crash was heard at the window. Without knocking, an excited knight burst in and shouted that Count Riegelhoff had declared territorial war. The Duchess explained to the servants that the cause of the attack on the duchy was the price of the iron ore transaction. Their conversation reached the window from which Lady Edith was spying, and the young woman remembered that in the novel there was also a similar episode. The Riegelhoffs got in the way of their own destruction by acting recklessly and declaring a territorial war on the duchy. Edith worried that the war episode had started early and thought it was because of considering her actions incorrect. Lady Edith noticed that events were moving too fast and wondered what would happen to her. Count Riegelhoff's daughter. The young woman remembered that in the novel, at the beginning of the war, Edith had already been punished. That's why no action was taken against her. She wondered what would happen to her now, when Killian entered his wife's room with a serious expression. Seeing him, the ruby-haired girl was confused, as she didn't know what to say without ruining the plot too much. Edith timidly said that she had heard terrible news, but her attempts to speak were interrupted by her husband, who took her hands in his. Killian asked if his wife was all right, and added that she should understand what would ultimately happen to Count Riegelhoff. The young woman made a sad face and said she understood that in this situation it was important to act according to the law, since her father had started an uprising. Killian replied that the Count claimed to have started it on his own initiative. But objectively speaking, the rebels had no chance of success. The young man said the cause of the war was superficial, so it was logical to think that Archduke Lanston was behind it. He mentioned to his wife that the Archduke himself claimed to have nothing to do with it. However, if he was supposed to be lying, then the Ludwig Duchy would redirect all its attention to the war. So it would be easier for the Archduke to reach the imperial throne he has been aspiring to for a long time. Putting on his armor and equipment, Killian told his father that they had been preparing for this for a long time. So Cliff would lead the cavalry order. he would approach the imperial palace and hide there to observe the Archduke's actions. Killian said he planned to propose swapping roles with Cliff, but realized his brother surpassed him in commanding troops. Edith gently stroked her husband's cheek and asked him not to compare himself to others. She told him he had the most wonderful husband that no one else possesses, and Killian felt flattered by his wife's words. Mrs. Edith softly asked him to return safe and sound. Killian asked with equal sweetness if he understood correctly that his wife was worried about him. Edith laughed and confirmed her husband's assumption, explaining that she didn't want to be a widow so young. She added that she had heard that men flock to young widows like flies. And Killian replied that he wouldn't allow that and would be careful. He carefully stroked his wife's face and told her that he wanted to show her how wonderful his husband truly was. The young master gave the ruby-haired girl a beautiful and prolonged kiss. That evening, Duke Ludwig leaned over the map of the duchy's territories and concluded that some detail was missing. A man with amber eyes entered the office and said he had heard about the unrest caused by Count Riegelhoff. Cliff pointed out that, although these were unpleasant events, they were an opportunity to end this definitively. Then Cliff asked how to act now with Edith, since it would be difficult to let the daughter of a household enemy go out. He added that the reason for the war was strange, so the daughter-in-law deserved only punishment. The Duke irritably asked his son if that was the only thing that mattered to him in the situation. The young lord was surprised by his father's reaction. He apologized and explained that during a walk with Alyssa, he had reflected on this matter. The Duke told his son that he had just gotten agitated and added that the daughter-in-law would be under observation for now. Axel Ludwig recounted that the younger son reported that the daughter-in-law was unaware of the county's plans. The man pointed out that lately the Riegelhoff family has paid no attention to Edith. The young man objected that it could be a trap, since Count Riegelhoff perhaps expected the Ludwig family to believe that. And relax. The Duke got even angrier and harshly asked if Cliff believed that the father wasn't capable of thinking for himself from the beginning. The man said he would watch the daughter-in-law. Then he asked his son to take care of his business and prepare to rebuild. The Duke informed him that on the day of the battle, he would lead the cavalry order towards the imperial palace, and begged him not to disappoint. Meanwhile, Mrs. Eliza, already dressed for bed, was in front of Mr. Killian's office. The young man studied documents, thinking that the more he looked at the tables, the more original the organization method seemed to him. Reviewing the tables, Killian remembered his wife's sad expression when he informed her that Count Riegelhoff would be assassinated. The young man was surprised that Mrs. Edith could still worry about someone who sent her a maid who constantly beat her. The Count is not interested in his daughter, who is practically held by his enemy. But he starts an uprising anyway. If a situation arises where husband and father face each other with swords, she will have to become a passive figure. But Lady Edith will forever remain immensely kind and attentive. Considering this, Killian decided that after concluding the matter, he would leave for his property with his wife. They would leave rumors, politics, and wars behind. The young lord dreamed of how wonderful it would be to be there, only with his wife. Far from Soviet society and filthy rumors. Suddenly, a knock was heard at the door, and the young man thought it strange, as Edith had promised to wait for him in the room. He froze when he opened the door and saw the light-haired young woman. Although it was already night, Killian asked what was wrong, and Alyssa replied that she saw that candles were still burning in the office. So she decided to come in. Alyssa explained that because she was traveling outside the capital, she didn't know about the announcement of the territorial war. After a short pause, Lady Alyssa asked if everything could have been different if she hadn't been an illegitimate daughter. This question left him speechless. Her hands trembled from the shock, along with the stack of documents. He remembered that not long ago, he began to suspect Cliff and Alyssa in all the incidents that occurred. He was more concerned about the purity of Cliff's intentions, as the light-haired young woman had little political influence. Suddenly, he noticed a soft scent of violets and thought about what a charming beauty was standing in front of him. Killian remembered that day when he first saw the light-haired girl. Looking into her eyes, he knew she was a kind person. From that moment, he considered Alyssa the most beautiful and charming. He heard her voice everywhere and constantly perceived the scent of her perfume. Now, Killian realized that his feelings were just a childhood affection. Mrs. Alyssa timidly said she feared losing him in this war, adding that she should have said so earlier. But she didn't dare. Killian smiled and assured her there was no reason to worry, as the Ludwig family had a clear advantage in equipment and strength. After wishing Mrs. Alyssa good night, Killian headed to his wife's room. But he found her asleep at the desk. When the man covered his wife with his jacket, she woke up and asked why he hadn't gone to sleep in bed. The woman rested her head on her husband's hand and replied that she wanted to see him and wish him good night. But she fell asleep. Mrs. Edith became alarmed when asking the time and supposed her husband was tired. Killian simply smiled. He blew out the last candle and said Edith should go to bed and sleep well. When the man lifted his wife, she asked to sleep together. Killian replied that it was obvious. He no longer intended to leave and added that he would stay even if Edith kicked him out. Lying in bed, Killian reflected that during the war between Alyssa and Edith, only his mother would be there. He must protect his wife from the blonde. Cliff walked down the dark corridor, wondering how his father had been behaving rudely towards him lately. And disrespectful. During the last interrogation, he abandoned the eldest son with Alyssa and supported the daughter-in-law. In joint meetings, the Duke often gives the floor to Killian and ignores Cliff. His legs led him alone to these chambers. When Cliff opened the door, he saw a light-haired young woman sitting on the bed in the moonlight. Seeing his beloved, he completely forgot that he had problems. Cliff entered Mrs. Alyssa's rooms. He apologized for being late and asked why she was trembling. The light-haired young woman replied that she suffered because of Cliff's participation in the war. But he assured her there was nothing to worry about. The boy explained that he would pretend to accompany his father and brother to fight the rebels. But in reality, he would stay close to the capital. Cliff turned to Mrs. Alyssa, asked her not to forget that he would do anything for her, and kissed her on the lips. The next day, Mrs. Edith looked out the window and scaredly warned her husband that dawn had broken. Killian replied and turned to his wife with his torso bare, sarcastically asking if he had gone too far. Edith looked at her naked husband and remembered that the night before he had said he was tired and wanted to rest. Killian lay down on the bed and hugged his wife, who explained that she felt fine. But she feared that soon he would have to go to war. Edith asked him to be careful and not get hit by an arrow. The boy was so flattered by her concern. The wife listened attentively while her husband gave her instructions. He explained to her that she shouldn't think the capital was a safe place. Killian told her not to leave the castle or write letters, and during his absence, Edith must avoid Alyssa. The young man informed his wife that he had given orders to Anna and Renan, but they didn't have the standing to confront the light-haired lady. Only one person would remain in the duchy, with sufficient authority, to challenge the light-haired young woman. This person is the lady, but she was the one who found little Alyssa Sinclair and brought her to live in the Ludwig Palace. That's why Killian doubted that between Lady Eliza and Lady Edith, the Duchess would choose the daughter-in-law. Taking her defense. In her husband's tender arms, Edith remembered the next episode after the territorial war, which made her heart race. The husband asked if that served as an indication that Edith wished to repeat what happened last night. Edith got out of bed, put on her robe, apologized, and blushing said that wasn't what she meant. The man said there was no need to apologize for that there was time. And Edith couldn't suppress a smile, but replied that her husband would be late. The ruby-haired woman surprised Killian by asking him to stay, as she had something for him. When Edith handed her husband a knitted garment, he jumped out of bed, hastily put on his robe, and asked perplexed what it was. The wife, embarrassed, explained that she had heard that outside the capital, where the battles will be, it will be cold. That's why she was gifting him a muff. The attention, the wife's care, and the gift deeply impressed Killian, who asked if she had knitted it herself. The woman confirmed the assumption and pointed out that, although the appearance leaves much to be desired, the garment is made of good quality yarn. The man smiled and said that ever since the handkerchief embroidered with a bird at the charity fair, he suspected the wife had golden hands. The woman looked at her husband curiously and said that then she was very afraid that no one would buy her embroidery. The young man laughed and replied that for this very reason he bought that handkerchief. After a short pause, the man said he would gladly wear the knitted gift and remember his wife. Edith looked at her smiling husband and understood that this episode would end soon, so she had to prepare quickly for the next one. She remembered that according to the book's plot, the war would be brief and Duke Ludwig's army would win with its military strength. The Riegelhoff family would be destroyed, and with the evidence of the conspiracy found during the war, all the rebels would be punished. Saying goodbye to Killian, who was leaving for war, she hugged him. He held her tightly and began covering her face and neck with kisses. She protested, saying that this way he would be late. The young man affirmed that he couldn't do anything with his legs, which refused to move. Edith also held onto her husband tighter, as if expelling the idea that upon returning from the war he would kill her. During the farewell ceremony, the Duke informed his wife that during his absence, she would have full authority over the fiefdom and the family. In addition, he gave instructions to his secretary, butler, and head maid. Then he turned to Lady Elise and asked her to take care of Duchess Jessica. Those present in the room exchanged glances, understanding that the Duke had ignored his daughter-in-law and told her nothing. Even the Duchess felt some tension in the situation and wanted to call her husband. But Edith calmed her down by saying she understood. Watching the Duke walk away, Edith commented that it must certainly be hard for him to leave Count Riegelhoff's daughter in his house. Killian overheard her words, took her hand, and asked what her name was. The ruby-haired young woman was surprised, but replied that her name was Edith Ludwig. The young man affirmed that it was the correct answer and demanded that his wife never forget it, and that she should be called that from now on. Lady Edith approached her husband, looked him in the eyes, and begged him not to play the hero or risk his life in vain. She said she would clearly remember his promise to prove he was an exceptional man. Killian kissed his wife's hand and replied that he would gladly fulfill her request. Upon saying a final goodbye to her husband, it occurred to the young woman that the novel had changed drastically. Now, neither she nor the author could reverse anything. The story is progressing completely differently. Therefore, the episode that appeared in the novel might never happen, unless something unexpectedly went wrong. A week later, Lady Edith decided to read the newspaper and noticed the provocative headlines. Even the newspaper reflected the tense situation between the supporters of the emperor and the Archduke. Edith read an article stating that the imperial family remained silent so as not to accidentally betray their support for the duchy. Archduke Destined, just like the emperor, maintains silence, but the meaning of the territorial war is clear to everyone. While reading the article, Edith thought frustratedly about Catherine and wished to know how she was now. It seemed that at the celebration for the anniversary of the empire's founding, the princess was surprised by Archduke Destined's actions. The emperor constantly consults with Duke Louis about Archduke Destined. In the novel, Her Highness showed no special interest in political matters and is described as a character who rejected her role in the imperial family. Catherine trusted her brother even after suffering betrayal from her uncle, whose cause is not even mentioned in the novel. Edith considered that, although Catherine presents herself as a mischievous princess, in this situation, not even she could stay out of it. The young woman read the article and choked on her tea in surprise, as it stated that it was now difficult to approach the imperial family. Anna ran to the lady, who was coughing, and asked what had happened. Mrs. Edith replied that she had choked and asked for water. After speaking with her governess, Edith reflected that the incident with Samuel had helped improve her reputation among the staff. However, when her father put the mine into play, a condition of her daughter's marriage, and declared a territorial war, the situation became unbearable. After this, the staff panicked and paid attention to how to behave in front of the lady. Edith was glad that there were people in the duchy who believed her without reservation. Among them Anna, Renan, and the Duchess. These three took on a large amount of work, and Mrs. Edith does not want to bother them. When Mrs. Edith arrived at work, Renan informed her that she could continue with the documentation for the state of Raisin. Renan pointed out that Mrs. Edith works hard, so there was little left to do. The Duke's secretary commented that, as yesterday, he would help the Duchess with the documents, and he would be in his office if needed. The boy mentioned that the lady had a strange color on her face. She replied that there was nothing to worry about. Then Renan pointed to the pen in her left hand. He remembered that the work was not urgent, so Mrs. Edith could take a day off to rest. The ruby-haired girl replied that she simply hadn't slept well, but that wouldn't hinder the work. So Renan moved the chair and sat down at Mrs. Edith's desk, asking how she wanted to improve the lands of Raisin. Edith asked if the boy shouldn't have gone to see the Duchess, but he replied that she could wait a little. Renan said he really wanted to talk to Lady Edith, which encouraged her to respond, pointing out that she would only express her own opinion. The young woman spoke of her dreams of turning the territories into a city of trade and leisure, and pointed out that this idea required her husband's consent. The blonde boy objected that Raisin is an isolated area, and Lady Edith replied that everyone thinks so because of the mountain range. The young woman explained that, when reviewing documents with details about the Raisin lands, she discovered that there are areas with sloping terrain. If a road is built across the mountain range for carriages to pass, Raisin will become the closest residential region. Edith said it is necessary to build different commercial buildings to attract merchants. The young woman added that by building villas for aristocrats near the mountain, people who wish to enjoy nature could be attracted. Renan listened admiringly as Lady Edith spoke of her plans, and concluded that in 10 years Raisin will be a completely different city. The young woman added that she wanted to discuss it with Killian, but due to the declaration of territorial war, she lost the opportunity. Edith said she wants to go to the territories, see it with her own eyes, and added that she hopes the war ends soon. Count Riegelhoff entered the tent with his son and shouted angrily that he couldn't imagine how much armed force the enemy had. Nervous, the Count said that Axel Ludwig hasn't aged at all, and added that his younger son is also agile and fast on the battlefield. The man explained that he worried in vain about his eldest son, the feared monster in battles, since the brother yields to him in nothing. St. Riegelhoff said he regrets that the first son was not on the field, as he wanted to crush him. The Count replied that Shane would have been crushed then, and looked thoughtfully at the battle map. The man said it was necessary to somehow reverse the sphere of influence and link the Ludwig family, as promised to the Archduke. Suddenly, someone called Count Riegelhoff and the young master and promised them help. It was Sophia, dressed in a hooded cloak, who reported that she had obtained information about the movements of Duchess Ludwig. The maid explained that the identity of the person who provided the information was unknown, but that he had been useful on multiple occasions, so he could be trusted. Previously, this unknown helper had sent a lot of information: staff and night entries and exits to the castle, daily schedules, their routes. The data transmitted always matched what Sophia had observed in the manor house during her work. Count Riegelhoff asked if Edith had tried to make contact, and the maid replied no, although her ingratitude should have a limit. The Count explained that Archduke Lenz trusted him, but there was no progress in the war, and at this rate his plans might fail. The man concluded that he would have to trust the unknown helper. The Count ordered Shane and Sophia to travel to the capital and implement the tactic agreed upon earlier. Shane inquired of his father how he had managed alone, and the Count replied that victory would be determined if the tactic proved successful. The man, smiling wickedly, clarified that if all members of the Ludwig family were in his hands, Axel himself would come to kneel before him. Coming down the stairs, the Duchess said she didn't imagine that her long-awaited return would happen for this reason. At the foot of the stairs, Lady Edith and Lady Alessa awaited the mother, and the Duchess announced that the Sinclair family would be there. That's why she proposed that during the event, the beautiful blonde should stay close to her. Then the mother turned to the Hoy. The newspapers were full of news about how the Ludwig Duchy had a significant advantage in the territorial war. Sometimes news appeared in the newspapers about how aristocrats who maintained neutrality leaned towards the Archduke's supporters. The nobles supporting the Archduke were actively inciting and decided to participate in today's party to save time. Lady Edith thought that today she had to be brave, because the more she hid, the more they would judge her at their whim. The girl concluded that, having been born into the Regelhof family and becoming the daughter-in-law of the Ludwigs, she had to learn to defend her name. Duchess Ludwig greeted Countess Windham and thanked her for the unexpected invitation. Countess Windham organized this ball and was a supporter of neutrality in the war. Her Windham family had accumulated wealth in foreign trade. The Countess had wide connections in high society, where there were supporters of the Emperor, supporters of the Archduke, and those who had not taken a position. It could be said that this place was ideal for the Duchess's purpose of interacting with high society. The Countess told the Duchess that she worried about her husband and sons, but she replied that it was unnecessary since they hadn't gone to a major war. The Duchess joked, saying that this war was a perfect excuse for them to stretch their legs and not lose shape. The Countess highlighted that the Duchess had a spirit of steel, and the daughter-in-law thought that even in such a place, the mother managed to charm with her charisma. Suddenly, a beautiful young woman ran up to Edith and told her it had been a long time since they saw each other. She asked why she wasn't attending balls and banquets. A beautiful young woman said that Edith had been refusing all invitations for a long time. She added that everyone in society believed the ruby-haired young woman lived locked away. But Edith assured her otherwise. Lady Edith explained that upon getting married, she discovered many shortcomings in herself. She explained that she was busy working hard on herself and had no free time. The beautiful young woman laughed and commented that she understood that Duke Ludwig's daughter-in-law didn't care about her old friends. She said that if Lady Edith had come to this event, perhaps she would greet her friends, since they were expecting them. The ruby-haired young woman reviewed her character's memories and remembered that they were fake, only coming when it suited them. Lady Edith thanked Lady Clara for the greeting and introduced her to her mother-in-law, which greatly angered the beautiful young woman. Duchess Ludwig asked her daughter-in-law who she was, and Lady Edith explained that she was a childhood friend, and introduced her as Lady Clara Sheldon. Lady Edith mentioned that the Sheldon lands were right next to Cross Viscounty, and said that the Viscountess should be here today. Lady Edith called Viscountess Cross, adding that they had met at the celebration for the founding of the Empire, and introduced her to Lady Clara. The ruby-haired young woman explained to the elderly lady that Lady Clara was her neighbor and Edith's old friend. With feigned sadness in her voice, she said that of the two, only she had married happily, so she wanted to take care of her friend. Lady Edith asked the Viscountess to introduce her friend to other ladies. Lady Clara protested, but the elderly lady convinced her that everything would be fine. The Viscountess said that since it was Lady Edith's wish, she herself would introduce Lady Clara to worthy aristocrats. The ruby-haired woman greeted the Viscountess with a wave and thought that Viscountess Cross only had acquaintances among the Emperor's supporters. Suddenly, a young man approached the woman, took her hand, and told her it had been a long time since he had seen her. Mrs. Edith was extremely surprised by the stranger's behavior, since he had kissed her hand and didn't even recognize her. The young man deduced that Edith must have encountered many difficulties in life, as she had lost considerable weight in the last year. Mrs. Edith recognized the Viscount Batlett in the young man, the man who used to come to negotiate with her father. The ruby-haired woman pulled her hand away from the Viscount's grip and told him that kissing a married woman was inappropriate. The young man explained that he had known Edith for years and supposed she was pushing him away because of the presence of Duchess Ludwig. Batlett affirmed that the Duchess knew he considered Mrs. Edith like a younger sister, and he reached for her waist. Edith shouted, slapped the Viscount's hand, and abruptly separated from him, while the young man protested against such rudeness. The woman replied that only Batlid was being rude, as he should have stepped away upon noticing Edith's displeasure. The young man explained it was a casual contact, like with a relative, and Edith became indignant, saying that not even her brother would touch her. Suddenly, she heard the tapping of heels near her, and feared the Duchess was observing the situation and misinterpreting it. Upon turning, the daughter-in-law saw the mother's severe expression, next to Mrs. Alyssa, and the Viscount insisted it was a misunderstanding. The Viscount explained that Mrs. Edith has always been mentally unstable, which is why she sometimes causes unnecessary disturbances. The Duchess asked if anyone would believe such an absurd excuse. The boy looked surprised and asked how the Duchess could think such a thing. But she decided to remind the Viscount of something. She said that Viscountcy of Batlet was a vassal of Marquis Boris, who would be furious to learn that some of his companies had been confiscated. The Duchess added that the reason for the confiscation would be that Viscount Batlet had insulted the Ludwig ducal family. The boy darkened upon hearing that. He assured that he had no such intentions and rushed out, leaving Lady Edith, the Duchess, and Lady Alyssa. The ruby-haired girl watched the arrogant Viscount walk away, and the mother apologized for intervening late. She explained that she hadn't been paying attention and had been entertained by others. Then she suggested that the daughter-in-law greet the princess. The Duchess, the daughter-in-law, and Lady Alyssa advanced through the ballroom to greet the princess. And Lady Edith reflected. After two people were humiliated and left, it seemed that the Archduke's supporters were clearly identified. On their way, they met Lady Layla, who greeted all three, but especially Lady Eliza. With sadness in her voice, she recalled that she hadn't been able to meet the blonde when the Sinclair family visited the duchy. Layla said she was very happy to learn that Alyssa would also be there, as she had wanted to tell her something for a long time. The blonde paused and, with a serious tone, apologized to her stepsister for her bad attitude. Layla cried and confessed that she acted that way because she feared her sister would take away her attention and her father's love. Edith considered Layla's words sounded sweet and effective, but Alyssa knows the blonde did it on purpose. Layla added that she wasn't asking for forgiveness right now, but little by little, until they became good sisters. Denying such a request in front of so many people wouldn't be easy for anyone. And Lady Alyssa couldn't do it either. A smile shone on the ruby-haired girl's face. She said she was very happy and grateful that her sister had such a good heart. Lady Layla directed a disapproving look at the family's daughter-in-law and said she had heard that because of Edith. Alyssa almost died. The blonde young woman said she worried so much that she couldn't sleep at night. The Duchess asked where she had heard such unpleasant rumors. Lady Layla replied that she might assume they were unfounded rumors, but that not one or two aristocrats believed so. But many aristocrats. Lady Layla proclaimed loudly that while her husband's and father's families were at war, Lady Edith, instead of staying quiet in the castle, appears at a party. The blonde young woman said it publicly. The rumors about Lady Edith's involvement in Lady Alyssa's poisoning were not unfounded. Aristocratic society let out a sigh of surprise. At a strategic point in the duchy, Ludwig Kilian was sharpening his sword until his father suddenly called him. The Duke arrived with hot tea and asked his younger son not to exert himself too much on the battlefields. Upon taking the cup of warm tea, Kilian saw his wife in it. That's why his face lit up with a smile. The Duke broke the silence, saying that the Regelhof scoundrels were wasting military supplies as if they had something to believe in. Kilian asked if his father meant that the Archduke would take action in the capital. He replied that anything was possible. Then he added that Cliff stayed in the capital, so there was no need to worry so much. After a short pause, Axel Ludwig asked his son if he had given his heart to Edith. Before answering, Kilian recalled key moments related to his wife, when she shone with wisdom and kindness. She would scold her husband when he acted recklessly, but at the same time accept his weaknesses. Kilian acknowledged that on countless occasions he acted foolishly, but Edith was always understanding. The ruby-haired young woman always gets to the bottom of things and shows it to others. She is cheerful and different. Her heart is kinder than anyone else's, but there are moments when Killian doesn't recognize her that constantly appear in his memory. The boy smiled and rhetorically asked how he could not love her. Then he said he wished to return to the past. Killian acknowledged that in many situations, he would have acted differently. The father looked at him and said that the war was the only opportunity. Killian asked his father what opportunity he was talking about. Instead of answering, the Duke questioned whether the territorial war wasn't enough reason. The man affirmed that such an opportunity would not present itself again, and added that he was wrong to marry the younger son before the elder. The Duke suggested that if Killian joined a family that brought him strength, he might be better than his brother. The boy interrupted his father and said he had been resigned for a long time. Suddenly, a memory appeared of how the eldest brother learned to play chess. The father asked Cliff to concentrate and think carefully about his move. Killian appeared and asked to see him. The Duke asked indignantly if he didn't see that the older brother was practicing. But Cliff assured his father that everything was fine. Cliff clarified that it would be useful to play with the younger brother to perfect his skills. After finishing the game, Killian commented that it was fun, although he lost. The boy asked his father to teach him to play chess, just like the older son. The Duke looked sternly at his son and asked if Cliff had been like this at his age. Axel Ludwig said that Killian had the opportunity to prosper if he worked hard perfecting his skills. Killian looked up at the sky and said there was a time when he believed his father would pay attention and begin to feel proud. The young man smiled and added that he had now found much greater happiness, and announced to his father that as soon as the war ended, he would go with Edith to the Raisin domains. The Duke asked why the hurry, but Killian didn't answer. He stood up abruptly and added that Edith was surely having a difficult time in the capital. The young man concluded mentally that if he became obsessed with power, it would only be for Edith. Killian took his sword and said he would go inspect the next battlefield. Lady Layla admitted that the rumors about Lady Edith were exaggerated, but they wouldn't arise without reason. Layla supposed the cause was the behavior of the Ludwig family's daughter-in-law. And the princess suddenly approached the golden-haired young woman. Her Highness said that if it was about behavior, they should talk about the behavior of those who spread nonsense and present them as truth. Lady Layla's face distorted with surprise. She dared to turn around, and the princess asked if the young woman really wanted to demonstrate her foolishness in front of everyone. Catherine pointed out that Layla was smart enough to recognize an unfamiliar face. Therefore, she was only pretending to be foolish. She supposed the golden-haired young woman was personally insulting the duchy, presenting it to society as rumors. Edith couldn't believe the princess had taken her side again, and she said she hadn't come here to listen to this nonsense. Suddenly, Lady Edith noticed that Lady Alyssa looked very pale, but the princess said nothing about it. The girl's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the princess's words about Killian's obvious attraction to Edith. Catherine asked Layla if she hadn't given up even after the national celebration. Since the boy hadn't left his wife's side for a moment, Lady Layla shivered as she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was her brother, Demian Sinclair. He apologized for interrupting and told the princess that, as a supporter of the emperor, her words concerned him. Demian clarified that, according to Her Highness's words, Duke Ludwig's second son was inclined towards Count Riegelhoff's daughter. Catherine protested, clarifying that this wasn't what she meant. The boy replied that the Ludwig and Riegelhoff families were at war due to the rebellion. He asked her if it wouldn't be logical for the duchy, as an imperial supporter, to set a boundary with Count Riegelhoff's daughter. The ruby-haired girl took a deep breath and dared to call Demian Sinclair. She told him that before accusing her of rudeness, she wanted to ask him what they called her.